report today they're shutting down the only factory they have that makes the COVID shot. Why that matters to Americans as blue states now move toward ending mask mandates, even though the CDC is still saying to wear them in schools. We'll have more on that. Plus, we've got breaking news right here in Washington. The second gentleman whisked out of a high school after a bomb threat during a Black History Month event. We've got the latest. And a story you're not going to see anywhere else. The inside scoop on what President Biden really thinks of his closest friends in Europe as he navigates the Russia-Ukraine crisis. On Capitol Hill, new cracks inside the GOP over the party's description of the attack on January 6th as legitimate political discourse. What we just heard from the Senate's top Republican, from our team who's been asking the tough questions all afternoon. Plus, women in the metaverse opening up about what they've seen as it relates to sexual harassment, racism, abuse. Experts calling on one company to do more. That's in tonight's original. And Tesla gearing up for another fight with California. Later in the show, we'll have more on why the state's considering a racial discrimination lawsuit. Hey, I'm Hallie. And while we've seen more and more governors, including just today, start to throw out mask mandates, a kind of nod, right, to this idea we may have to live with COVID, you've got one of the world's biggest vaccine makers apparently taking a step that experts are worried about. Worried it could extend the pandemic even longer around the world. We're talking about Johnson & Johnson, with the New York Times reporting the company has quietly pressed pause on production at the only facility of theirs that makes the single-dose shot, citing people familiar with the decision. Now, here's the deal. In the U.S., you know this, right? The CDC has already recommended people get other vaccines, Pfizer or Moderna, if they're available, rather than J&J. But around the world, the Johnson & Johnson vax is really important, especially in less wealthy countries. And there's a couple of reasons for that. It's only one dose. It doesn't have to stay in super cold refrigerators, so it's easier to get places. That's why the African Union and nonprofits like COVAX have bought millions of J&J doses. But if there becomes a problem with the supply chain, if it starts to dry up, experts worry that could really hurt the push to vaccinate people in Africa, where, according to the UN, just 11% of people in Africa are up to date on the shot. Gabe Gutierrez is joining me now. So, Gabe, let me start. There's a couple of headlines tonight that are important on the pandemic, but let's start with this J&J shot piece of it here. Give us the broader outlook about the challenges that companies and countries are facing in this fight to get people protected around the world, not just here in the U.S.
Well, Hallie, that number that you just showed is very telling. In Africa, just 11% of the population is vaccinated. And Hallie, you know how difficult it can be to get this vaccine to some parts of the world. As you said, one-dose J&J vaccine, very attractive to parts of the world that don't have, a lot of infrastructure, and they don't need those super cold refrigerators to keep this going. This could potentially, some critics say, slow down the ability of some countries around the world to get their population vaccinated.
Okay, but J&J is saying, listen, we have a big stockpile, right? I think they're saying we're able to meet our commitments that we have as of now.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie, and that is what J&J is saying. Again, not confirming the exact details that were reported by the New York Times, the paper citing people familiar with the decision that production was being stopped at this plant in this Dutch city. But J&J is saying that it will be able to meet its contractual obligations to COVAX and the African Union, and also saying that our manufacturing sites produce multiple products. We manage our production planning accordingly and are currently supplying from our extensive global network based on the demand for our vaccine. We currently have millions of doses, the company says, of our vaccine in inventory. So basically, Hallie, that is corporate speak for saying, look, we have this under control, right. And, the details in the Times, they're not confirming them. But some critics worry, based on that reporting, that this could potentially mean that the vaccine delivery to some of these countries that really need it could potentially be slowed down.
Let me bring it back to something we talked about right at the top of the show, Gabe. And you know this because you've covered the pandemic for 2 years now. Before that, you know the world of politics. And these things are converging in a way that we haven't seen before. And that is because you've got 5 states now, 5 bluer states, states where people voted largely for President Biden, right, who have had governors that have now said, OK, we're going to take our foot off the gas as it comes to mask mandates. They're starting to relax them in these states that you see: California, Oregon, New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut, putting dates on them later this month, next month. The dominoes are falling as it feels like more and more people, even in states, right, even governors who are in large part Democrats, and I bring this up, Gabe, because, you know, parts of the pandemic have been politicized, including mask wearing, are saying, okay, no need, at least right now, even as the CDC is saying, wait a second, in schools, you should still have masks on.
Yeah, and Hallie, that graphic that you just showed, you might have to add another one to that list tomorrow. There's a lot of anticipation that Governor Hochul here in New York will make some sort of an announcement on the mask mandate here, whether, you know, she might potentially roll back some of it for businesses. There's, you know, talk about what this could mean for schools. Again, she hasn't said, but a lot of people are going to be waiting on some sort of an update on that tomorrow. But for the ones that have already announced plans, you know, you're talking New Jersey, you're talking Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, you know, and New Jersey's governor is saying that this is really because as a population, we need to start getting used to living with this virus. And the reason these states are doing this, Hallie, is that, you know, over the last several days and weeks, the Omicron surge has really waned. Hospitalizations are down, positivity rates are down significantly in many of these states. And politically, as you mentioned, Hallie, perhaps some of these states are realizing that a lot of people are sick of this pandemic. We're nearly 2 years into it. And yesterday I was in Ohio, two separate districts. One still had a mask mandate for schools. The other one did not and had just let it expire. And, you know, while I did speak with several parents that, you know, were appreciative that mask mandates had been in effect for this long, you know, it's amazing to many of those parents and to many of us that we're still talking about this very divisive issue 2 years into this pandemic. I think that there's a acknowledgement by, you know, politicians in blue states that perhaps politically, you know, we may start trying to get away from these mask mandates as this Omicron surge moves on.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting. We'll look for more of it tonight on Nightly. We've got some breaking news coming into us here in Washington, where we've just learned the feds are looking into a bomb threat that forced the vice president's husband to be escorted out of a high school event he was at. I want to show you just in a second some of these pictures. These are them. This is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States. Looks like Secret Service is talking with him here. A reporter in the room says Emhoff was told something like, "We got to go." A couple minutes later, you're seeing it here, students and staff evacuated this building, too. It's Dunbar High School here in Washington. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard from D.C. police. I think we've turned around a little piece of what they had to say. Let me play it.
I spoke to our colleagues at the Secret Service. There was no indication that this threat was directed towards Mr. Emhoff.
Okay, that's interesting. We also heard from the Secret Service. Kelly O'Donnell is with us here now. And Kelly, we just got this statement from the Secret Service. Can you tell us what the latest is from them?
Well, what they say is that they believe that the threat was directed at the venue, not at the protectee, the husband of the vice president, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff. He happened to be there, and because he has that protective detail, they responded as you would expect, and they moved him out of the way in an abrupt fashion, ending his event. That always gets attention, and for those who were there, it has a sort of startling quality. And then they also evacuated students and staff and so forth. He was there as a part of a Black History Month event at this local high school here in Washington, D.C. And we are told that there was no threat in terms of any actual device being located or any concern. But these are the kinds of things that in a larger context where we've seen other threats being made against historically Black colleges and universities, there is sort of a moment happening in the country now that is of great concern, and the FBI has 20 field offices looking at those threats, and it is worrisome. And so today it happened perhaps that venue and well-known individual happened to intersect, unintentionally perhaps, but a phoned-in threat is what we understand. And so all are safe, everything is fine, but it shows you how in these moments the system can work in terms of the protective sort of bubble around the vice president, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and the team there, and then all the resources that go in. Now, separately, the White House, of course, said that they were looking into this as well. The Secret Service has put out this statement saying they don't want to go into too many details because it gets into their operational protocols. But we know that separately, the FBI has been looking into this larger group of threats made against the historically Black colleges and universities. And so this might be an extension of that. We don't know. But certainly the White House has expressed gratitude to the Secret Service for their prompt action, and obviously the local police department involved as well. So it's one of those moments where people's hearts were racing, everything turned out okay, and it may be a part of some larger pattern that law enforcement is looking at.
Let me just explain, too, to folks who might be going, well, wait a second, how come we're not seeing video of this moment, right, when the second gentleman was escorted out of the room? It's because in this particular instance, Kelly, there didn't happen to be a television camera traveling with Doug Emhoff on this. We have some still photos that were shown here, but no TV, cameramen there with him.
Yes, I guess we should explain that. With the vice president and the second gentleman, there can be a smaller group of the pool. We often talk about the pool. Whenever it's the president, there is always a television component. For some of these smaller events, you might have a print reporter, a radio reporter might be involved, a photographer might be involved, but it might not be the full complement of the entire array of media. And that was the case today. Yeah. So there were journalists with him, but it didn't include television. So we're grateful to those colleagues of ours who were there, who could be firsthand witnesses. This is one of those times where the still photo has it, and the accounts of our colleagues tell the story.
That is for sure. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kel, thank you so much for breaking that down and for bringing us that developing news. Other developing news in Washington, with the most powerful Republican in the Senate today, putting the Republican National Committee on blast, at least as on blast as it gets for Mitch McConnell, who's saying tonight that the party's official political arm shouldn't be picking and choosing which Republicans it supports after the censure of GOP reps Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. And McConnell's also breaking with the RNC's description of the January 6th riot as legitimate political discourse by acknowledging the fact, by acknowledging the reality that it was indeed a violent insurrection. Here he is.
It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
And in a midterm year where party unity, you would think, might be front and center, Senate Republicans today, not happy with trying to do this whole distancing dance thing, right? Trying to put some space between themselves and this whole legitimate political discourse discussion, while also not totally ticking off former President Donald Trump, who still holds a lot of power in the party. So this is what that looked like on Capitol Hill. Watch.
Do you agree with that legitimate political discourse language that the RNC used in their censure?
Oh, that's their language. I mean, that's, I didn't write the motion or vote on it, so I'll let them speak for themselves on that.
I like to think of the Republican Party as being a big tent party.
I think the RNC's out of its lane.
And tonight, sources are also telling our team some new details that show what exactly former President Trump was doing on the 6th and who exactly he was trying to get in touch with, but could not that morning. More on that in a second. I want to bring in Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, a couple of pieces to this. You've got Mitch McConnell being clear about where he stands, right, where he stands, but he is not actively scolding the RNC for describing it as, legitimate political discourse, when in fact it was not. He is correctly acknowledging the reality of what happened on that day. But as you well know, and listen, you are a McConnell translator for us, that's probably as far as he's going to go on this, no?
I think that's right. And by the way, Hallie, I liked your distancing dance. I thought that was a very useful visual aid for how this has all been going.
You're doing it on Capitol Hill. You're one of the dance partners trying to get questions of these people, I know.
That's right. And the way I see it, for McConnell, this is the best way I think he thinks he can get distance from this issue. He doesn't want to talk about this anymore. He doesn't want to talk about January 6th. He doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. I asked him yesterday what his thoughts were about this issue, and he pointed me to this press conference today. And yesterday I kind of thought that was maybe because he didn't know what his answer was going to be, or he was going to try to dance around it. And after watching his answer today, I think it's pretty clear. He wanted to be as forceful as he gets in his comments about this as a way to put it behind him. And I think that also provides cover for every other Republican in the conference, on the Senate side at least, to point to Mitch McConnell's comments and say, I'm with him and I don't have to talk about it anymore. That's the political imperative. That's what we're seeing from Senate Republicans.
The messaging piece is really important, Garrett, because you've got, as you correctly note, many in the Republican Party do not think it is politically palatable to be running on this message of the last election was not legitimate, because it was legitimate. It's not a true statement of fact. It is a conspiracy theory. And yet that is the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump continues to push. They'd rather be talking about Joe Biden and the economy. They'd rather be talking about the president and his policies on the pandemic, for example, not this issue.
Oh, totally. But this is the challenge that Republicans have. You know, when you have fed, or when the president, the former president, has fed the Republican base these lies for more than a year now, it starts to be kind of baked into the electorate. That's what a lot of the electorate expects to hear. McConnell is trying to steer the Republican Party in something of a different direction here. He could be as obstructionist as possible against Joe Biden. That's the way he thinks the Republicans can get back into power, by being a conservative alternative to everything that's happening right now. Donald Trump doesn't think that way, and House Republicans and their leader are not able to think that way because they have had and chosen to have a much more aligned relationship with Donald Trump, and their voters expect that, and that's going to be the challenge, I think, for Republicans, who have so many other tailwinds in their favor, theoretically, going into this midterm election. They've got this one running right in their face.
A couple of new threads from January 6th, too, as this all ties together as it relates to that day. I know that you and our team have some reporting, including our colleague Leanne Caldwell, that the former president, on the morning of January 6th, wanted to talk to Mike Pence, was trying to get in touch with Mike Pence, who was figuratively mashing the decline button, or somebody around him was. What's interesting here is, number one, that call didn't happen until it eventually did, and reportedly, of course, Mr. Trump pushed Pence to try to overturn the legitimate results. The committee apparently knows about this. It is yet another example of the immense level of detail that the committee has on what Donald Trump did and did not do that day.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to hear about how these pieces are coming together because of the documents that the committee has been able to get their hands on, which we know include White House phone records. You know, the substance of that call is the kind of thing we may or may not ever find out, but the fact that the president was even making it is interesting, because he was even making it, and because we're able to know about it. The committee is now fully inside the White House. If they've got White House phone records, they know not just that the president was trying to talk to the vice president, which we know he was trying to talk to Jim Jordan, we know, but we're going to know all the other phone calls that he was making. And as I don't have to tell you, Donald Trump was a prodigious phone caller. He doesn't text, he doesn't tweet, he doesn't email, but he works the phones all day long. And the other folks that he might have been talking to on the January 6th morning of, either before the rally, before the riot got started, could tell us a lot more. The committee now has that information. We'll see how it starts to come out.
Garrett Haake, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to have more on NBC's exclusive reporting on the January 6th investigation, just out later on in the show from Ben Collins. Garrett, appreciate it. Truckers from that freedom convoy we've been talking about on this show have blocked the Canadian side of this Ambassador Bridge, which connects Detroit to Windsor, Ontario. So take a look at this. These are some of the aerials. Getting to Canada over this bridge is basically impossible. You've got backups that are miles long. And that bridge is the single busiest land border crossing in North America. That's bringing up some real concerns over supply chain problems for the car industry. All of this is part of those trucker protests in Ottawa, Canada's capital, because of vaccine mandates to cross the U.S.-Canadian border, and more broadly, how the Trudeau administration has handled the pandemic in Canada. The protests have gotten some support from some corners in the U.S. as well, with some Republican leaders publicly standing behind those protesters. You got Canadian officials saying, hey, mind your own business, basically. Ellison Barber is in Ottawa for us.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now. Things largely have been jovial. There is a strong anti-media sentiment within these areas. You hear people yelling at us as we walk, tell the truth. But again, for the most part, the protesters we've seen out here, they have been peaceful. They have very strong opinions, and they want to make sure the government hears them. They are frustrated. This all started initially in response to the Prime Minister issuing an order saying that border crossing truckers had to be vaccinated, that they would no longer be exempt from quarantine rules. Since then, it has expanded, and most of the people we have spoken to, they say they are here because they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions and all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions, and they say they will stay out here blocking the streets, many of them sleeping in tents or in their trucks, until they see an end to those mandates. The Prime Minister, he has said that this does not represent Canada, that these people are not representing most of Canada, and that they are, in his view, the fringe. People here, they say that they don't believe that's true at all. They say they do represent many people here. And that term, the fringe, it's almost become a bit of a term, a rallying cry, if you will. We saw one person walking with a shirt on that said, the fringe. Back to you.
Ellison Barber reporting for us there in Ottawa. To China now, where athletes competing in the Olympics, listen, they're feeling the strain of living inside this Olympic bubble, a bubble created because China's trying to contain any COVID outbreaks in the country. Take a look at some of these headlines. Athletes concerned about everything from the food to the COVID tests to the conditions when they're living in quarantine. And they're also taking some of their frustrations, some of their very emotional responses out to social media. That includes U.S. figure skater Vincent Zhou, who tested positive before his event yesterday. And while he hasn't had any issues with the conditions, he's certainly felt the pain, right? That emotional difficulty of having his dreams basically cut short by COVID.
I've taken all the precautions I can. I've isolated myself so much that the loneliness I felt in the last month or two has been crushing at times.
You have other athletes who have found themselves in this crazy, confusing situation. Look at the Australian curling team. They were about to fly home after they got cut from the competition because of a positive test. Then they're told, wait, actually, you can compete. They got a cab to get back to their game. And then guess what? They won. Steve Patterson is in the bubble in Beijing for us with more. Steve, it's not just some of these isolated cases. You've got test results that have made for some drama. The situation with that Australian curling team is just one example.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is far too much drama and far too many cases than Olympic officials were expecting or prepared for. Now, I do want to preface this by saying the athletes we spoke to in the bubble that are testing negative, that are able to compete, they say, obviously, this isn't ideal, but, you know, for their money, it's fine. They're able to eat with their team and train with their team and in a lot of cases have fun with their team. But yeah, the athletes that are testing positive, it's a whole new ballgame. Let me just run you through a few. There's the Polish hockey player Marco Antilla accusing China of human rights violations because he tested positive in the States, back in his home country, yes, but then produced several negative tests and then tested positive as soon as he landed in Beijing. Doesn't know why, was taken to isolation. Natalia Malazweska, the Polish skater, says that she's been in and out of isolation because of conflicting COVID tests. And then when they get in isolation to these facilities, they say the conditions aren't ideal. We're talking about Eric Frenzel, who says that the rooms are small, the rooms are dirty, there isn't enough athletic equipment, and the food is bad. And to the point about the food, there's Valeria Vastanova, a Russian athlete, who says she's been getting pasta, meat, potatoes, and orange sauce for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the last 5 days. I see in the pictures, it's not pretty. This is a real problem. Hallie?
Are we hearing from the IOC on some of this? Maybe less about the pasta and meatballs, although, but about the COVID piece of this too.
To be fair, we've heard from the IOC not only about the COVID piece, but about the pasta and meatballs. They are addressing this. They say there is a team that is focused on not only communicating with the athletes, but to be fair, to communicating with the media. We've heard that they're trying to make the rooms bigger. They're trying to provide more athletic equipment. They're trying to make the food a little bit more palatable, although we've been hearing conflicting reports about the success that they've had. Here's a statement that they gave about what they're attempting to do and the limits of what they say they can do. Listen to this.
I understand the frustration, the stress, the disappointment that they feel after all the preparations. We will allow as many people as possible out of isolation to train and compete as we can, but only as many as we can do safely and not pit other athletes, other participants, or the Chinese population at risk.
Those square meals every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I hope they can improve that. They also say they're working on more psychiatric resources for when people do test positive and they're cut off essentially from their team and family. And in a lot of cases, a good internet connection as well. It's something that they say they're continuing to work on.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Listen, it's so stressful. Can we give a bit of an antidote to the stress? There has to be. I know there's lots of positive things to look forward to. Please. So when I'm home tonight, Steve, when I'm turning on my primetime Olympics coverage after the show, What am I looking for? What can we look forward to tonight, tomorrow morning?
A couple things. You're going to be looking for Michaela Schifrin, who is competing. She crashed out of her very first event. Extremely disappointing for her, but she's got several more events. Is chasing history if she can win more gold. Then you're going to come out to where I am, which I'm very happy to say. We're going to be covering the men's and women's half-pipe qualifiers. So these are two of our biggest stars competing. Chloe Kim could win multiple golds consecutively. The first time that would be done in women's halfpipe if she qualifies tonight. And then, of course, there's the great Shaun White, who is on his swan song, The Last Dance, the extra life, as he calls it, could compete for his fourth gold. He again has to qualify. That will be tonight. If he does, you know, that would be massive, but this could obviously be the very last time we see him compete. Here's what he told us ahead of that. Listen to this.
I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, you know, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising, it's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in.
Shaun White dealing with those harsh inevitabilities about aging, but is in good spirits. And I've been watching him train the last few days. The guy looks like he's on another level still. Hallie, it'll be interesting to see.
I feel that in my soul, the harsh inevitabilities of aging, Steve Patterson. I hope you get a front row seat to the action, my friend. You've earned it for sure. Thanks, Steve. Pope Benedict, who is now retired today, is asking members of the church to forgive him for how he handled sex abuse cases when he was an archbishop, but he's not going to admit any fault. Here's the deal. The retired pope was responding to a German report that accused him of allowing 4 priests convicted of sex abuse, including a pedophile, to go back to leading church services. While the former pope said he was saddened by the abuses, his lawyer says Benedict was not involved in any cover-ups. The report also blamed leaders who came before and after Benedict, estimating there were nearly 500 victims of abuse and at least 235 predators over several decades in Germany. Coming up here on the show, the Justice Department sending signals that might allow more safe injection sites, which would be a real backtrack from the agency's position under the Trump administration. So why now, and what does it really mean? Ken Delanian has some answers for us after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Department of Justice is now saying they might allow safe injection sites, which should be different than what they used to allow. The DOJ has actually fought against some of these sites opening in court, and they won back in 2019. You might remember earlier this year, NBC News was given exclusive access to the country's very first safe injection site in New York, where people can use heroin and other narcotics with protections against deadly overdoses. Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, we actually aired, I think it was our very first week on the air ever with this show, where we showed some of that access that our team got, Jacob Soboroff, Brianna De Jesus Banos, to that site. Here we are now, 2 months later, and the DOJ is saying, hey, we might allow more of them. This feels a little bit like a tipping point, no?
I agree, and that was important journalism, Hallie. And New York officials are now saying they may have stopped as many as 125 overdoses at that facility. And this is a great example of how elections really matter. Elections have consequences. You've got different people running the Justice Department now. They have a different philosophy when it comes to the approach on how to combat the scourge of drugs. They're focused more on what they call harm reduction rather than trying to fight on the demand side. And there's a huge problem with overdoses in this country, particularly with heroin laced with fentanyl. It's a recurring dramatic problem, and it's getting the attention of Justice Department officials, and they are now moving in this direction, Hallie.
We've seen other, Maine and Colorado and Seattle had tried to put policies in place, to try to put places like this, in their communities, but always the roadblock were the feds, was the federal government. Do you have any insight into why now for the DOJ? President Biden's been in office for over a year. Is it a function of that? Is it something else?
Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of evidence piling up that the overdose problem is really hurting the United States. There have been more than 100,000 overdose deaths in a year period. I just saw a figure of $1 trillion in damage to the economy from overdoses. So this is something that's hitting them in the face every day. And you've got this pressure from local communities and again, a different philosophy in the Biden administration, preparing to allow this to happen rather than to say, no, federal law prohibits it.
We already know that these sites are up and running in Canada and Australia and Europe. What would the timeline be if the DOJ does give the official green light here in this country for us to see more of them?
Relatively quickly, I think.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. There's decades of evidence behind these sites. I remember 20 years ago as a foreign correspondent visiting some in Switzerland. The idea is they not only protect drug users, but they protect the community because they take away the incentive for addicts to steal, to commit crimes, to buy drugs. It's been a real problem for the American psyche, this idea that you're going to allow people in a room to do this thing that's supposedly illegal. But, with all this evidence of the harm coming from drug use and overdoses and the problem of we're not really fixing the supply side, the momentum seems to be on the side of going in this direction, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much for breaking that down. It's an important story. Appreciate it.
You bet.
We should know here, if you or somebody you know might need help with substance abuse, there's help. There's resources. There's this hotline on your screen, 1-800-662-HELP. Still ahead, we've got an inside scoop on what President Biden might really think about some key friends of ours overseas as he navigates this Russia-Ukraine crisis, what he's saying in private about some of those leaders. And it doesn't seem like things are getting easier for Peloton at the moment. Its CEO being replaced, thousands of jobs apparently getting cut. We've got more details in the 5 things. Ooh, I love the...
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on. And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Exclusive new reporting only here on NBC News that takes you inside what the so-called Purple Team is doing, these investigators on the January 6th committee, and how far back they're really looking as it relates to the insurrection. Ben Collins has this brand new reporting that literally just posted. We're going to have him getting in front of a camera for us in a minute. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Justice Department announcing its biggest financial seizure ever. They've charged a couple for trying to launder billions of dollars in stolen Bitcoin. The DOJ says it took back billions of dollars in crypto. The 2 people arrested are connected to a 2016 hack. They appeared in court not too long ago. Number 2, a teen has been arrested in the case that led to the police shooting that killed Amir Locke in Minneapolis. Police officials tell NBC News the 17-year-old taken in is related to the no-knock warrant that resulted in Locke's death during a SWAT raid. Students in Minnesota today staged walkouts calling for police accountability and a ban on those no-knock warrants. Number 3, American Airlines says one of its flights was diverted last night after a passenger apparently said something threatening to the crew. The plane was headed from North Carolina to LA, but was forced to land in New Mexico. We don't know specifically what that passenger said. Number 4, Peloton is replacing its CEO, John Foley, with somebody else, the former Spotify CFO, Barry McCarthy. The fitness company also says it's cutting 2,800 jobs, all to try to cut some costs. Number 5, you want an Oscar update? We got you. The Power of the Dog from Netflix is leading this year's Oscars with 12 nominations. West Side Story and Dune are also picked for Best Picture. And West Side Story director Steven Spielberg is making history as the first director to be nominated in 6 different decades. It's maybe a nice way of saying you're a little older, but hey, you're getting noms in 6 decades. That is impressive. The show is set to be held in person on March 27th. Some new exclusive reporting tonight on what President Biden really thinks of other world leaders as he tries to navigate this whole Russia-Ukraine crisis. Because even though officials say the U.S. is closely aligned with our friends overseas right now, our allies, you've still got the president behind closed doors offering some, let's say, colorful descriptions of some of them, according to sources who have heard the president use these descriptions. For example, that German Chancellor, the new one, Olaf Scholz, is, quote, no Angela Merkel. That he believes the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is blustery. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, wants to be Charles de Gaulle, one of the heroes of World War II. And as for Vladimir Putin of Russia, summing him up as, quote, a guy with nukes and no friends. Kind of an interesting dynamic for the president, who has spent nearly 50 years engaging in foreign policy, both as VP and while in the Senate. The difference here as president is that the only person he's got a history with is Putin. Of course, a member of the National Security Council has decried some of this as anonymous gossip, saying that the president stands strong with allies and has nothing but respect for them. Safe bet that Ukraine and Russia will be one of the topics Lester Holt tackles with President Biden in an exclusive interview you will only see here before the Super Bowl. It's the president's first one-on-one interview of 2022. That's going to be right here on NBC News Now, over on NBC, before the big matchup between the Bengals and the Rams. We'll get some early looks later on this week, Thursday, on NBC Nightly News. More developments today around the January 6th insurrection. The FBI arresting somebody they say stormed the Capitol while he was out on bail for attempted murder. Matthew Bedingfield, they say, traveled to the Capitol with his dad that day, now faces charges as serious as assaulting an officer and carrying a deadly weapon on restricted Capitol grounds. It comes as NBC is getting exclusive access to 6 investigators who are working with the House January 6th committee, all of whom requested anonymity, but talking about this, telling our team, telling our Ben Collins just how deep this investigation into the Capitol riot really is. They're looking into stuff that happened maybe as far back as a year before the insurrection, linked to some of these extremist groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. We're talking about stuff like COVID lockdown rallies, counter protests to some racial injustice demonstrations, rallies around the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory. Ben Collins broke this story for us, I think in just the last hour. It actually posted on our website, Ben. So we're glad to have your Skype connection up and running with us. This is some fascinating stuff, and this is a level of detail that we are getting from investigators on this committee that we just do not often hear broken down. You know, they're working on red teams and purple teams, and this purple team is looking at stuff way before the riot actually happened. Explain why.
Yeah, the purple team is looking at those COVID lockdown protests and even things like, do you remember the steps of the Capitol in Michigan? That whole protest where they tried to get in there as well in the year beforehand. They're looking at that to see if there is a nexus between extremist movements and some of the people who went there, some of the people who may not have been affiliated with militias at the time, try to build support for something that would happen on January 6th. They are trying to determine if, in the long run, these were run-up events for those sorts of things. And by the way, they are also looking for a standard ideology behind these people, because QAnon people don't necessarily like Proud Boys necessarily, or vice versa. But they came to January 6th with the same idea, which is to storm the Capitol. They're trying to figure out exactly why that is, and if there's an underpinning ideology that explains this a lot better than, you know, just one militia or one conspiracy movement might by itself.
Can you explain a little bit more about anything that you didn't expect coming out of these discussions? I know you've been deeply reporting on this for a while. Is there anything that you heard in these discussions with these investigators that you went, I didn't expect that?
Yeah, look, I think, first of all, I didn't anticipate that they would be looking this deeply into these previous events. I thought that, you know, those are things that looked familiar to us. They looked like things that kind of looked like January 6th, but they didn't. I didn't really view them as maybe potential recruitment places for these specific things. And they also talk about the Great Replacement theory as maybe a unifying factor for a lot of these militias. The Great Replacement theory, that's the idea that white people are being replaced at large in the United States. The white electorate is being replaced by immigrants. And a lot of them believe that this is because of some sort of Jewish cabal elite thing. It's deeply anti-Semitic. It's deeply racist. But they are specifically, they brought this up by name. They're talking about that as maybe a thing that brought a few of these groups together.
This investigation by the January 6th Select Committee is separate. I think, to make this really clear, it is separate from the investigation the Justice Department is working on, where they've made hundreds of arrests, charged lots of people on that track. But interestingly, these investigators that you are reporting on here say that their mandate on the January 6th committee, the congressional committee, is actually bigger and broader. How?
Yeah, that's what they told me, that exact sentence, that it's bigger and broader. And, you know, they can make recommendations to law enforcement to say, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't focus specifically on one militia when there is a wider anti-elite movement in the United States that's growing since the 6th. They don't plan on just saying, like, this is exactly what happened on January 6th. They're going to talk about all the movements that in social media artifacts, I guess, they found in the years beforehand, and bring that up in relation to the 6th, and then talk about measures in the future that you could take to stop this from happening again. This is going to be a big report. It's going to be like a Mueller report or a Warren Commission or something like that. That's what it's going to look like at the end of the day. There's also going to be public hearings soon. So, that's the difference here, is that this is going to be, it's not just going to be a bunch of indictments of specific oath keepers and all this stuff. It's pretty all-encompassing from this committee.
Ben Collins, great reporting. Thank you so much for being able to bring it to us tonight here on NBC News Now. Appreciate it. Still to come. Looks like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is back in a pretty controversial bill. Critics call it the Don't Say Gay bill. We've got the latest details on that in the local. Plus, 24 hours after we explained what the metaverse is, today we're looking at some serious safety issues inside it. Maura Barrett has that in tonight's original.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to be backing the Parental Rights in Education bill, or what critics are calling the Don't Say Gay bill. The bill would stop teachers from having conversations with students about gender identity and sexual orientation. DeSantis says it's, quote, entirely inappropriate for teachers to be talking about that kind of thing with kids. From our West Coast Bureau, a San Diego fire rescue crew saved a guy who fell 50 feet into a canyon near a beach. You're looking at the aerials of that now. They got this 21-year-old onto a gurney, got him up into the air. We still don't know how he's doing, but officials say he was hurt pretty badly. We're going to update you on that as soon as we get more. And from our D.C. Bureau, have you seen this incredible video of a crossing guard? Watch, literally putting her body in front of a car to save a student from getting hit by the car that's going, by the way, way too fast with a wet road like that. Corporal Annette Goodyear was taken to the hospital, but luckily was not hurt. She was released afterwards. Officials say she even went to the student's home to check on them. She is being awarded a governor's citation for that good deed, and what a good deed it is. That is an incredible act of selflessness. Look at that. Ooh, that could have been a lot scarier, a lot worse. We want to bring you now tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. We've talked about the metaverse on this show. You've got some experts now, some of them who are becoming more and more worried about how safe it is, especially for younger people. And it's coming as Meta, formerly Facebook, tries to address a real-world issue that's bleeding into their VR platform, sexual harassment. Maura Barrett talks with one woman in the UK who actually experienced some of this virtual sexual assault on the platform. Watch.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
Meta,
formerly Facebook, sees a new world of opportunity in the metaverse.
You're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine.
But when Nina Jane Patel stepped into Meta's Horizon Venues, a space for virtual events, something she did not want to imagine happened.
Less than 30 seconds into it, I was suddenly surrounded by 3 male avatars with male voices who were kind of saying sexual innuendos to me. Before I knew it, they were, for lack of a better word, groping my avatar. So they were touching my upper and middle portion of my avatar.
Patel said she fumbled with her controller and could not put blocking features on quickly enough.
They said things like, don't pretend you don't love it. Clearly, people are using this space to, sexually harass and verbally harass people and act out their violent tendencies.
This week, Meta announced new personal boundaries, so avatars default to keeping nearly 4 feet of distance between each other. The company says this, quote, makes it easier to avoid unwanted interactions like this one, and we are sorry this happened. Infringement of personal space, though, is not the only concern for critics.
It's incredibly dangerous, potentially, to kids to have them in that environment. I mean, honestly speaking, I'd be very nervous as a parent about having Mark Zuckerberg's algorithms babysit my kids.
The Center for Countering Digital Hate is a nonprofit that analyzes and seeks to disrupt online hate and misinformation. One of their researchers spent 11.5 hours recording activity on VR Chat, a virtual world platform accessed on Meta's Oculus headset.
We found one infringement of the rules, and by that we mean grooming, child sexual grooming. We mean extreme hatred. One infringement every 7 minutes.
The organization shared its data logs and recordings with NBC. They found 37 instances of sexual content, 20 reports of racism, and 9 reports of abuse, most with minors present.
Trying to bully some kids? Sure. Right there, that little 12-year-old right here. He must learn.
Instances of hate speech, homophobia, misogyny, and rape were also reported in the virtual world. Age limits in these spaces vary. Both Meta's Horizon Venues and spaces accessed with Quest headsets where these incidents occurred are 13 plus. Meta advises adults should monitor their child's use. Responding to NBC's questions about these incidents and reporting issues, a Meta spokesperson said in part, Horizon Venues should be safe, and we are committed to building it that way. We will continue to make improvements as we learn more about how people interact in these spaces, especially when it comes to helping people report things easily and reliably. Skepticism still remains, though.
As virtual reality becomes more and more realistic, so it becomes more damaging because, of course, the psychological impacts of that environment feel more real. They're more difficult to sort of discern from our offline reality.
More, it feels like part of the issue here is that the platform doesn't look at policy violations if it can't match them to a username in its database, no?
So this is something that the Center for Countering Digital Hate was really concerned about, because as you're reporting issues in real time, you can obviously see a user that you're interacting with, and you've seen usernames, right, Hallie? There's often jumbled numbers, and you can see that right in real time. But if you choose to report it after the fact, that's something that the center was really concerned with. Specifically, they found over 100 incidences and infringements over that 11-hour period, and were only able to successfully report about half of them. And now Meta does point out that when you do report something like this, in the report will include a recording of several minutes of your last experience. So they have that on the record as evidence, for example. And they also have other safety precautions currently in place. In addition to those personal boundaries that we saw added here, you can block a specific user. You can mute them without reporting them necessarily. There's also an option where you as a user can transport yourself to a safe zone. So you can kind of take a beat away from an interaction if you need to physically, in the virtual world, I guess, remove yourself from that. And they also note that there are trained safety specialists monitoring and recording harmful conduct. Meta acknowledging that this is kind of a work in progress, right, when it comes to safety precautions that they might not have been able to foresee when they've been launching this product. But they do say that they're going to be monitoring activity and any incidents that go on in these spaces, and obviously adjusting as we go from there, like we saw with that addition of the personal boundaries. Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for that reporting. Coming up, Tesla might be facing some serious legal trouble, facing maybe a lawsuit in California over claims of racial discrimination and harassment. We're getting into that after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tesla may soon be going up against California, with the state's civil rights agency telling Tesla it could be slapped with a race discrimination suit after some fairly damning allegations of harassment and discrimination. Tesla responding in a financial filing, saying the company doesn't believe that the facts and the law justify the verdict. But here's what some former employees have said about working there. One former worker, Melvin Berry, was paid $1 million in arbitration, saying a supervisor often used racial slurs. Another former employee, Owen Diaz, was paid $137 million last year. Apparently said colleagues told him to, quote, go back to Africa. And former contract worker Kaylin Barker told Bloomberg in a statement, I feel like I have been tortured and sent back in time before African Americans had civil rights. Laura Kolodny from CNBC is joining us now. I mean, Laura, listen, these are serious accusations against Tesla. If California does move forward with a civil complaint, how does this register with the company, especially when all of these allegations are already out?
Well, employees already know what it's like working there, and they may be aware of some of the allegations and experiences of their colleagues, but it can be good for morale.
You know, we talked about how Tesla explained its position in a financial filing. They famously, listen, we talk about Tesla a decent amount. They don't have a PR department, right? So they're not responding, I don't think, to requests for comment. What has your experience been reporting on this topic and engaging with the company here?
So, right, everyone thinks Tesla doesn't have a PR department, but they definitely engage in PR. They have PR professionals in their ranks. They don't do traditional PR in North America, but Elon Musk is going ahead and doing these appearances on Joe Rogan or the Babylon Bee, and that doesn't book itself. They don't tend to answer directly to mainstream reporters. Elon Musk called reporters the hate stream the other day. They are saying they don't think that the DFEH has, grounds to sue over this kind of racist discrimination, and we haven't heard their defense. But a jury awarded, an employee, contract worker Owen Diaz, this huge verdict, and it's hard for Tesla to make the case. I think that they don't have any kind of problem, in particular because this is fighting discrimination is something that large companies simply have to deal with. Any company, any manufacturer.
What could it mean for Tesla if California does move forward with this?
If the state of California moves forward with this suit, and they've notified Tesla that they believe they have enough evidence to do that, this could be just an ongoing legal burden. And it's also It is a reputational hit to Tesla, a company that wants to appeal to ESG investors, environment, social, and governance-minded investors, and a company that's growing, including in the U.S. They need to promise a great working experience to people if they want to keep recruiting and keeping top talent.
Laura Kolodny from CNBC, thank you so much for being on with us and talking us through the latest twists and turns on Tesla. Appreciate it. That does it for us this hour. We will have more for you here, as always, tomorrow on NBC News Now. Same time, same place, same location, wherever you're finding us. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the crisis in Ukraine, Russia offering a big blow to France's shuttle diplomacy. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart in Kiev, saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, but the Kremlin immediately rejecting those claims, adding France doesn't have the power to negotiate such a deal. Ukraine now ramping up production on war supplies as Russia continues to build up troops. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell tonight with analysis. Also, the major headline involving Johnson & Johnson and the pandemic. J&J quietly pausing production of its COVID-19 vaccine. But the easy-to-deliver dose is widely used in developing countries. What's behind this decision? And could it have an impact here at home? Plus, several states, including now California, announcing plans to end mask mandates. The wild crash caught on camera. A hospital patient stealing a police car and ramming it into another patrol vehicle. How the suspect managed to get inside the officer's car. Big business on the big game. More than 31 million Americans planning to bet on this year's Super Bowl, and more than $7 billion is expected to be wagered when the Bengals and the Rams take the field. We'll tell you what's driving up this year's record bets. Tinder swindler banned. The man at the center of a hit Netflix documentary now kicked off several dating apps over allegations he scams women out of hundreds of thousands of dollars after meeting them online. And Shaun White's last run, the champion snowboarder and three-time gold medalist set to compete in his fifth and final Olympics. What he told me about the fear he faces, the pressure on the pipe, and his final push towards gold. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. We begin tonight with that continued standoff between Russia and Ukraine. Despite diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies, this new video showing more American soldiers arriving in Poland, part of the 1,700 U.S. service members deployed to Eastern Europe as Russia's military continues to surround Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with Ukraine's president today in Kiev, just 24 hours after a high-stakes sit-down with Vladimir Putin. Macron saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, a claim the Kremlin immediately rejected, with Russian officials also undercutting the French leader's authority to broker that kind of agreement. Meanwhile, inside Ukraine, the country working to restore Soviet-era tanks as it prepares to potentially face Russia's mighty force. Richard Engel is there again and leads us off tonight.
Possible positive signs from French President Macron's marathon diplomacy, meeting for 5 hours with President Putin. Today, Macron arrived in Ukraine, meeting President Zelensky and sounding optimistic, saying Putin had told him he won't be initiating an escalation of the crisis, and that Russia will pull its forces out of Belarus soon, though the Kremlin says no deals were made. A breakthrough? Maybe. But according to the Pentagon, Russian troops are still increasing on Ukraine's borders, especially now in Crimea in the south. Intelligence estimates? Ukrainian forces would fight back, but likely have to go underground within days of an invasion to form a resistance. NBC's Matt Bradley is with Ukrainian forces who are urgently preparing.
Ukraine is littered with these old Soviet-era tanks, and the idea here is to refurbish them and turn them into sparkling new, sophisticated weapons of war.
Military and intelligence officials tell NBC News Russia is expected to have enough force in place to invade all of Ukraine in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But, Tom, it may not go that far. While the maximalist option is always there, that Putin could invade Ukraine, topple the government, put a more pro-Russian government in place, there is also a key vote in the Russian parliament coming up, a vote on recognizing an area in Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. So Putin could decide to use that vote to justify taking over a part of this country he already controls. Tom?
Richard Engel leading us off tonight on Top Story from the Eastern Front there in Ukraine. Richard, thank you. As Macron tries to mediate between Russia and Ukraine, the Kremlin is downplaying reports that the French president got assurances against an invasion. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, I wanted to have you on tonight because you've been traveling with Secretary of State Antony Blinken during this Ukrainian crisis. And I want to get your take on Macron, right? He meets with Putin. He leaves the Kremlin. There's some reporting coming out that Russia has agreed to de-escalation, and then very quickly the Russians say, niet, no, right? That is definitely not what happened. Do you think Macron is making things better or worse?
Well, he's not making things worse for the situation, because the situation is really not going to be decided by the French president, by this diplomacy. The situation is now really boiling down to NATO versus Putin and the U.S. versus Putin, with the agreement of the allies. But what Macron has done is undercut his own desires, really, to be the leader of Europe, to replace Angela Merkel and Germany, for France to have the place that he believes is the rightful place. He's in a re-election year, and that really is a dominating factor to all of what's going on here. And the fact is, he's been embarrassed by this, because he goes to Moscow, they meet for 5 hours, they have a news conference after midnight, and he then tells reporters on his plane that they discussed a Finland option. A Finland option is a Cold War term, Finlandization, for somehow Ukraine agreeing to be like Finland and to never agree to join NATO and to always be a neutral partner and actually be under Moscow's influence. That is exactly what Vladimir Putin wanted. So immediately the French say, no, no, he didn't say that. He denies that he ever said that. The allies are all, concerned and a little bit miffed. So he certainly has not made things better for the situation, and he has not made things better for Emmanuel Macron.
Andrea, what does your gut tell you at this point with all of those Russian troops assembled there on the border? I've said it before on this show, Putin doesn't really have the brand of peacemaker. Do you think there's any diplomatic solution to this?
I think there could be a diplomatic solution if they come out with some exit strategy for him. But frankly, most of the really smart analysis and what is being told to Capitol Hill by the intelligence experts, by the Secretary of State, by the Secretary of Defense, is that with so many troops amassed on 3 sides, plus ships at sea, he really has to do something. He can't do some small incursion coupled with perhaps another cyber attack on Kyiv. He's got these troops in Belarus. They're only, 50 miles from Kyiv, right down the highway, even if we get into March and the ground is thawed. Those tanks can move down the major highway right from where they are positioned now in Belarus to the north. It's so close to the capital. He most likely will do something, and the best thinking is, especially considering the weather, that it's sometime around maybe the 18th to 20th of February, the latter part of February, but that we are in for some real trouble.
All right, Andrea Mitchell for us tonight. Andrea, thank you for that. We want to turn now to the pandemic. A lot of breaking news tonight and growing concerns over the slowing production of Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine offered around the world as new infections, hospitalizations, and ICU admissions are easing dramatically in some of the hardest hit regions in the U.S. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Tonight reports a critical supplier of COVID vaccines to much of the developing world, Johnson & Johnson, has quietly shut down production at a plant overseas. Amid growing concern, the virus will continue to mutate, especially if developing countries don't have quick access to the vaccine. J&J says it continues to manufacture its vaccine around the clock and around the world. It all comes as Omicron's subvariant BA2, even more transmissible than the original highly contagious mutation, now accounts for nearly 4% of new cases in the U.S.
even if the United States is highly vaccinated, but other countries remain unvaccinated, that adds to variants that can accumulate, cause us to have surges.
But tonight, a turning point for the U.S., where cases are down 65%. Several states announcing a plan to end mask mandates. Among them, California, where effective a week from today, mandates for the vaccinated will be lifted, though counties like Los Angeles and San Francisco say masks will still be required, as they are on public transportation statewide and in schools K through 12.
Given the increase in population immunity, it makes sense.
Tonight, our nation facing a new stage of the pandemic.
Masks will still be required here in Los Angeles on Sunday for the Super Bowl, though in previous games, fans have widely ignored the regulations. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight. Miguel, we thank you for that. And now for more on that major news from Johnson & Johnson and some other breaking news that is just coming in tonight here to Top Story. We want to get to one of our medical experts that we talked to throughout the broadcast and over several different weeks here, Dr. Patel, an NBC News medical contributor. So, Dr. Patel, I want to start with this breaking news. The New York Times has this right now. I'm going to read you from their website. It says that the governor will drop New York's indoor mask mandate on Wednesday. This, of course, follows the news we just heard there from Miguel on California. I understand you've heard this as well. What more reporting do you have on this?
Yeah, so what we understand is that, like the governors around her, New Jersey and Connecticut, I think Governor Hochul was really, I hate to say pressured, because the numbers are coming down, Tom, but the red states are red everywhere in terms of high transmission. So I do think that she's trying to balance what the really fatigued public is telling her. Listen, rates are low, we're doing what we can, things are coming down. But, you know, we're still seeing cases out here. And actually, our daily cases are equivalent to what we saw in the peak of Delta. So not as bad as it was a couple of weeks ago, but certainly we're not in the clear yet. So I think people will need to exhibit caution.
Dr. Patel, I want to go back to that other big news about Johnson & Johnson. How do you interpret that move? Does that tell us more about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or does it tell us more about the pandemic?
More about the pandemic, Tom. It's disappointing because, as we pointed out in talking with Miguel, this is a global race to try to get as many people vaccinated. Johnson & Johnson is an important part of that. One shot, even if you needed 2 shots, you don't need all those complex refrigerators. It has an easier distribution mechanism, more likely. I think that shutting down that plant, barring any safety issues, which I don't believe there were, this signals that they just are not able to prioritize a larger manufacturing capacity. And this also tells you that they probably, as a company, have not prioritized this at the same level that Pfizer and some of their competitors have. So even though some might say, oh, it's a signal that, you know, the pandemic's ending, we don't need as much of this manufacturing, quite the opposite, especially with the need for boosters. We haven't even gotten first-round shots in much of the world. Think about what we need to do to get boosters and what we know is coming down the line for all these other countries, just like we've experienced.
Dr. Patel, I know we have to be cautious, and I appreciate your take on that and reminding our viewers. But if we kind of put all these things together, right, at least in this moment in time right now, and as we've learned with this pandemic, things can always change over a course of a couple of days. But you have J&J stopping manufacturing of their vaccine. You have states like California and New York getting rid of their mask mandates. As you mentioned, cases coming down in many parts of the country. Are we at a sort of an inflection point here with the pandemic?
We are. And so let me give some good news. I rarely get to do this. We're at an inflection point where we can talk about many things going away. I've been working with schools and public schools trying to tell them, here's when we can get rid of masks potentially. Here's when it's safe to do certain things, or eliminating quarantine if there's a positive case, Tom. That's good news. What I think people like myself and other public health people need to do is think about, what are the metrics, Tom, where we switch it back on? Because as you know, really hard when we get back to closer to normal to tell people, listen, we're worried, let's go back. And that's, I think, something that we should be thinking about now. And I'm hoping all these governors are thinking about that as well.
It is a good reminder. Omicron definitely took a lot of us by surprise. All right, Dr. Patel, we always thank you for your analysis. We want to move on now, though. We've been telling you over the past couple of days about this massive trucker protest over vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions in Ottawa, Canada. The police chief saying the city is under siege right now. Officials now worried things could grow violent. And those protests now having consequences across the border in the U.S., shutting down the busiest border crossing in North America. Our Ellison Barber has this report from Ottawa tonight.
Tonight, Canada's Freedom Convoy protest is impacting international trade, leaving truck traffic in Detroit at a standstill overnight.
We got to grin and bear it, right? You know, there's just, can't get upset. I'm not the only guy stuck out here.
The cause of this disruption? Protesters blockading part of the Ambassador Bridge, a vital link carrying 27% of all trade between the U.S. and Canada.
You know, I can understand people fight for certain rights, but the way they're going about it, doing this is not going to solve anything.
This blockade just the latest move from a group led by truckers that have occupied streets crippling Canada's capital city, protesting vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now.
That protest now in its 12th day. For the first 11 days, horns blared. Now, because of a court injunction, they're revving their engines instead. But one thing has stayed the same: immovable vehicles bringing the city to a standstill.
All the truckers here are sitting in their trucks. And as far as I'm concerned, it's up to the population now. You want your country back, here is your opportunity.
A new poll from Abacus Data shows that 67% of Ottawa residents say they strongly oppose the protests.
I guess both sides have to talk. I think the idea of a mediator is a great idea because they are completely at a stalemate right now.
Ottawa police say they've arrested 23 people and issued some 1,300 tickets since the protest began.
Many of the remaining demonstrators are highly determined and volatile.
But on the ground, protesters say it's not like that.
It's unbelievable. Like you sit here and you talk to people and everybody's in tears. You give each other hugs.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now live from the protest right there in Ottawa tonight. Ellison, I have a couple of questions for you. I want to start off with, are the truckers living in those trucks or have they abandoned them there in the roads?
So some of them are. If you walk with me, you can see a little bit here. A lot of them are idling and on. Many of them are sleeping in their trucks. There are some areas, some places where people have set up sort of encampments where there are some tents. Some people are coming to their trucks during the day and then staying in other locations. But to your question, yes, there are people, as you can see right here, that are staying in their trucks. And when we were out this morning walking around, we could see people inside where they were sleeping, staying overnight as well.
Ellison, where you are, looks like this protest is still very much in full force. Is there any end in sight to this?
It doesn't appear to be in terms of the Ambassador Bridge earlier today, and I'll keep walking just so you can see a little more of what we see. Windsor Police, they say that they were able to open the Ambassador Bridge back up at least to some traffic here in Ottawa. The city manager has said that he's having difficulty convincing or getting any tow trucks to come in and move some of these vehicles out of the way. As we've been speaking to protesters here, they tell us that they plan to stay put until they see all COVID mandates end. They say no mask mandates, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions. Until that all goes away, they say they are prepared to stay here for days or even months. And we have seen people with food, with supplies, things where they say that if they feel they need to, if they don't see the changes, the demands they want to see met, that they can stay out here until they see something change. And one person we spoke to today, he said he's prepared to stay weeks or even months. Tom?
Weeks or months paralyzing that city. All right, Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, thank you. We want to turn now to Super Bowl Sunday. The Rams face the Bengals, of course. Experts predicting a record-breaking audience, but it doesn't stop there. Off the field, they expect more money to be placed on bets than ever before. NBC's Dasha Burns has more on the big business of gambling and its explosive growth.
Intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
When the Los Angeles Rams,
we're going to the Super Bowl,
and the Cincinnati Bengals
beat Mahomes at home,
take the field to face off for a Super Bowl win this weekend, a record number of people will have money on the line.
The Super Bowl continues to be the top sports betting event of the year.
More than 31 million Americans are planning to bet on the big game, according to the American Gaming Association. The gambling industry trade group forecasting $7.6 billion will be wagered this weekend.
Americans love to bet on sports. What we have seen is we now have 33 states plus the District of Columbia that have legal sports betting, so people can do it legally.
The expansion in legalized gambling means 45 million more people became eligible to bet since last year's Super Bowl. Bets exploding in the last few weeks alone during the playoffs. New York legalized mobile sports betting in the first week of January. Sportsbooks taking in more than $1.6 billion since then.
We're moving people away from corner bookies and offshore online websites, and that's a great thing. Ironically, two of the states that are not yet operational or legal to bet on sports are California and Ohio, where we've got the Cincinnati Bengals and the LA Rams.
Bets range from the simple, who will win, to the seemingly insignificant.
You can bet on everything from the coin toss, whether it's going to be heads or tails, the length of the national anthem.
Fortune awaits! The league now building and expanding relationships with gaming companies. DraftKings has deals with the New York Giants, the Dallas Cowboys, and the New England Patriots.
Lady Luck. Yes, ma'am.
Not to mention the ad dollars. What are the implications of those ties?
It's over $1 billion in advertising revenue this year that the NFL will make from online sportsbook and DFS companies.
The big opportunity could also spell big risk. What could be some of the pitfalls for teams and for players with this arrangement?
I think anytime there's money involved, you always have to be very cautious of players, teams, whoever, fixing games, right? So that's why the integrity of the game is so paramount to the NFL, because they know that a lot of advertising dollars are going to continue to come in from sports books, and they can't sacrifice that integrity.
All right, Dasha Burns joins me now in studio. So something I want to talk about betting, because there was a very big allegation made by the former coach of the great Miami Dolphins, who said basically that he alleges the owner told him that if he loses games to get a top draft pick down the line, he'd be paid about $100,000. Yeah. With so many people betting games and betting on all types of things now with the apps, I mean, how does this affect all that betting?
Yeah, I mean, look, this multi-billion-dollar industry, you better bet they're going to be watching these accusations very closely, because this goes to the heart of integrity, right? Whether or not these games are competitive, and whether or not, at the end of the day, these bets are fair. The NFL says they're looking into the claims made by Flores, and with so much money on the line, the NFL now has a very powerful force, another powerful force to account to the gaming industry, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, we thank you for that. We want to move on now to the 2020 Beijing Winter Olympics and a special interview with one of America's most decorated athletes. I sat down with Shaun White, considered to be one of the greatest competitive snowboarders, if not the greatest ever. Tonight, the fears and pressure he knows he has to face to finish these Winter Games, his last, with gold. Since his first Olympic run 16 years ago, Shaun White has been pushing the limits in snowboarding. At the last Winter Games in South Korea, another epic gold medal finish. White landing back-to-back double cork 1440s, something he'd never attempted before. Was that the greatest moment of your career?
I'm obviously in the hunt for another Olympics, but I have to say, I mean, yeah, in that moment I knew, I was like, I'm going to put this run down. I'm going to win this thing. I just felt it.
4 years later, a lifetime in this sport, so much has changed. White, now 35, is the oldest U.S. snowboarder to ever compete in halfpipe at the Olympics, his fifth. And those tricks have gotten a little scarier with age.
If I'm having an off day and, something gives out on the takeoff, I'm 20 feet up in the air above a 22-foot halfpipe wall made out of ice. You can really hurt yourself. You have hurt. There's consequences, and, like these scars in my face and things. I mean, I know now, with age, like what the consequence can be.
After spending most of the last few years away from the sport, the road back to competition was rocky.
Oh, almost goes down.
White now grappling with the realization that he's no longer the one to beat. His arch rival, Japan's Ayumu Hirano, recently landed the first ever triple cork in competition.
There he goes!
It's just wild that this trick is happening right now, because I attempted it in 2013. It didn't go well. I think I was like 2.5 flips, realized I wasn't in a good position. I opened up and I caught the top of the wall.
Is this something that we could possibly see from you in Beijing?
It's not something I'm super excited about, but I now know I need it.
Anticipation now growing to see if White will once again overcome the odds and attempt one last trick that he's never landed before.
Every time you've won, whether you were the youngest guy there, the newest guy, or the guy trying to make a comeback, you've had that fire.
Of course.
Do you still have that fire going to Beijing?
Well, the fire that's lit, and you're one of the few people I've mentioned this to, but this will be my last games. So everything's got this like glow to it. I'm like, oh, this is the last time I'm gonna do this, or this is the last time I'm gonna be in this situation, or you know, everything's got this.
Do you need to say that to sort of put the pressure on yourself?
A little bit. I mean, I think it helps. I think knowing that. I mean, I put so much pressure on myself anyways, but I just know that this being the last run, I'm open for whatever, which is taking some pressure off, but I know that this is it. And I'm just kind of like taking it all in, every bit of it. And kind of what we talked about earlier, like, you know, my mindset, like that's just as important as my physical. So I have to be like in a place of enjoying myself. Cause if I was sitting here stressing like, oh, if I don't win, everything's ruined. I can't operate from that level. Like you mentioned, like that's what drove me from the past, but I can't pull from that same pool of, you know, motivation anymore. It just doesn't work for me.
And you can catch Shaun White in the first of 2 qualification runs on the men's halfpipe tonight at 11:30 on the mothership NBC. We want to head out to Beijing right now as the U.S. is still looking to strike gold in the Winter Games. Entering the 5th day of competition, the Americans struggling in the medal count in 12th place. The Russian Olympic Committee topping the stands with 10 total medals, followed by Norway, the Netherlands, and Italy. Steve Patterson joins us again tonight on Top Story, live from the Olympics to preview tonight's event. So, Steve, I got to start with Team USA. What is going on? We're still on the hunt for our first gold medal of these games, but I know you also, you know, have some reporting about some big medal performances to note.
Yeah, Tom, you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say it wasn't a little bit concerning that we are this deep into the games and still no gold medal, but that is not to take away from the incredible performances that we've seen so far, including Jessie Diggins does it again. My gosh, she's special after that historic win last year in women's cross country, wins again. Now the first athlete to win an individual sprint in cross country. She takes home the bronze medals. Ryan Cochran-Siegel, by the way, RCS, wins silver in the Super G, just 0.04 seconds from the guy that won in Austria. This is 50 years after his mom won gold at the Olympics as well. The legacy passed on there. And then, oh my gosh, we got to talk about Nathan Chen. That program, unbelievable, setting the international best score for the men's short program. It's not a medal, it's not a gold yet, but he's in pole position. And I think more importantly, this erases that performance that we saw from him in the last Olympics, kind of getting over that. Huge mental win for him, huge for the entirety of Team USA as they push forward as well. So some big time performances and some that we're expecting to see in just a few hours, Tom.
Yeah, Nathan, a lot of people are watching him, and hopefully he can pull it off. A few household names. We mentioned Shaun White tonight. Other U.S. athletes are slated to take their runs here on day 5. Who should viewers be watching out for tonight?
Well, we got to talk about Michaela Schifrin because she had, you know, a pretty disastrous first run right out of the gate, crashes on one of the very first turns, just crashes out of the event. Very disappointing, but she's got one of 4 more events left in just a little bit. She is on track for a historic run, 1 medal away from tying the record for the most Olympic medals by a female American alpine skier. That is a huge deal. And then as soon as you and I are done talking, Tom, I'm heading to the halfpipe. There's men's and women's qualifiers. Chloe Kim could be the first to win multiple and consecutive golds on the halfpipe for a female. And of course, I'm going to see your best friend, Shaun White. We've been watching him practice. He looks really sharp. This could be the swan song. Hopefully it's not tonight. He has to qualify, though, to get to the finals and then fight for a 4th gold medal.
We will be rooting on all of Team USA in all those events. All right, Steve, great to have you. As always, try to stay warm out there. Still ahead tonight, Peloton spinning out. The company, once valued at $50 billion, announcing more cuts and layoffs, what it could mean for your favorite programs and instructors. Plus, the moment a stolen police car crashes into another officer, how a patient at a nearby hospital managed to take off with the police vehicle, and the so-called Tinder swindler facing even more fallout after that hit Netflix documentary, the latest dating apps to boot him. Stay with us. We're just getting started on Top Story on this Tuesday night.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back now with the subject of a new hit Netflix documentary you may have seen. He's the man known as the Tinder swindler. He's accused of defrauding dozens of women he met on the dating app, taking them on lavish vacations before scamming them out of millions of dollars. Several dating apps now banning him from their platforms, and it comes as cases of romance scams are rising across the country, costing their victims hundreds of millions during the pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, the man dubbed the Tinder swindler banned from the app and other dating sites. This comes after Simon Levi allegedly scammed women out of millions.
We had a special connection. It felt like stepping into a movie.
And after Netflix released The Tinder Swindler, a true crime documentary profiling 3 women who say they were victims.
$20,000, $30,000, $140,000.
The film, now in the top 5 on Netflix, alleges Levi, also known as Shimon Hayut, would match with women on Tinder, tell them he was a billionaire's son, and take them on extravagant trips, then con the women into giving him money that he would never repay. Levi allegedly scammed dozens of women out of around $10 million, filmmakers say. These women are not alone. Romance scams have skyrocketed during the pandemic. According to the Federal Trade Commission, U.S. losses doubling in 2020 from the previous year, a record $304 million. Romance scams now outpacing all other fraud.
How big of a problem is this?
It's a tremendous problem. Romance scams have been growing over the past few years at a really alarming rate. In the first 9 months of 2021, again, we saw a huge increase.
Tinder now releasing user tips for protecting against romance scams, including being wary of dates who ask for personal information and those who emphasize their financial challenges.
The women in the film, they don't blame Tinder. They blame Simon. Ultimately, they met Simon online, yes, but actually the real swindle happened when they met him in real life.
Levi, a convicted con con man went to prison for 2 years in 2015 for defrauding women in Finland, and again in 2019, serving 5 months for fraud in Israel before being released. His current whereabouts are unknown. According to the documentary, Levi started a website offering business advice and had even been seen back on Tinder. A spokeswoman for the dating app telling NBC News, "We banned Simon Levi and any of his known aliases as soon as the story of his actions became public in 2019." Adding, "We conducted additional internal investigations and can confirm Simon Levi is not active on Tinder under any of his known aliases." The film's director with this word of caution when finding love online.
That's how most people meet, the people that they fall in love with these days. But I think, obviously there needs to be a sort of a healthy level of skepticism.
What can people do to avoid being a victim?
Never send money to someone you haven't met in person. Never transfer money or invest your money on the encouragement of someone you haven't met in person.
All right, Priscilla Thompson joins us now live on set. And Priscilla, we were just talking about this, and you were telling me these women are in serious debt now, and they're trying to get some of the money back?
Right. They're still working to pay off all of that money that they lent Levi. And after the documentary premiered, they actually started a GoFundMe. They've raised more than $49,000, and in all, they're hoping to raise about $685,000.
And in your story, we saw all those sort of social media pics. He's in these really nice cars. He's got the suits, the watches. It was all apparently a scam?
Apparently he was taking these women on very lavish vacations and trips and then began asking them for money.
Okay, Priscilla Thompson, thanks so much for that. When we come back, Hail the Hero, the crossing guard, caught on camera using her own body to shield another child from an oncoming car. You see it right there, the major honor for her today. And the Wild West of weed. Several states known for crops now growing cannabis. What's behind the sudden boom right now? That's next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed. The 17-year-old cousin of Amir Locke has been arrested in connection to the no-knock warrant that led to his death. Locke was shot and killed inside a Minneapolis apartment building last week. The officers were serving a warrant that was related to a homicide in St. Paul, but Locke was not named on that document. All right, two California police officers were injured after a hospital patient stole a police car and crashed into another. Cell phone video shows the stolen San Jose patrol car going around in circles before it rams into another patrol SUV. Officers were responding to an unruly patient at the hospital when he took off on foot and fled in the idle police car. He's now facing several felony charges. And the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris was evacuated from a high school in Washington, D.C. Secret Service agents quickly removing second gentleman Doug Emhoff from a Black History Month event after the school received a bomb threat. Students and staff also evacuated. Authorities were searching the school, but no explosive was found. Now to a wild story. A New York couple has been charged in an alleged $4.5 billion crypto scheme. Federal prosecutors accuse the husband and wife of laundering the proceeds of nearly 120,000 Bitcoin that were stolen during a hack of a cryptocurrency exchange in 2016. The Justice Department says it has seized $3.6 billion of those funds, believed to be the department's largest financial seizure ever. And a special honor for a Maryland crossing guard who saved a student from an oncoming car. You may have seen this video. The surveillance video shows Annette Goodyear pushing a child out of harm's way, throwing herself into the car's path. She was hit, but she is okay. Today, Maryland's governor, Larry Hogan, awarded Goodyear, who is also a police officer, with a governor's citation for her heroism. All right, now we want to go to the major corporate shakeup at Peloton. The company announcing that its CEO is stepping down and 2,800 employees have been laid off. The at-home exercise giant struggling with decreased demand after peaking earlier in the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
Y'all look good. Y'all look focused today.
A shakeup at Peloton. Now taking the reins, former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, Barry McCarthy. He's replacing Peloton's co-founder, John Foley, who helped grow the company's following to more than 6.5 million members.
Peloton was one of the hottest stay-at-home stocks of 2020.
What's up? When sales surged early in the pandemic, Peloton reached a value of almost $50 billion. But the fitness company has struggled to maintain its momentum. Peloton's value is down 75% from its peak last year.
Why has the past year been so tumultuous for Peloton?
Everyone was rushing to buy a bike or a treadmill because they could no longer access the gym with pandemic-related restrictions, so that growth wasn't going to last forever.
Peloton's image also taking a hit when television shows depicted characters suffering heart attacks after riding the company's bike. John! Outgoing CEO Foley calls it a humbling time and introduced a plan that will slash $800 million in annual costs. That includes cutting 2,800 employees and abandoning plans for the company's first factory. But among the sweeping changes, a glimmer of hope. Peloton stock up 25% today, even as experts say the chance for a buyout from a company like Amazon or Nike is waning.
I think today you're seeing the company really lay the groundwork for its own turnaround.
All right, Emily joins us now outside of Peloton headquarters right here in New York City. So, Emily, people who have Peloton bikes or treadmills or who use the apps, you know, they really love those instructors and some of the content. Will any of these sort of layoffs affect those staffers or the programs that people follow every day?
Well, Tom, Peloton members can breathe easy tonight. The company says there will be no changes to its roster of instructors or programming content. Tom?
All right, Emily Aketa for us tonight. Emily, we appreciate that. Next tonight to the Heartland, where we have an inside look at a cash crop that's rewriting the rules in real time. The lucrative marijuana industry has already exploded in places like California and Colorado, but now new opportunities are causing a free market frenzy in Oklahoma. NBC's Morgan Chesky is there as farmers look to cash in and officials try to keep up.
It's not the kind of well-oiled machine you'd expect to see in Oklahoma. But make no mistake, folks here know a boom when they see one.
We're in one of the reddest states in the country, standing in a room full of marijuana.
Unbelievable. No one thought we would be here even 3 years ago, right?
Including David Lewis, who left a job in staffing to form Stability Cannabis. Now, 3 years after the state legalized medical marijuana, more than 100 employees make sure their supply meets the surging demand. All it took to start? $2,500 for a license to grow with no cap on quantity.
So about how many plants in this one room alone?
About 3,000 cannabis plants in just this one room.
And you'll have this on a store shelf how soon?
In just about 90 days.
Their customers, around 400,000 Oklahomans with medical marijuana cards, who can buy any cannabis product legally sold within state lines. Oklahoma now home to more than 2,000 marijuana dispensaries, more than Colorado, Oregon, even California. The draw? Ease of access and fewer regulations than competing states.
We're witnessing the second Wild Wild West to California.
Which is exactly why best friends Dustin Hyman and Django Evans traded California for Oklahoma to open their own shop.
Who are your customers?
It's anyone from a school teacher to an ex-athlete to a corporate guy to an 80-year-old grandma.
But the new Green Rush, not so cut and dry. The state agency tasked with regulating is struggling, telling us they've only been able to inspect about a quarter of the more than 9,000 licensed farms.
We have not been able to keep up with the demand.
Demand so high, quiet farm towns are finding this cash crop comes at a cost.
We're hearing a lot of stories in rural Oklahoma about the water resources overtaxed and overused, along with an immense uptick in the use of their electric grids.
With Oklahoma cannabis on track this year to surpass $1 billion in retail sales, lawmakers are proposing tighter rules and higher taxes. But with a business model other states are no doubt watching, it's clear this boom's taken root. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Oklahoma City.
All right, now to the Americas. Headlines from the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin with two very sad headlines, starting with a deadly bus crash in Mexico. At least 8 people killed, including a child, after the bus collided with a truck on a highway in Cancun and overturned. Dozens more injured, including tourists from France, Germany, and Pakistan. And in Colombia, a landslide has left more than a dozen people dead. Heavy rains causing the slide that swept through a residential area in the central part of the country. Mud and debris covering homes. Crews now searching for any survivors. At least 60 other homes have been evacuated. All right, coming up, the Oscar nominations are in. A look at who's up for this year's top awards, the biggest snubs and surprises, plus who's making history before even hitting the red carpet. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are back with the Academy Awards. The 2022 Oscar nominations have been announced. This year, 10 movies are vying for the award of Best Picture. Here they are. And the movie The Power of the Dog leads the nominations with 12, followed by Dune with 10, West Side Story and Belfast, each with 7 nominations. Let's bring in a top story favorite, a man who knows how to give an acceptance speech, a man who can light a fire, entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, first, I love the scene behind you there. You've really set the tone with that.
Thank you very much. It's just a glass of scotch after this is over for me.
So, Brian, I got to ask you, there's 10 movies? That seems like so many. How does the Academy decide who wins?
Okay, right, exactly. Well, 10 is a lot. You know, it coincided, this announcement that there would be 10 nominees, with the announcement that there would be some initiatives to foster more inclusion and representation, and some criticism that a lot of good movies were being overlooked. And yes, you know, there's a lot of movies to watch. I got some of them right here. You know, they give you the DVDs, and you can also go to the Oscar screening room, and each distributor pays $12,500 for the ability for people, voters, to screen those movies. The good news this year is, though, that there are 10 great movies. So at the end of the day, really, the bottom line is that the one that gets the most votes wins, unless there's a tie and then there's 2. But so really, I think it does introduce people to more choices and get people to see what kind of great films are out there.
You know, we just got our shipment of DVDs in at the Yamas household, so we're burning through those every single day. You know, anytime these nominations come out, people always talk about the drama, the snubs, the surprises. What are the big ones this year?
Well, you know, internet viewers love that kind of who got snubbed because they're celebrities. They get everything they want, right? Well, this year, one of the biggest snubs was Lady Gaga in the Best Actress category, of course, for The House of Gucci. She was nominated for a BAFTA award, the UK's equivalent of the Oscars, and she got that. So it was kind of thought that she might be a shoo-in, but did not get one. Kristen Stewart, however, who was nominated for Diana when she played Princess Diana, it's interesting that she did get nominated in this, but didn't get nominated for the BAFTAs. I'm not actually surprised because the UK might have a harsher eye towards her playing Princess Diana. So that's interesting.
Brian, give me the hot take. Give me the Balthazar hot take on Lady Gaga in House of Gucci, because I thought she was great.
I did too. You know, it's interesting. I am fascinated by people playing real people. And honestly, the Best Actress category was all about that this year. The majority of the women nominated, Jessica Chastain playing Tammy Faye. We had Nicole Kidman playing Lucille Ball. I thought I'm a Lady Gaga fan, so I go in with kind of a little bit of a slight bias of like she's going to be good, and I was not disappointed here. So, but you have to be objective with you're a voter. So
you do. No, you do. You really do. There's going to be some history made, possibly.
Yes, well, already Denzel Washington is the most nominated Black actor in history. He was just nominated for The Tragedy of Macbeth, and Jane Campion is the first female director to be nominated twice. She was first nominated for Best Director in 1994 for The Piano, and she's nominated now for The Power of the Dog. So it's always good to have the things to celebrate, and those two are celebrating today.
Here on Top Story, we have done probably more stories on Encanto than any other news broadcast, maybe in the world. What is the budget?
That might be? Why do you think? Is it you? Do you have kids? Maybe?
We have kids, yes, and we've been brainwashed by that great music. So, Brian, what's the hot take on that? Do we think Lin-Manuel's going to win?
Well, not only may he win, he may actually become an EGOT because of it. So he's nominated for the song Dos Oregoitas. I'm sorry, I butchered that pronunciation. I hope you could probably correct me on that. But the interesting part is he's already got the Emmy, the Grammy, the Tony. This could be his Oscar chance. He's been nominated before and didn't win. The interesting thing is the hot song is We Don't Talk About
Bruno.
Gino.
Everybody loves that one.
watched it for the second time last night. We Don't Talk About Bruno is the one that's getting like commercial success.
Yeah.
But this is the one Disney only submitted one song for consideration, and this is the one that they could put forth. And I think he's going to get it. It's a beautiful song.
I hope so too. I really hope he wins. And there's a lot of other great songs on that album as well that haven't even been released yet that are wonderful. Finally, Brian, I just want to ask you about this because I could be completely off, but I want to get your take on this. It seems to me that this year, at least people that I've been talking to are talking more about compelling television shows than they were talking about compelling films. Am I wrong to say that the latest buzz has been around really big TV shows?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we're looking for something that's going to draw us in for more than 2 hours. We're spending a lot of time at home, right? And so, interestingly, there was a time when actors and actresses would not touch television. Television was not where it's at. But then a lot of great screenwriters, because they weren't writing the blockbusters, decided to write for television. And that's where the business was for them. And now everyone wants a piece of television. That's where you can tell really compelling stories that unfold over years. And so, yes, television is where it's at. Streaming is where it's at. It's not a bad time to be a movie star. I'm not, it's not the best time. But, listen, I'm not worried about them. But TV is absolutely where it's at.
Brian, you know who the big winner is tonight?
Who's that?
You are. Brian Balthazar.
I'm going to have a glass of scotch. How can I lose?
Brian, we always love having you on Top Story. Thanks so much. When we come back, the Olympian now becoming a new dad. The couple we introduced you to last week welcoming their first child, but dad is still competing. What he says about marking 2 major milestones at once.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, finally tonight, an update on a story we brought you last week. An American Olympian became a new dad while in Beijing and now cannot wait to get home to the biggest prize of all. We first met Olympian Leif Nordgren and his wife Caitlin last week right here on Top Story. The day before Caitlin was due to give birth. She told us the minute they found out they were pregnant, they did the math.
We knew, we were like, oh no, early February, that's not good.
Caitlin is a meteorologist for NBC5 in Burlington, Vermont. Her husband, Leif, is an Olympic biathlete. You know, that event where you ski and shoot. There are no good excuses to miss your child's birth, but qualifying for the Winter Olympics isn't half bad.
Sacrifices are just a huge part of an athlete's life. And if two people can do this, Leif and I are definitely those two people.
Together, they decided Leif wouldn't give up his Olympic dream. So on Sunday night, as Caitlin went into labor in Burlington, Leif joined by video from Beijing. Together, virtually, they welcomed little 7-pound, 3-ounce Astrid into the world.
It was really nice to be able to at least be there and talk to her a little bit, try to help her out as best I could. It was still a very cool experience, even over the phone.
Leif competed in his first race today, admitting afterwards his mind was a little more focused on baby than the targets he was trying to nail during the biathlon.
Obviously, I wish I could be there and get to hold Astrid, but it'll be another week and a half or so, and we can kind of start the rest of our lives together.
For now, Caitlin is trying to watch Leif compete, but she's no longer in charge of the schedule.
When she's hungry, she's hungry. She got really hungry, like right as the race was starting. But yeah, there was for sure some juggling this morning, but that will just be what we're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks.
All right, and good luck to Daddy, who is competing hard in the Olympics. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here, actually, from Los Angeles tomorrow. We'll tell you more about that. Good night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Tuesday, February 8th. And tonight we're talking about voting. The U.S. Supreme Court is letting Alabama lawmakers update that state's congressional map. Critics of the map say it would put black voters at a disadvantage, and a lower court agreed. Alabama's Republican Secretary of State John Merrill represented the state in court. He joins us to talk about the decision. How do we keep fraternities and sororities from hazing newcomers? And where should we draw the line between hazing and initiation? We'll get into that with Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown. He's co-sponsoring 2 bills to prevent hazing. Also, NASA is planning to replace the International Space Station. It will drop the old one into the Pacific Ocean. A former astronaut joins us to explain why. And she was cut from the U.S. Olympic ski team twice, only to return for a shot at redemption. Team USA's Rosie Brennan joins us live. So when you vote this year, you might be in a different congressional district than before. Let's begin tonight with a controversy over redistricting in Alabama. Last year, Alabama's Republican-controlled legislature drew the state's new congressional map. That resulted in 6 majority white districts, the ones in yellow, and 1 majority black district, the one in red. That's in the Birmingham area. Now, Alabama overall is about 27% black. So by that math, 27% of the population generally gets 100 divided by 7, about 14% of the congressional vote. That's why critics of this map say it dilutes the electoral power of black voters. And 2 weeks ago, a federal court agreed. A panel of 3 judges, 2 of whom were appointed by former President Trump, ruled that the map violated the Voting Rights Act. The panel's opinion was more than 200 pages long, and among other things, the judges wrote, quote, Black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress, unquote. Now, the court ordered the Alabama legislature to revise the map so that 2 congressional districts would have a substantial portion of black voters. Instead, the state appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and last night, justices sided with the state. They voted 5-4 to stay the lower court's ruling for now, although it might face a full hearing later. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote to explain his vote on the stay. He made it clear that this ruling is not a, quote, position on the ultimate merits of the party's underlying legal dispute, unquote, meaning the maps might violate the Voting Rights Act, or they might not. Justice Kavanaugh's point is that it would be too disruptive to the Alabama primary on May 24th to change things now. Last night on MSNBC, the incoming president of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund questioned that reasoning.
The Supreme Court, based on a principle, not even actual law and precedent, but on a principle that was articulated in a case out of 2006 called Purcell, the court, in a concurring opinion, decided that allowing the maps to be redrawn within 7 weeks of the earliest date of the kickoff of the election would somehow be disruptive and violate a principle that, as I said, is not in fact law, but is a notion that has come to govern election law cases in the past several years.
Now, Chief Justice John Roberts joined the court's more liberal justices. He voted against the stay, writing that the lower court got its ruling right. Justice Elena Kagan wrote a lengthy dissent. She noted that leaving these maps in place, quote, does a disservice to black Alabamians who have had their electoral power diminished in violation of a law this court once knew to buttress all of American democracy, unquote. Joining us now is Alabama's Secretary of State John Merrill. He oversees Alabama's elections and was the litigant in these court cases representing the state. Secretary Merrill, welcome. Glad to have you with us.
My pleasure to be with you. Yes.
Before I get into some of the concerns over the maps, let me just start with your general stance on them. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that these maps treat all Alabamians, especially black Alabamians, fairly? Scale of 1 to 10.
Well, it's difficult to answer that question that way because what you want in any maps that are drawn anytime is to ensure that the population of the area is properly represented. And in our state, 26.7% of our population is African American. 69.1% of our population is white Alabamians. And I think it's important to know that it's difficult to make sure you had 2 proper congressional districts drawn in order to make sure that those African Americans are represented with 2 majority-minority districts simply because you don't have that many African Americans living in the same geographic area.
I think the fact that you didn't just say 10 speaks to the issue within this lawsuit. Though I hear you in terms of the difficulties of drawing these maps. No one has nailed this down, I think, to a science that satisfies everyone. But the question of that is really kind of at the under...
Sure, if you ever get a state that says they've got a 10 every time, you need to bottle them up and ship them to the other 49. I can assure you of that.
Well, that's kind of the issue within this lawsuit. I mean, one of the things that was brought up in the lower court ruling, and I'm quoting from the lower court ruling, Alabama's extensive history of repugnant racial and voting-related discrimination is undeniable and well documented. Defendants, the state, defendants argue that Alabama has come a long way, but the question for us is more pointed. Has it come far enough for these factors to be neutral or to weigh in favor of defendants? Secretary Merrill, I wonder how you contemplate the answer to that, particularly Alabama's past and what it means now for drawing these maps.
Well, the point is very well taken. And one of the things that I've shared multiple times when I've testified before Congress about our efforts to just register voters. I mean, since January the 19th, 2015, as of today, we've registered 1,984,029 new voters in our state. We now have 3,621,553 registered voters in Alabama. 96% of all eligible African Americans in Alabama are registered to vote. 91% of all eligible white Alabamians are registered to vote, and 94% of all eligible Alabamians are registered to vote. No state in the union has made the progress that we've made in that same period of time. Are there still other areas that need improvement, other areas that need to be worked on? Without a doubt. Are we doing everything we can each and every day in the office of the Secretary of State? Without question. And we're going to continue to do that as long as I have the privilege to serve in this role. We're going to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
That is remarkable, Secretary Merrill, but that doesn't quite answer my question. You were talking about whether African Americans are registered to vote. This quote from the district court ruling has to do with whether they'll be able to vote in districts that fairly reflect the populations in their areas in light of Alabama's history of disenfranchising black voters.
Well, Josh, as you know, we have one majority-minority district in the state of Alabama today. We have had that same district since 1992 when reapportionment created that district. Josh, I have been living in that district since 1992. I am a resident of the majority-minority district currently represented by Terry Sewell in the United States Congress. My daughter actually interned for Congresswoman Sewell because she represents us. So District 7 represents the people who live there, not just African Americans, but the people who live in that district, and I'm one of those residents.
With regard to other districts, though, Secretary, that might have been created, the Supreme Court case, and we should be clear, the ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court did not rule on the merits of whether or not the maps would survive. It was more about the timing and whether or not there was time to kind of alter these maps now. There is a precedent, the Gingles case, that sets out a three-pronged test to determine whether or not there is a case that plaintiffs could bring like this. And we'll put them up so people can see them. I won't get too deep into the legalese, but basically the conditions are that a minority group is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a minority in a district, that minority is politically cohesive, and that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it usually to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. So those are the three conditions for a case like this. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that if these maps actually went to court, if there was actually oral argument, a hearing before the Supreme Court, how well do you think these maps would survive this three-pronged test?
Josh, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult in the state of Alabama to have two majority-minority districts that are represented by a majority population of African Americans because of the numbers that I just gave you. And you said the first element in that three-pronged test was to have them in a compact geographic area. You're not going to have that in the state of Alabama because of where African Americans live. It's where they choose to live. And we think that that's important, that the representation for those people be respective of the individuals that live there, obviously. But you also want to make sure that you're not continuing to promote a gerrymandered district that would not represent all the people that live in a particular area.
So can we just be clear, do you believe that Alabama's maps survived this test or not?
Well, this is what I know. I know that it's beyond me. When I was a member of the Alabama legislature, I helped to draw the maps that were approved between 2010 and 2020. Now, as the Secretary of State, my job is just to implement the maps that are presented to us by the Alabama legislature. Obviously, these maps were challenged in court. They were actually challenged, Josh, and you may know this very well, before they were ever produced. There was already a lawsuit filed. And what we know is that the Supreme Court has said that these maps are acceptable for the 2022 election cycle. What happens in 2024?
That is not, I'm sorry, sir, that is not what the Supreme Court said. The court did not rule on the quality of the maps. Justice Kavanaugh, in his opinion, only said that the timing of this case, based on when the primary comes in late May, is too close for the court to rule out of concern for upsetting the process. He said very plainly in his ruling that he was making no opinion. He was casting no opinion on whether the maps were fair or not. So I'm sorry, but that's not true.
Josh, before you interrupted me, what I was saying was the maps are going to be used in the 2022 cycle, but it made no mention about whether or not they would be acceptable 2024, 2026, or 2028, leading up again to the reapportionment cycle in 2030 and beyond. So we do know that they have been approved to be used for 2022 in our May 24th primary. June 21st runoff and the November 8th general election.
Let me ask you about what happens going forward. You know, the court has left open the possibility that these might actually go forward for larger hearing. That may yet happen in the fall. Critics of the map say that's too late for the primary, but at least they left open the possibility that there would be some kind of hearing in court. Justice Kagan, in her lengthy dissent, wrote that the plaintiffs brought 17 witnesses over 7 days, and they brought 11 possible other plans for the way that these maps could be drawn, and also wrote that the defense's expert witness was disregarded by the lower court for weak expertise, for not reviewing all the plaintiff's evidence, for offering what the lower court believed were unsupported opinions in his testimony. I have to ask you this, in this politically charged environment, with all these questions around the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court did not have a conservative majority with 3 justices appointed by President Trump, do you think this might have gone a different way?
Well, that would call on speculation or conjecture on my part to determine what individuals who are not currently on the court might think about something that they have never seen nor has been introduced to them. I can say that I know what this court did. I read the opinion that was issued by the sitting justices, and we know that it was considered, and now we know what we have to do from this point forward, beginning on May 24th when we have our primary vote, and then again with the runoff on June 21st, and then the general election November the 8th.
Last thing I would ask, for Black Alabamians who look at this map and are concerned about what may happen to their capacity to vote for lawmakers that really reflect their needs and the needs of their areas, what would you recommend as just the state's top election official to make sure that they're registered and ready to vote this May?
Well, we certainly want anyone that's not currently registered to vote, if they are a United States citizen and they reside in Alabama, we want them to be registered to vote and to have a photo ID so they can participate at the level that they choose to. They can do so through our mobile app at alabamavotes.gov, on our website, Vote for Alabama on the mobile app, and they can call our office 334-242-7200, and we would love to have them make sure that they are registered and ready to participate. I think it should also be noted that our legislative district in the Alabama House and the Alabama Senate now have more majority-minority representation than in any other time in the history of the state of Alabama. So even though we still have work to do, we're doing great work in Alabama. We're proud of that, and we're going to continue to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat in Alabama.
And that site again is Alabama Votes, all one word, alabamavotes.gov. John Merrill, the Secretary of State in the state of Alabama. Secretary Merrill, I really appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. My pleasure.
Let's continue now with Jeffrey Rosen. He's a professor at the George Washington University Law School, and he's also the president and CEO of the National Constitution Center. Professor Rosen, welcome back.
Good to be here.
I wonder what your thoughts were on our conversation with Secretary Merrill, particularly in light of the concerns that the lower court raised and the Supreme Court did not address about Alabama's new maps.
Well, you were absolutely right to press him on what the court actually held. And you're also correct that the court did not in any way bless Alabama's map. The central matter of dispute was timing. As Janae Nelson said earlier, the court applied this doctrine called the Purcell principle, which says courts shouldn't change the rules of an election too close to an election. Remember, that's exactly the same principle that was at issue in the election of 2020 when the liberal and conservative justices were disagreeing about whether lower courts could review the constitutionality of election fraud cases. But here, the conservatives said it was too close to the election. The liberals disagreed with that. But the central substantive dispute was whether Alabama was right to impose a whole new requirement that the Supreme Court has never recognized before, and to try to draw a new majority-minority district with race wholly out of mind, whether new computer technology might make it possible to draw a new district not even thinking about race. And as Justice Kagan said in her dissent, that's a new principle. You have to change the law and narrow the Voting Rights Act to embrace that principle. It's wrong to make the lower court apply it because it's not the law of the land right now. Plus, there's no evidence that even things would come out differently if you applied this new principle. So the liberals and conservatives are strongly disagreeing, first about whether the Supreme Court's right to intervene, and second about whether to change the existing law. And neither of those principles in any way blesses or approves of what Alabama's doing.
Can you dig in a little bit more on the timing issue? I mean, I think that the argument from the state of Alabama is we're fine going to court on this if the Supreme Court wants to hear the case. We're very close to the election right now. We're confident in the maps that we have. We can litigate this later. If there's a problem, we can come back to it in the fall.
Exactly. That's exactly what Alabama said, and that's the argument that the conservatives embrace. Justice Kagan said Alabama did everything right here. They sued the moment they could. Any delays were the state's fault. And in the past, the Supreme Court has not applied this Purcell principle many, many months before the election would actually take place. The election is not until November, the primaries in the spring. And Purcell had been used to say, don't change the rules, in the days or weeks before an election. Here, there's lots of time. The Supreme Court's not going to actually rule on this, possibly as late as next June. And the liberal justices were saying, hey, you're applying this principle basically to prevent judges from reviewing constitutional challenges to voting rights arrangements much more strenuously than you've done in the past.
I wonder what your sense is of whether this would pass that three-prong test from the case Thornburg versus Gingles. We mentioned it earlier. We'll put the three prongs of that test up back on the screen. Secretary of State Merrill said that it might not succeed on the first part, and I'm paraphrasing him, because this idea of having a minority group in a sufficiently large and compact area, that doesn't really apply to Alabama's geography, presumably because a lot of the state is very rural. What would you make of that argument, Professor?
The district court rejected that argument explicitly. It found that you could, in fact, draw two majority-minority districts in an extremely compact and cohesive way. The challenge is a different one than the one the secretary raised. As Justice Kagan said, the claim is now that new voting technology makes it possible to draw districts without even thinking about race, without having race in mind at all, and that the court should have required that race-blind approach. Now, as Justice Kagan said, the Supreme Court has never required you to be race blind in the past. The whole point of the voting rights amendments of Section 2 is to maximize the ability of minority voters to elect representatives of their choice. And Justice Kagan suggested that it would represent a radical narrowing of the law, even more than the court already did in the Brnovich decision last June, to impose this new requirement, which no one has ever heard of before and has never been litigated. So that's going to be the central question when the court actually hears the case next year. And it may be, in fact, it looks like the tea leaf suggests that there could well be a conservative majority willing to embrace this new requirement, saying you can't even think about race when you're trying to draw new majority-minority districts. That would make it much tougher to create these districts, and as Justice Kagan said, would represent a big change in the law.
One more thing before I have to let you go. One more quote from Justice Kagan's lengthy dissent. Among other things, she wrote, quote, "Today's decision is one more in a disconcertingly long line of cases in which this court uses its shadow docket to signal or make changes in the law without anything approaching full briefing and argument," unquote. Professor, before I got to let you go, not to get too deep in the weeds, but what does she mean by that, using its shadow docket?
It's very important. The shadow docket is an expedited procedure where the court will make decisions without hearing full briefs and arguments, and basically will step in and change the law without telling you what it's doing. That challenge was persuasive to Chief Justice Roberts, and he joined the liberals in this case. It was a 5-4 decision, because he said you should basically let the district court do its thing without intervening on this shadow docket, without the benefit of full briefing and arguments. And this has been a big criticism. The President Biden Supreme Court Commission expressed concern about the shadow docket. And the critics are saying that it's not fair to make such important constitutional decisions without full briefing and argument.
Well, we will see what the court does when it takes this case up later on in the year. GW Law Professor Jeffrey Rosen, always a pleasure to see you. And I should note, by the way, tomorrow we will be joined by a member of the Alabama NAACP to talk about this case. Professor, thanks very much. Still to come, college hazing is the target of a bill in Congress. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown joins us to discuss a bill designed to keep students safe and alive. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Parents have lots of concerns when they send their children off to college. Safety is high on that list. Sometimes the biggest concerns over safety stem from fraternities and sororities. Hazing has kept these organizations under scrutiny for a long time. At some schools, these groups are the gateways to and gatekeepers of social life on campus. The parents of 19-year-old Danny Santulli just sued the Phi Gamma Delta chapter at the University of Missouri. Their son has been in a coma since last October. He got alcohol poisoning during a Pledge Father reveal party. The National Fraternity and the University of Missouri both suspended the local chapter right after that incident. And this is not an isolated incident. Back in 2017, a student at Florida State died after a similar incident. That led to jail time for frat members, a settlement with the group, and an anti-hazing law that passed in Florida. Various states have proposed and passed anti-hazing legislation. Virginia's Senate recently approved Adams' Law. It would require colleges to provide a hazing prevention curriculum and calls for advisors to train students. The bill would also make public and private colleges publish their student organizations' violations of the Code of Conduct online. But are these state laws enough, or does more need to be done on the federal level? Joining us now is Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. He's co-sponsoring two anti-hazing bills, the End All Hazing Act and the REACH Act. Senator Brown, welcome. Good to see you again.
Good to be back. Thanks.
What makes these bills personally important to you?
Well, I've seen what happens to families in Ohio where someone dies from the parent sends a child off to college, and 3 months later that child dies in some kind of hazing accident incident that a family never gets over. So we want to make sure that we shine a light on what happened and that we can prevent this in the future. I mean, no parent should. I mean, parents are always going to worry. I've had kids go off to school. I still worry about them in their 30s and 40s, but parents shouldn't have to worry about that happening just because a son's joining a fraternity or a daughter's joining a sorority. That's not the issue. The issue is this kind of activity and action that schools have to own up to.
Let's talk about these two bills a bit more. The End All Hazing Act, that's Senate Bill 775, which was introduced by Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, and then Senate Bill 744, the REACH Act, introduced by Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Talk about what these two bills are designed to do.
Yeah, they're both bipartisan, and this is an issue that really doesn't know partisan boundaries, particularly as you'd think. And it essentially says schools, first of all, we need to define what hazing actually is. There are differences of opinion. We need Health and Human Services in Washington to define what it is, working with colleges and universities and activist groups and advocacy groups define what it is, and then we've got to make sure that schools are reporting it on their crime report every year. Schools are required under federal law to report crimes on campus. This should be included in that. So when a parent thinks, okay, where am I going to send my daughter to school? Well, this school has a reputation of some hazing incidents that have resulted in deaths of students. I'm not sure I want to send my child there. So I think this is self-enforcing, because schools have to take responsibility for this, and they know if their crime report shows hazing incidents that it will dissuade some parents. So make your school as safe as possible. These bills working together will help do that.
I just want to dig in on part of what you said in terms of what the bills would do. Part of what you said is that they would define what hazing is. I imagine that's part of the challenge in terms of enforcing it, which is figuring out the line between an initiation process that may be a little messy, a little embarrassing, but not necessarily rising to the level of criminality, and then the point at which it crosses a line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, I don't have the qualifications to make that determination. And typically, we don't write that kind of language into a law because it's just too hard to do and the world changes. But the federal government passes down rules all the time on all kinds of things. They should define it again, not just unilaterally, but working with universities, working with advocacy groups, working with parents who have lost children, because a number of them, like Stone Foltz in Ohio, where we named one of the bills after, his death has been a call to action for a lot of people. So once that definition's in place, then schools know what to stop from happening, and then those schools, if they fail, it's part of their crime report, and it affects the reputation of the school. So that as all crimes on campus do. So you don't want to send your child to a campus that's had too many crimes committed, whether it's hazing or something else. And this will help clarify that and help the sort of self-enforcement mechanism that schools will do and parents will be part of.
How do you work with colleges and universities and Greek letter organizations on something like this? I mean, I totally understand the need to keep people safe on campuses. I also understand how fraternities and sororities are a big part of campus life. I went to the University of Miami, where Greek life is very significant, partly because it was such a large commuter school. And when people commuted to campus, Greek organizations were kind of a backbone of student life on campus. So I can understand people who'd be concerned about changing the culture so much that it kind of denatures the culture of what it means to be at college.
Yeah, there's no interest from any of the sponsors, Senator Cassidy, Senator Casey, Senator Klobuchar. None of us is there an interest in dampening Greek life or saying that a sorority or fraternity can't be part of this campus. We have no interest in doing that. We do have interest in the sort of extremes that initiation might fall into or might reach, that endanger students. I know it's not a challenge at fraternities. I mean, most fraternities and sororities don't have initiations that result in kids' deaths. I mean, that's unusual, but we've got to make it much, much more unusual. So HHS will, consulting with sororities and fraternities and universities and advocates and parents, will write these rules, and then the campuses will work to enforce them and make sure they're done in a way to stop these hazing deaths. But Greek life goes on, initiations go on the way that they can be done safely as they are in 99 out of 100 times.
I know I got to let you go in a second, but I wonder, Senator, if there are particular kinds of hazing that you're the most concerned about. I mean, just last week, there were parents of an alleged hazing victim who sued the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity at the University of Missouri for a victim who has apparently been on a ventilator for months now after suffering alcohol poisoning. So alcohol is one kind of hazing. Are there certain types of this behavior that, I know you're concerned about all of them, but are there certain types of it that you're most concerned about?
Well, most of it's got to do with alcohol. I mean, the deaths that I hear about and the parents I've talked to are almost always alcohol related. Then other things happen, but it's often a child dies from excessive alcohol. I mean, dies of alcohol poisoning, and it's not 2 or 3 drinks. It's the child drinking and the pressure from whoever's doing the initiation, not always a fraternity or sorority, but whoever's doing the initiation, the sort of unrelenting pressure on these kids to be one of the gang. And if you're 18 years old, I have to think back more years than you do, Joshua, to be 18. But you think of your insecurities, and you're going to respond to upperclassmen telling you what to do, and we've got to make sure these upperclassmen aren't telling them just to consume almost unlimited, excessive amounts of alcohol, because that has resulted in deaths too many times. So I think that was more specific answer to your question. It's mostly about alcohol, but they will write the rules in a way that will cover other things too.
Ohio Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, I appreciate your time, and it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for you too, sir. Thanks.
Coming up, the Oscar nominations came out today. Some surprised critics, others broke barriers. We'll get to some of today's other big stories just ahead. Stay close.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's update you now on some of the stories we've been following on our show. Let's begin on Capitol Hill with an unusual comment from one of the nation's Republican leaders about January 6th. Today, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell broke from the party when he described the attack on the Capitol as it was.
It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
The Republican National Committee recently passed a resolution calling the events of January 6th, quote, legitimate political discourse. Senator McConnell also disagreed with the RNC's move last week to censure Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. They're the only GOP members on the House committee investigating the attack. The Biden administration says it wants parents to get their taxes done, and that includes those who usually don't file because of income requirements. The administration says millions of families are still eligible for payments from the expanded child tax credit. Today, Vice President Kamala Harris helped kick off an outreach campaign. Similar events will take place in every state and in Puerto Rico during the tax filing season, encouraging parents to claim that credit. Last July, the federal government began to send these monthly payments, and that means there are 6 months of payments waiting to be claimed. Officials estimate refunds from this provision will add up to around $3,300 per household. Streaming services may be taking over the world. Granted, I work for one, but we got new proof of their power today with the Oscar nominations.
Sort of a lonesome place out here, Pete, unless you get in the swing of things.
That's Netflix's film, The Power of the Dog. That got the most nominations, 12 in all, including Best Picture. Of the 10 nominees for Best Picture, half came from streaming services. Did you watch any of these? They include Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV Plus's Coda, and 2 from Warner Brothers that ran on HBO Max, Dune and King Richard. Will Smith's portrayal in King Richard of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams, got him nominated for Best Actor. He has yet to win an Oscar. Other Best Actor nominees include Javier Bardem for Being the Ricardos, Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth, Benedict Cumberbatch for The Power of the Dog, and Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom. For Best Actress, the nominees are Jessica Chastain for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, Nicole Kidman for Being the Ricardos, Penelope Cruz for Parallel Mothers, and Kristen Stewart for Spencer. This year also included a number of first-time nominees. Beyoncé, what do you get, the woman who has everything? An Academy Award nomination, this time for Best Original Song for Be Alive from King Richard. The only thing Beyoncé ain't got is an Oscar. Kristen Stewart is also a first-time nominee. And other first-timers include Kirsten Dunst for The Power of the Dog, Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, and supporting actor Troy Kotsur from Coda. He's also the first deaf person nominated for Best Actor. And where could be better to look at the stars than the Oscars? Maybe the International Space Station. But that stargazing station is going to plunge into the sea in a few years, on purpose. A former astronaut tells us where exactly it's set to crash and why when we come back.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The countdown is on at NASA, not to a takeoff, but to a big splash down. The International Space Station will be retired after 23 years in service. The current station will remain busy for the better part of the next decade, until 2030. Then it will be taken out of orbit and sent plunging towards Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean. NASA plans to create multiple new space stations through partnerships with 3 private companies: Blue Origin, NanoRacks LLC, and Northrop Grumman. They'll work alongside NASA to build and launch mixed-use stations. The new ones will house government space programs and private companies venturing into Earth's orbit. And those stations should be in orbit before the International Space Station is sunk. Joining us now is former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino. He's a professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University. Professor Massimino, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Joshua, it's my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
So can we just talk about the long term for a second, the commercialization of space travel, the commercialization of space stations? What do you make of that? Is that on balance a good thing, a bad thing, mixed, too soon to tell? What do you think?
Well, I think we'll eventually find out, but I'm really hoping it's going to be a good thing, and I expect it to be a really good thing. It's something that NASA has been wanting to do for a long time, is turn over a lot of the operations in space and the benefits of space to private enterprise. And there were plans going way back decades ago at the beginning of the space shuttle program where they were looking to have commercially run space stations. And the thought was the space shuttle would be flying so often that it would go up there to retrieve experiments and bring people up there for a couple days and then bring them down. And that was all in the plan. And then they had the major accident in 1986, and that kind of ended that idea. So I think what's exciting now is that after all these decades, we're at the point where it looks like the idea of having commercial space stations can take hold once again.
Why get rid of the ISS? Why not just refurbish it, repair it, renovate it?
Well, it's going to be 30 years old, over 30 years old. Actually, a little more than that. It launched in 1998 and was tended with crews going up to visit and continue to build it until 2000, when we were able to permanently put people on board and change them out about every 6 months like we have been doing in these past 22 years. It's got about another 9 years according to the plan. You know, they might extend it a little bit, but 30 years is kind of a pretty long time for any spacecraft. That was the length of the shuttle program. And getting 30 years out of the space station, I think, is a pretty good goal. And we're not going to just give up on space stations. There's a plan. One of the plans is to add on to the current space station, and then when it deorbits it, have a commercial space station there in its place. Or, as you said, some of these other companies that might be launching a space station. So it's not like we're giving up on space stations, as hopefully we're going on to an improved way to conduct research in microgravity and have space stations that both the government and commercial enterprise can use. So, you know, 30 years is a pretty long time. If we can get that far with it, I'm sure we can. And we'll see. We'll see what the condition it's in at that time. But I think that's a pretty realistic goal, and then move on to the next phase.
Talk to me about what this decommissioning is going to be like. I think it's easy to hear about the ISS splashing down into the Pacific Ocean and think of something from like a Michael Bay movie. Like, I've seen this scene before, and it don't end well. How do you do that in a way that is controlled. You know what I'm saying? I'm being hyperbolic, but you get what I'm saying.
No, I
like
got you.
the idea of a space station comes down through the sky just sounds like terror. Like, how does this work in a way that is controlled and manageable and that doesn't turn into like a Michael Bay movie?
Yeah, no, we don't want that. Michael Bay movies are pretty good, I guess, but we don't want that kind of disaster happening, if that's what you're referring to, of course. But no, what they'll do is they'll have a controlled re-entry, which means that there will be propulsion and guidance to guide it back through the Earth's atmosphere. A lot of it will probably burn up as it enters the atmosphere. Right now, the space station is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. As they deorbit it, with having a controlled reentry, they'll do it in such a way that as it hits the atmosphere, it'll slow down, and through friction, as it slows down, it'll go thousands of degrees of heat. So a lot of it will disintegrate, will burn up in reentry, which is a good thing actually. And then the larger pieces, which make it through that experience, will land in this area of the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is really big, and you see Earth from space. It's blue for a reason, and that is that it's mostly water, and the biggest ocean is the Pacific Ocean. And the spot that they picked, just so no one gets nervous, is the most remote part of the Pacific Ocean. So it's the furthest away from any land. It's a remote area, and that's where the bigger pieces that survive reentry will land. So I think we can be pretty sure that it's going to be a safe reentry.
So it's going to re-enter in a controlled way. It's not going to fall, per se. It's kind of going to fly. It'll be guided down into the atmosphere, burn up largely, not become yet another massive piece of space junk orbiting the Earth. Before I have to let you go, I wonder if there is anything about the old space station that you might miss, or that you think that the space community might look back on fondly, even though it's not going to be in service anymore.
Well, I think there's going to be lots of things. It's an incredible construction project, Joshua. When I first heard about this as a new astronaut, I became an astronaut, a NASA astronaut in 1996, and this was on its way to taking place, a space station, but we hadn't built anything yet. And the idea that you could take countries from around the world, countries of Europe, Japan, Canada, the United States, and Russia, cooperating to build this incredible engineering project in the sky, I didn't know if it could really happen. So I think international cooperation, what it's done in the past years after it was built, these past 10 years or so, the science potential has been unbelievable what they've been able to discover. So the game's not over yet. 2031 is still a ways away. We've got about another 10 years or so, another decade, where they're going to be using this space station to answer a lot of questions, make discoveries, understand how we can better go to the moon and settle there, and Mars. They've been growing vegetables there now for the past couple of years. Just think of what's going to be happening in the future. They've been sequencing DNA, 3D printing tools. Amazing things have happened in the past 10 years. I think these next 10 are going to be the most significant science-wise on the space station.
Columbia professor and former astronaut Mike Massimino. Professor, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Joshua, thanks for having me.
Coming up, the drama, the history, and the medals coming out of the Beijing Winter Olympics. Plus, we'll be joined by one member of Team USA, Rosie Brenner of the cross-country ski team. Joins us before we go.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Today, Team USA won another medal in Beijing. You could say this one was about 50 years in the making. Alpine skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel won silver in the men's Super G. That's the super giant slalom. It's a downhill speed event. But he's not the first medalist in his family. His mother raced the slalom too. She won gold at the Winter Olympics in Japan 50 years ago. Also, Team USA figure skater Nathan Chen had an outstanding performance. He broke a world record, scoring 113.97 points in the men's short program. That is the highest ever score for that category. But American figure skater Vincent Zhou withdrew from the Olympics after testing positive for COVID. You may have seen he posted a very tearful Instagram video about this. He dropped out of the men's singles competition one day before it was set to begin. Right now, Team USA has won 5 medals in Beijing, 4 silver, 1 bronze, no gold just yet. The Russian Olympic Committee leads the medal count with 10 overall, including 2 gold. Norway is in second with 8. They've got 3 gold. The Netherlands has 7 overall and also 3 gold medals. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more Olympic highs and lows from Beijing. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey there, Joshua. So the gold medal is just within reach for Nathan Chen. He had an amazing performance here in the short program. You know, he went into Pyeongchang with all of these expectations that he would win gold there, only to fall short with a disappointing performance in the short program. Well, he nailed his short program here. It was a record-breaking performance. There were other medals for the Americans. You had a silver medal for Ryan Cochran-Siegel, the skier. His mom actually won a gold medal in the Olympics, but he is in a comeback from just a horrific accident where he broke his back about a year ago. No one expected him to do as well as he did in this Olympics, so he has a silver. There was a bronze medal in cross-country skiing for Jessie Diggins. It's the first time that a woman has won in that speed event in cross-country skiing. So there was a gold medal won by an American here, Eileen Gu, but she was actually here competing for China. Her mom is Chinese, and she wanted to represent her mom and support female athletes here in China. She had a spectacular run, landing a trick that she had never landed before, and then fell to her knees when she heard the score. Joshua, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was NBC Stephanie Gosk reporting from the Beijing Olympics. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by a member of Team USA. Rosie Brennan is a cross-country skier, and she joins us from the Olympic Village. Welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Hi, thanks for having me, Joshua.
Let me just start with your Olympic performance. You, I know, posted on Instagram about your disappointment in coming in 4th. You noted that perspective is everything, and it's been a battle I'm incredibly proud of to get myself here so many years after I started my career as a professional. I know you're disappointed to not be on the medal podium, but it sounds like you're proud of just being able to get this far.
Yeah, I mean, 4th is nothing that to be upset about, honestly. I'm incredibly happy with the result, but, you know, of course, the line has to be drawn somewhere, and the medals stop at 3. So you, of course, have, you know, all those thoughts of what ifs and the things that you wish you could have done better. I think, you know, all athletes are always looking to improve on everything, even if you win gold. So I think that's just kind of a natural reaction. But yeah, I'm very proud of everything that I've accomplished and everything it took to get to where I am now.
What does it take to get to that point? I mean, for people like me who don't ski, frankly a little afraid to ski, you put me on skis, you might have to drive me to the ER thereafter. But for people like us who can't really wrap our heads around what it takes to get where you got, what would you say were some of the biggest challenges, the biggest hurdles that you overcame to get where you are now?
I mean, I think with anything in life, you know, it's a roller coaster. There's good things that happen. There's bad things that happen. Some things are in your control, but a lot of it's not in your control. And cross-country skiing is a sport that takes an immense amount of endurance, which, you know, for better or worse, just takes a lot of years of a lot of training to get there. So I'm 33 now, and I, you know, started I learned to ski when I was 14, and I turned professional when I was after graduating college at age 22. And it's just been a lot of years of a lot of hours of training. It's definitely a full-time life commitment. We're training twice a day, every day, 365 days a year for the most part. It's it's a 24-hour job, and it's something that I love doing. So it's not, I don't always see it as a job, but it doesn't mean it's any less work. It takes a lot of dedication and a lot of effort to get there, and navigating, the things that life throws at you is an important part of it. Anytime you're taken out because of illness, injury, life circumstances, whatever it may be, that takes time away from training, and it takes time to come back from that. So it's always a roller coaster.
I can imagine. I can only imagine. I also wanted to ask you something that one of our viewers put forth in terms of just what it's been like dealing with these Olympics this year. Joel asked, how do athletes block out the political noise surrounding the games? I know you're aware of all the controversies with regards to the Chinese government, Beijing, and all the diplomatic drama. How have you been dealing with just everything around the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, maybe the good part about being in the village. It is easy to kind of isolate yourself. I don't have much access to computers or phones or anything like that. So I have the ability to contact my family and my coach, and that's about it. We're here to compete, and I like to represent my country as best I can on the race course and leave it at that. And so I just focus every day on what I can do to be my best in the sport that I'm doing.
And briefly, before I got to let you go, what's next for you once you come home from Beijing?
I just got started. This was the second race, and I have 4 more to go. So I'm recovering today, racing again tomorrow, recovering the next day, racing again, and continuing on that way until the end of the games, and then we head straight back to Europe to continue on the World Cup circuit. So this is our on season, and this is our job, and so we keep racing until the snow melts.
I hear that. Keep going until the snow melts. I wish I had the guts to, well, maybe one day I will. One day I will give it a try. But congratulations for getting as far as you've gotten. All the best for the rest of the races that you have. Rosie Brennan, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joshua.
And hey, thank you for making time for us. Keep those questions coming for our Olympians. Or maybe you've got some questions for those of us who are covering the Olympics in Beijing. We'd like to get you as many answers as we can and talk to as many Olympians as we can as well. So send them to us. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. What questions do you have about the Olympics in Beijing? You can also email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. Keep those questions coming, but until we get to those and until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, the crisis in Ukraine, Russia offering a big blow to France's shuttle diplomacy. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart in Kiev, saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, but the Kremlin immediately rejecting those claims, adding France doesn't have the power to negotiate such a deal. Ukraine now ramping up production on war supplies as Russia continues to build up troops. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell tonight with analysis. Also, the major headline involving Johnson & Johnson and the pandemic. J&J quietly pausing production of its COVID-19 vaccine. But the easy-to-deliver dose is widely used in developing countries. What's behind this decision? And could it have an impact here at home? Plus, several states, including now California, announcing plans to end mask mandates. The wild crash caught on camera. A hospital patient stealing a police car and ramming it into another patrol vehicle.
vehicle, how the suspect managed to get inside the officer's car. Big business on the big game. More than 31 million Americans planning to bet on this year's Super Bowl, and more than $7 billion is expected to be wagered when the Bengals and the Rams take the field. We'll tell you what's driving up this year's record bets. Tinder swindler banned. The man at the center of a hit Netflix documentary now kicked off several dating apps over allegations he scams women out of hundreds of thousands of dollars after meeting them online. And Shaun White's last run, the champion snowboarder and three-time gold medalist set to compete in his fifth and final Olympics. What he told me about the fear he faces, the pressure on the pipe, and his final push towards gold. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. We begin tonight with that continued standoff between Russia and Ukraine. Despite diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies, this new video showing more American soldiers arriving in Poland, part of the 1,700 U.S. service members deployed to Eastern Europe as Russia's military continues to surround Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with Ukraine's president today in Kiev, just 24 hours after a high-stakes sit-down with Vladimir Putin. Macron saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, a claim the Kremlin immediately rejected, with Russian officials also undercutting the French leader's authority to broker that kind of agreement. Meanwhile, inside Ukraine, the country working to restore Soviet-era tanks as it prepares to potentially face Russia's mighty force. Richard Engel is there again and leads us off tonight.
Possible positive signs from French President Macron's marathon diplomacy, meeting for 5 hours with President Putin. Today, Macron arrived in Ukraine, meeting President Zelensky and sounding optimistic, saying Putin had told him he won't be initiating an escalation of the crisis, and that Russia will pull its forces out of Belarus soon, though the Kremlin says no deals were made. A breakthrough? Maybe. But according to the Pentagon, Russian troops are still increasing on Ukraine's borders, especially now in Crimea in the south. Intelligence estimates? Ukrainian forces would fight back, but likely have to go underground within days of an invasion to form a resistance. NBC's Matt Bradley is with Ukrainian forces who are urgently preparing.
Ukraine is littered with these old Soviet-era tanks, and the idea here is to refurbish them and turn them into sparkling new, sophisticated weapons of war.
Military and intelligence officials tell NBC News Russia is expected to have enough force in place to invade all of Ukraine in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
But, Tom, it may not go that far. While the maximalist option is always there, that Putin could invade Ukraine, topple the government, put a more pro-Russian government in place, there is also a key vote in the Russian parliament coming up, a vote on recognizing an area in Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. So Putin could decide to use that vote to justify taking over a part of this country he already controls. Tom?
Richard Engel leading us off tonight on Top Story from the Eastern Front there in Ukraine. Richard, thank you. As Macron tries to mediate between Russia and Ukraine, the Kremlin is downplaying reports that the French president got assurances against an invasion. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, I wanted to have you on tonight because you've been traveling with Secretary of State Antony Blinken during this Ukrainian crisis. And I want to get your take on Macron, right? He meets with Putin. He leaves the Kremlin. There's some reporting coming out that Russia has agreed to de-escalation, and then very quickly the Russians say, "Niet, no," right? That is definitely not what happened. Do you think Macron is making things better or worse?
Well, he's not making things worse for the situation, because the situation is really not going to be decided by the French president, by this diplomacy. The situation is now really boiling down to NATO versus Putin and the U.S. versus Putin, with the agreement of the allies. But what Macron has done is undercut his own desires, really, to be the leader of Europe, to replace Angela Merkel and Germany, for France to have the place that he believes is the rightful place. He's in a re-election year, and that really is a dominating factor to all of what's going on here. And the fact is he's been embarrassed by this, because he goes to Moscow, they meet for 5 hours, they have a news conference after midnight, and he then tells reporters on his plane that they discussed a Finland option. A Finland option is a Cold War term, Finlandization, for somehow Ukraine agreeing to be like Finland and to never agree to join NATO and to always be a neutral partner and actually be under Moscow's influence. That is exactly what Vladimir Putin wanted. So immediately the French say, no, no, he didn't say that. He denies that he ever said that. The Allies are all, concerned and a little bit miffed. So he certainly has not made things better for the situation, and he has not made things better for Emmanuel Macron.
Andrea, what does your gut tell you at this point with all of those Russian troops assembled there on the border? I've said it before on this show, Putin doesn't really have the brand of peacemaker. Do you think there's any diplomatic solution to this?
I think there could be a diplomatic solution if they come out with some exit strategy for him. But frankly, most of the really smart analysis and what is being told to Capitol Hill by the intelligence experts, by the Secretary of State, by the Secretary of Defense, is that with so many troops amassed on 3 sides, plus ships at sea, he really has to do something. He can't do some small incursion coupled with perhaps another cyber attack on Kyiv. He's got these troops in Belarus. They're only, 50 miles from Kyiv, right down the highway, even if we get into March and the ground is thawed. Those tanks can move down the major highway right from where they are positioned now in Belarus to the north. It's so close to the capital. He most likely will do something, and the best thinking is, especially considering the weather, that it's sometime around maybe the 18th to 20th of February, the latter part of February, but that we are in for some real trouble.
All right, Andrea Mitchell for us tonight. Andrea, thank you for that. We want to turn now to the pandemic. A lot of breaking news tonight and growing concerns over the slowing production of Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine offered around the world as new infections, hospitalizations, and ICU admissions are easing dramatically in some of the hardest hit regions in the U.S. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Tonight reports a critical supplier of COVID vaccines to much of the developing world, Johnson & Johnson, has quietly shut down production at a plant overseas. Amid growing concern, the virus will continue to mutate, especially if developing countries don't have quick access to the vaccine. J&J says it continues to manufacture its vaccine around the clock and around the world. It all comes as Omicron's subvariant BA2, even more transmissible than the original highly contagious mutation, now accounts for nearly 4% of new cases in the U.S.
Even if the United States is highly vaccinated, but other countries remain unvaccinated, that adds to variants that can accumulate, cause us to have surges.
But tonight a turning point for the U.S., where cases are down 65%. Several states announcing a plan to end mask mandates. Among them, California, where effective a week from today, mandates for the vaccinated will be lifted, though counties like Los Angeles and San Francisco say masks will still be required, as they are on public transportation statewide and in schools K through 12.
Given the increase in population immunity, it makes sense.
Tonight, our nation facing a new stage of the pandemic.
Masks will still be required here in Los Angeles on Sunday for the Super Bowl, though in previous games, fans have widely ignored the regulations. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight. Miguel, we thank you for that. And now for more on that major news from Johnson & Johnson and some other breaking news that is just coming in tonight here to Top Story. We want to get to one of our medical experts that we talked to throughout the broadcast and over several different weeks here, Dr. Patel, an NBC News medical contributor. So, Dr. Patel, I want to start with this breaking news. The New York Times has this right now. I'm going to read you from their website. It says that the governor will drop New York's indoor mask mandate on Wednesday. This, of course, follows the news we just heard there from Miguel on California. I understand you've heard this as well. What more reporting do you have on this?
Yeah, so what we understand is that, like the governors around her, New Jersey and Connecticut, I think Governor Hochul was really, I hate to say pressured, because the numbers are coming down, Tom, but the red states are red everywhere in terms of high transmission. So I do think that she's trying to balance what the really fatigued public is telling her, listen, rates are low, we're doing what we can, things are coming down. But, we're still seeing cases out here, and actually our daily cases are equivalent to what we saw in the peak of Delta. So not as bad as it was a couple of weeks ago, but certainly we're not in the clear yet. So I think people will need to exhibit caution.
Dr. Patel, I want to go back to that other big news about Johnson & Johnson. How do you interpret that move? Does that tell us more about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or does it tell us more about the pandemic?
More about the pandemic, Tom. It's disappointing because, as we pointed out in talking with Miguel, this is a global race to try to get as many people vaccinated. Johnson & Johnson is an important part of that. One shot, even if you needed 2 shots, you don't need all those complex refrigerators. It has an easier distribution mechanism, more likely. I think that shutting down that plant, barring any safety issues, which I don't believe there were, this signals that they just are not able to prioritize a larger manufacturing capacity. And this also tells you that they probably, as a company, have not prioritized this at the same level that Pfizer and some of their competitors have. So even though some might say, oh, it's a signal that, the pandemic's ending, we don't need as much of this manufacturing, quite the opposite, especially with the need for boosters. We haven't even gotten first-round shots in much of the world. Think about what we need to do to get boosters and what we know is coming down the line for all these other countries, just like we've experienced.
Dr. Patel, I know we have to be cautious, and I appreciate your take on that and reminding our viewers. But if we kind of put all these things together, right, at least in this moment in time right now, and as we've learned with this pandemic, things can always change over a course of a couple of days. But you have J&J stopping manufacturing of their vaccine. You have states like California and New York getting rid of their mask mandates. As you mentioned, cases coming down in many parts of the country. Are we at a sort of an inflection point here with the pandemic?
We are. And so let me give some good news. I rarely get to do this. We're at an inflection point where we can talk about many things going away. I've been working with schools and public schools trying to tell them, here's when we can get rid of masks potentially. Here's when it's safe to do certain things, or eliminating quarantine if there's a positive case, Tom. That's good news. What I think people like myself and other public health people need to do is think about what are the metrics, Tom, where we switch it back on. Because as you know, really hard when we get back to closer to normal to tell people, listen, we're worried, let's go back. And that's, I think, something that we should be thinking about now. And I'm hoping all these governors are thinking about that as well.
It is a good reminder. Omicron definitely took a lot of us by surprise. All right, Dr. Patel, we always thank you for your analysis. We want to move on now, though. We've been telling you over the past couple of days about this massive trucker protest over vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions in Ottawa, Canada. The police chief saying the city is under siege right now. Officials now worried things could grow violent. And those protests now having consequences across the border in the U.S., shutting down the busiest border crossing in North America. Our Ellison Barber has this report from Ottawa tonight.
Tonight, Canada's Freedom Convoy protest is impacting international trade, leaving truck traffic in Detroit at a standstill overnight.
We got to grin and bear it, right? There's just can't get upset. I'm not the only guy stuck out here.
The cause of this disruption? Protesters blockading part of the Ambassador Bridge, a vital link carrying 27% of all trade between the U.S. and Canada.
I can understand people fighting for certain rights, but the way they're going about it, doing this is not going to solve anything.
This blockade just the latest move from a group led by truckers that have occupied streets crippling Canada's capital city, protesting vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now.
That protest now in its 12th day. For the first 11 days, horns blared. Now, because of a court injunction, they're revving their engines instead. But one thing has stayed the same: immovable vehicles bringing the city to a standstill.
All the truckers here are sitting in their trucks. And as far as I'm concerned, it's up to the population now. You want your country back, here is your opportunity.
A new poll from Abacus Data shows that 67% of Ottawa residents say they strongly oppose the protests.
I guess both sides have to talk. I think the idea of a mediator is a great idea because they are completely at a stalemate right now.
Ottawa police say they've arrested 23 people and issued some 1,300 tickets since the protest began.
Many of the remaining demonstrators are highly determined and volatile.
But on the ground, protesters say it's not like that.
It's unbelievable. Like you sit here and you talk to people and everybody's in tears. You give each other hugs.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now live from the protest right there in Ottawa tonight. Ellison, I have a couple of questions for you. I want to start off with, are the truckers living in those trucks or have they abandoned them there in the roads?
So some of them are. If you walk with me, you can see a little bit here. A lot of them are idling and on. Many of them are sleeping in their trucks. There are some areas, some places where people have set up sort of encampments where there are some tents. Some people are coming to their trucks during the day and then staying in other locations. But to your question, yes, there are people, as you can see right here, that are staying in their trucks. And when we were out this morning walking around, we could see people inside where they were sleeping, staying overnight as well.
Ellison, where you are, looks like this protest is still very much in full force. Is there any end in sight to this?
It doesn't appear to be in terms of the Ambassador Bridge earlier today, and I'll keep walking just so you can see a little more of what we see. Windsor Police, they say that they were able to open the Ambassador Bridge back up at least to some traffic here in Ottawa. The city manager has said that he's having difficulty convincing or getting any tow trucks to come in and move some of these vehicles out of the way. As we've been speaking to protesters here, they tell us that they plan to stay put until they see all COVID mandates end. They say no mask mandates, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions. Until that all goes away, they say they are prepared to stay here for days or even months. And we have seen people with food, with supplies, things where they say that if they feel they need to, if they don't see the changes, the demands they want to see met, that they can stay out here until they see something change. And one person we spoke to today, he said he's prepared to stay weeks or even months. Tom?
Weeks or months paralyzing that city. All right, Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, thank you. We want to turn now to Super Bowl Sunday. The Rams face the Bengals, of course. Experts predicting a record-breaking audience, but it doesn't stop there. Off the field, they expect more money to be placed on bets than ever before. NBC's Dasha Burns has more on the big business of gambling and its explosive growth.
Intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
When the Los Angeles Rams
We're going to the Super Bowl
and the Cincinnati Bengals
beat Mahomes at home.
Take the field to face off for a Super Bowl win this weekend, a record number of people will have money on the line.
The Super Bowl continues to be the top sports betting event of the year.
More than 31 million Americans are planning to bet on the big game, according to the American Gaming Association. The gambling industry trade group forecasting $7.6 billion will be wagered this weekend.
Americans love to bet on sports. What we have seen is we now have 33 states plus the District of Columbia that have legal sports betting, so people can do it legally.
The expansion in legalized gambling means 45 million more people became eligible to bet since last year's Super Bowl. Bets exploding in the last few weeks alone during the playoffs. New York legalized mobile sports betting in the first week of January. Sportsbooks taking in more than $1.6 billion since then.
We're moving people away from corner bookies and offshore online websites, and that's a great thing. Ironically, two of the states that are not yet operational or legal to bet on sports are California and Ohio, where we've got the Cincinnati Bengals and the LA Rams.
Bets range from the simple, who will win, to the seemingly insignificant.
You can bet on everything from the coin toss, whether it's going to be heads or tails, the length of the national anthem.
Fortune awaits! The league now building and expanding relationships with gaming companies. DraftKings has deals with the New York Giants, the Dallas Cowboys, and the New England Patriots.
Lady Luck. Yes, ma'am.
Not to mention the ad dollars.
What are the implications of those ties?
There are over $1 billion in advertising revenue this year that the NFL will make from online sportsbook and DFS companies.
The big opportunity could also spell big risk.
What could be some of the pitfalls for teams and for players with this arrangement?
I think anytime there's money involved, you always have to be very cautious of players, teams, whoever, fixing games, right? So that's why the integrity of the game is so paramount to the NFL, because they know that a lot of advertising dollars are going to continue to come in from sports books, and they can't sacrifice that integrity.
All right, Dasha Burns joins me now in studio. So something I want to talk about betting, because there was a very big allegation made by the former coach of the great Miami Dolphins, who said basically that the owner, he alleges the owner told him that if he loses games to get a top draft pick down the line, he'd be paid about $100,000. Yeah. With so many people betting games and betting on all types of things now with the apps, I mean, how does this affect all that betting?
Yeah, I mean, look, this multi-billion-dollar industry, you better bet they're going to be watching these accusations very closely, because this goes to the heart of integrity, right? Whether or not these games are competitive, and whether or not, at the end of the day, these bets are fair. The NFL says they're looking into the claims made by Flores, and with so much money on the line, the NFL now has a very powerful force, another powerful force to account to, the gaming industry, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, we thank you for that. We want to move on now to the 2020 Beijing Winter Olympics and a special interview with one of America's most decorated athletes. I sat down with Shaun White, considered to be one of the greatest competitive snowboarders, if not the greatest ever. Tonight, the fears and pressure he knows he has to face to finish these Winter Games, his last with gold.
Since his first Olympic run 16 years ago, Shaun White has been pushing the limits in snowboarding. At the last Winter Games in South Korea, another epic gold medal finish. White landing back-to-back double cork 1440s, something he'd never attempted before.
Was that the greatest moment of your career?
I'm obviously in the hunt for another Olympics, but I have to say, I mean, yeah, in that moment I knew, I was like, I'm going to put this run down. I'm going to win this thing. I just felt it.
4 years later, a lifetime in this sport, so much has changed. White, now 35, is the oldest U.S. snowboarder to ever compete in halfpipe at the Olympics, his fifth. And those tricks have gotten a little scarier with age.
If I'm having an off day and, you know, something gives out on the takeoff, I'm 20 feet up in the air above a 22-foot halfpipe wall made out of ice.
You can really hurt yourself. You have hurt.
There's consequences, and, you know, like these scars in my face and things. I mean, I know now, you know, with age, like what the consequence can be.
After spending most of the last few years away from the sport, the road back to competition was rocky.
Oh, almost goes down.
White now grappling with the realization that he's no longer the one to beat. His arch rival, Japan's Ayumu Hirano, recently landed the first ever triple cork in competition.
There he goes!
It's just wild that this trick is happening right now, because I attempted it in 2013. It didn't go well. I think I was like 2.5 flips, realized I wasn't in a good position. I opened up and I caught the top of the wall.
Is this something that we could possibly see from you in Beijing?
It's not something I'm super excited about, but I now know I need it.
Anticipation now growing to see if White will once again overcome the odds and attempt one last trick that he's never landed before.
Every time you've won, whether you were the youngest guy there, the newest guy, or the guy trying to make a comeback, you've had that fire.
Of course.
Do you still have that fire going to Beijing?
Well, the fire that's lit, and you're one of the few people I've mentioned this to, but this will be my last games. So everything's got this like glow to it. I'm like, oh, this is the last time I'm gonna do this, or this is the last time I'm gonna be in this situation, or you know, everything's got this.
Do you need to say that to sort of put the pressure on yourself?
A little bit. I mean, I think it helps. I think knowing that, I mean, I put so much pressure on myself anyways, but I just know that this being the last run, I'm open for whatever, which is taking some pressure off, but I know that this is it. And I'm just kind of like taking it all in, every bit of it. And kind of what we talked about earlier, like, you know, my mindset, like that's just as important as my physical. So I have to be like in a place of enjoying myself. Because if I was sitting here stressing like, oh, if I don't win, everything's ruined, I can't operate from that level. Like you mentioned, like that's what drove me from the past, but I can't pull from that same pool of, you know, motivation anymore. It just doesn't work for me.
And you can catch Shaun White in the first of 2 qualification runs on the men's halfpipe tonight at 11:30 on the mothership NBC. We want to head out to Beijing right now as the U.S. is still looking to strike gold in the Winter Games. Entering the 5th day of competition, the Americans struggling in the medal count in 12th place. The Russian Olympic Committee topping the stands with 10 total medals, followed by Norway, the Netherlands, and Italy. Steve Patterson joins us again tonight on Top Story, live from the Olympics to preview tonight's event. So, Steve, I got to start with Team USA. What is going on? We're still on the hunt for our first gold medal of these games, but I know you also, have some reporting about some big medal performances to note.
Yeah, Tom, I'd be lying if I didn't say it wasn't a little bit concerning that we are this deep into the games and still no gold medal, but that is not to take away from the incredible performances that we've seen so far, including Jessie Diggins does it again. My gosh, she's special after that historic win last year in women's cross country, wins again. Now the first athlete to win an individual sprint in cross country. She takes home the bronze medals. Ryan Cochran-Siegel, by the way, RCS, wins silver in the Super G, just 0.04 seconds from the guy that won in Austria. This is 50 years after his mom won gold at the Olympics as well. The legacy passed on there. And then, oh my gosh, we got to talk about Nathan Chen. That program, unbelievable, setting the international best score for the men's short program. It's not a medal, it's not a gold yet, but he's in pole position. And I think more importantly, this erases that performance that we saw from him in the last Olympics, kind of getting over that. Huge mental win for him, huge for the entirety of Team USA as they push forward as well. So some big time performances and some that we're expecting to see in just a few hours, Tom.
Yeah, Nathan, a lot of people are watching him, and hopefully he can pull it off. A few household names. We mentioned Shaun White tonight. Other U.S. athletes are slated to take their runs here on day 5. Who should viewers be watching out for tonight?
Well, we got to talk about Michaela Schifrin because she had, a pretty disastrous first run right out of the gate, crashes on one of the very first turns, just crashes out of the event. Very disappointing, but she's got one of 4 more events left in just a little bit. She is on track for a historic run, 1 medal away from tying the record for the most Olympic medals by a female American alpine skier. That is a huge deal. And then as soon as you and I are done talking, Tom, I'm heading to the halfpipe. There's men's and women's qualifiers. Chloe Kim could be the first to win multiple and consecutive golds on the halfpipe for a female. And of course, I'm going to see your best friend, Shaun White. We've been watching him practice. He looks really sharp. This could be the swan song. Hopefully it's not tonight. He has to qualify, though, to get to the finals and then fight for a 4th gold medal.
We will be rooting on all of Team USA in all those events. All right, Steve, great to have you as always. Try to stay warm out there. Still ahead tonight, Peloton spinning out. The company, once valued at $50 billion, announcing more cuts and layoffs, what it could mean for your favorite programs and instructors. Plus, the moment a stolen police car crashes into another officer, how a patient at a nearby hospital managed to take off with the police vehicle, and the so-called Tinder swindler facing even more fallout after that hit Netflix documentary, the latest dating apps to boot him. Stay with us. We're just getting started on Top Story on this Tuesday night.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back now with the subject of a new hit Netflix documentary you may have seen. He's the man known as the Tinder swindler. He's accused of defrauding dozens of women he met on the dating app, taking them on lavish vacations before scamming them out of millions of dollars. Several dating apps now banning him from their platforms, and it comes as cases of romance scams are rising across the country, costing their victims hundreds of millions during the pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, the man dubbed the Tinder swindler banned from the app and other dating sites. This comes after Simon Levi allegedly scammed women out of millions.
We had a special connection. It felt like stepping into a movie.
And after Netflix released The Tinder Swindler, a true crime documentary profiling 3 women who say they were victims.
$20,000, $30,000, $140,000.
The film, now in the top 5 on Netflix, alleges Levi, also known as Shimon Hayut, would match with women on Tinder, tell them he was a billionaire's son, and take them on extravagant trips, then con the women into giving him money that he would never repay. Levi allegedly scammed dozens of women out of around $10 million, filmmakers say. These women are not alone. Romance scams have skyrocketed during the pandemic. According to the Federal Trade Commission, U.S. losses doubling in 2020 from the previous year, a record $304 million. Romance scams now outpacing all other fraud.
How big of a problem is this?
It's a tremendous problem. Romance scams have been growing over the past few years at a really alarming rate. In the first 9 months of 2021, again, we saw a huge increase.
Tinder now releasing user tips for protecting against romance scams, including being wary of dates who ask for personal information and those who emphasize their financial challenges.
The women in the film, they don't blame Tinder. They blame Simon. Ultimately, they met Simon online, yes, but actually the real swindle happened when they met him in real life.
Levi, a convicted con man, went to prison for 2 years in 2015 for defrauding women in Finland, and again in 2019, serving 5 months for fraud in Israel before being released. His current whereabouts are unknown. According to the documentary, Levi started a website offering business advice and had even been seen back on Tinder. A spokeswoman for the dating app telling NBC News, "We banned Simon Levi and any of his known aliases as soon as the story of his actions became public in 2019. Adding, "We conducted additional internal investigations and can confirm Simon Levi is not active on Tinder under any of his known aliases." The film's director with this word of caution when finding love online.
That's how most people meet, the people that they fall in love with these days. But I think, obviously there needs to be a sort of a healthy level of skepticism.
What can people do to avoid being a victim?
Never send money to someone you haven't met in person. Never transfer money or invest your money on the encouragement of someone you haven't met in person.
All right, Priscilla Thompson joins us now live on set. And Priscilla, we were just talking about this, and you were telling me these women are in serious debt now, and they're trying to get some of the money back?
Right. They're still working to pay off all of that money that they lent Levi. And after the documentary premiered, they actually started a GoFundMe. They've raised more than $49,000, and in all, they're hoping to raise about $685,000.
And in your story, we saw all those sort of social media pics. He's in these really nice cars. He's got the suits, the watches. It was all apparently a scam?
Apparently he was taking these women on very lavish vacations and trips and then began asking them for money.
Okay, Priscilla Thompson, thanks so much for that. When we come back, Hail the Hero, the crossing guard, caught on camera using her own body to shield another child from an oncoming car. You see it right there, the major honor for her today. And the Wild West of weed. Several states known for crops now growing cannabis. What's behind the sudden boom right now? That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed. The 17-year-old cousin of Amir Locke has been arrested in connection to the no-knock warrant that led to his death. Locke was shot and killed inside a Minneapolis apartment building last week. The officers were serving a warrant that was related to a homicide in St. Paul, but Locke was not named on that document. All right, 2 California police officers were injured after a hospital patient stole a police car and crashed into another. Cell phone video shows the stolen San Jose patrol car going around in circles before it rams into another patrol SUV. Officers were responding to an unruly patient at the hospital when he took off on foot and fled in the idle police car. He's now facing several felony charges. And the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris was evacuated from a high school in Washington, D.C. Secret Service agents quickly removing second gentleman Doug Emhoff from a Black History Month event after the school received a bomb threat. Students and staff also evacuated. Authorities were searching the school, but no explosive was found. Now to a wild story. A New York couple has been charged in an alleged $4.5 billion crypto scheme. Federal prosecutors accuse the husband and wife of laundering the proceeds of nearly 120,000 Bitcoin that were stolen during a hack of a cryptocurrency exchange in 2016. The Justice Department says it has seized $3.6 billion of those funds, believed to be the department's largest financial seizure ever. And a special honor for a Maryland crossing guard who saved a student from an oncoming car. You may have seen this video. The surveillance video shows Annette Goodyear pushing a child out of harm's way, throwing herself into the car's path. She was hit, but she is okay. Today, Maryland's governor, Larry Hogan, awarded Goodyear, who is also a police officer, with a governor's citation for her heroism. All right, now we want to go to the major corporate shakeup at Peloton. The company announcing that its CEO is stepping down and 2,800 employees have been laid off. The at-home exercise giant struggling with decreased demand after peaking earlier in the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
Y'all look good. Y'all look focused today.
A shakeup at Peloton. Now taking the reins, former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, Barry McCarthy. He's replacing Peloton's co-founder, John Foley, who helped grow the company's following to more than 6.5 million members.
Peloton was one of the hottest stay-at-home stocks of 2020.
What's up? When sales surged early in the pandemic, Peloton reached a value of almost $50 billion. But the fitness company has struggled to maintain its momentum. Peloton's value is down 75% from its peak last year.
Why has the past year been so tumultuous for Peloton?
Everyone was rushing to buy a bike or a treadmill because they could no longer access the gym with pandemic-related restrictions, so that growth wasn't going to last forever.
Peloton's image also taking a hit when television shows depicted characters suffering heart attacks after riding the company's bike. John! Outgoing CEO Foley calls it a humbling time and introduced a plan that will slash $800 million in annual costs. That includes cutting 2,800 employees and abandoning plans for the company's first factory. But among the sweeping changes, a glimmer of hope. Peloton stock up 25% today, even as experts say the chance for a buyout from a company like Amazon or Nike is waning.
I think today you're seeing the company really lay the groundwork for its own turnaround.
All right, Emily joins us now outside of Peloton headquarters right here in New York City. So, Emily, people who have Peloton bikes or treadmills or who use the apps, you know, they really love those instructors and some of the content. Will any of these sort of layoffs affect those staffers or the programs that people follow every day?
Well, Tom, Peloton members can breathe easy tonight. The company says there will be no changes to its roster of instructors or programming content. Tom?
All right, Emily Aketa for us tonight. Emily, we appreciate that. Next tonight to the Heartland, where we have an inside look at a cash crop that's rewriting the rules in real time. The lucrative marijuana industry has already exploded in places like California and Colorado, but now new opportunities are causing a free market frenzy in Oklahoma. NBC's Morgan Chesky is there as farmers look to cash in and officials try to keep up.
It's not the kind of well-oiled machine you'd expect to see in Oklahoma. But make no mistake, folks here know a boom when they see one.
We're in one of the reddest states in the country, standing in a room full of marijuana.
Unbelievable. No one thought we would be here even 3 years ago, right?
Including David Lewis, who left a job in staffing to form Stability Cannabis. Now, 3 years after the state legalized medical marijuana, more than 100 employees make sure their supply meets the surging demand. All it took to start, $2,500 for a license to grow with no cap on quantity.
So about how many plants in this one room alone?
About 3,000 cannabis plants in just this one room.
And you'll have this on a store shelf how soon?
In just about 90 days.
Their customers, around 400,000 Oklahomans with medical marijuana cards, who can buy any cannabis product legally sold within state lines. Oklahoma now home to more than 2,000 marijuana dispensaries, more than Colorado, Oregon, even California. The draw? Ease of access and fewer regulations than competing states.
We're witnessing the second Wild Wild West to California.
Which is exactly why best friends Dustin Hyman and Django Evans traded California for Oklahoma to open their own shop.
Who are your customers?
It's anyone from a school teacher to an ex-athlete to a corporate guy to an 80-year-old grandma.
But the new green rush, not so cut and dry. The state agency tasked with regulating is struggling, telling us they've only been able to inspect about a quarter of the more than 9,000 licensed farms.
We have not been able to keep up with the demand.
Demand so high, quiet farm towns are finding this cash crop comes at a cost.
Well, we're hearing a lot of stories in rural Oklahoma about the water resources overtaxed and overused, along with an immense uptick in the use of their electric grids.
With Oklahoma cannabis on track this year to surpass $1 billion in retail sales, lawmakers are proposing tighter rules and higher taxes. But with a business model other states are no doubt watching, it's clear this boom's taken root. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Oklahoma City.
All right, now to the Americas. Headlines from the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin with two very sad headlines, starting with a deadly bus crash in Mexico. At least 8 people killed, including a child, after the bus collided with a truck on a highway in Cancun and overturned. Dozens more injured, including tourists from France, Germany, and Pakistan. And in Colombia, a landslide has left more than a dozen people dead. Heavy rains causing the slide that swept through a residential area in the central part of the country. Mud and debris covering homes. Crews now now searching for any survivors. At least 60 other homes have been evacuated. All right, coming up, the Oscar nominations are in. A look at who's up for this year's top awards, the biggest snubs and surprises, plus who's making history before even hitting the red carpet. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
And we are back with the Academy Awards. The 2022 Oscar nominations have been announced. This year, 10 movies are vying for the award of Best Picture. Here they are. And the movie The Power of the Dog leads the nominations with 12, followed by Dune with 10, West Side Story and Belfast each with 7 nominations. Let's bring in a top story favorite, a man who knows how to give an acceptance speech, a man who can light a fire, entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, first, I love the scene behind you there. You've really set the tone with that.
Thank you very much. It's just a glass of scotch after this is over for me.
So, Brian, I got to ask you, there's 10 movies? That seems like so many. How does the Academy decide who wins?
Okay, right, exactly. Well, 10 is a lot. You know, it coincided, this announcement that there would be 10 nominees, with the announcement that there would be some initiatives to foster more inclusion and representation, and some criticism that a lot of good movies were being overlooked. And yes, you know, there's a lot of movies to watch. I got some of them right here. You know, they give you the DVDs, and you can also go to the Oscar screening room, and each distributor pays $12,500 for the ability for people, voters, to screen those movies. The good news this year is, though, that there are 10 great movies. So at the end of the day, really, the bottom line is that the one that gets the most votes wins, unless there's a tie and then there's two. But so really, I think it does introduce people to more choices and get people to see what kind of great films are out there.
You know, we just got our shipment of DVDs in at the Llamas household, so we're burning through those every single day. You know, anytime these nominations come out, people always talk about the drama, the snubs, the surprises. What are the big ones this year?
Well, you know, internet viewers love that kind of who got snubbed because they're celebrities. They get everything they want, right? Well, this year, one of the biggest snubs was Lady Gaga in the Best Actress category, of course, for The House of Gucci. She was nominated for a BAFTA award, the UK's equivalent of the Oscars, and she got that. So it was kind of thought that she might be a shoo-in, but did not get one. Kristen Stewart, however, who was nominated for Diana when she played Princess Diana. It's interesting that she did get nominated in this, but didn't get nominated for the BAFTAs. I'm not actually surprised because the UK might have a harsher eye towards her playing Princess Diana. So that's interesting.
Brian, give me the hot take. Give me the Balthazar hot take on Lady Gaga in House of Gucci, because I thought she was great.
I did too. You know, it's interesting. I am fascinated by people playing real people. And honestly, the Best Actress category was all about that this year. The majority of the women nominated, Jessica Chastain playing Tammy Faye. We had Nicole Kidman playing Lucille Ball. I thought I'm a Lady Gaga fan, so I go in with kind of a little bit of a slight bias of like she's going to be good, and I was not disappointed here. So, but you have to be objective with your voter. So
you do. No, you do. You really do. There's going to be some history made, possibly.
Yes. Well, already Denzel Washington is the most nominated Black actor in history. He was just nominated for The Tragedy of Macbeth. And Jane Campion is the first female director to be nominated twice. She was first nominated for Best Director in 1994 for The Piano, and she's nominated now for The Power of the Dog. So it's always good to have the things to celebrate, and those two are celebrating today.
Here on Top Story, we have done probably more stories on Encanto than any other news broadcast, maybe in the world. What is the buzz?
That might be? Why do you think? Is it do you have kids? Maybe?
We have kids, yes, and we've been brainwashed by that great music. So, Brian, what's the hot take on that? Do we think Lin-Manuel's going to win?
Well, not only may he win, he may actually become an EGOT because of it. So he's nominated for the song Dos Oregoitas. I'm sorry, I butchered that pronunciation. I hope you could probably correct me on that. But the interesting part is he's already got the Emmy, the Grammy, the Tony. This could be his Oscar chance. He's been nominated before and didn't win. The interesting thing is the hot song is We Don't Talk About
Bruno.
Gino.
Everybody loves that one.
Watched it for the second time last night. We Don't Talk About Bruno is the one that's getting like commercial success.
Yeah.
But this is the one Disney only submitted one song for consideration, and this is the one that they could put forth. And I think he's going to get it. It's a beautiful song.
I hope so too. I really hope he wins. And there's a lot of other great songs on that album as well that haven't even been released yet that are wonderful. Finally, Brian, I just want to ask you about this because I could be completely off, but I want to get your take on this. It seems to me that this year, at least people that I've been talking to are talking more about compelling television shows than they were talking about compelling films. Am I wrong to say that the latest buzz has been around really big TV shows?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we're looking for something that's going to draw us in for more than 2 hours. We're spending a lot of time at home, right? And so, interestingly, there was a time when actors and actresses would not touch television. Television was not where it's at. But then a lot of great screenwriters, because they weren't writing the blockbusters, decided to write for television. And that's where the business was for them. And now everyone wants a piece of television. That's where you can tell really compelling stories that unfold over years. And so, yes, television is where it's at. Streaming is where it's at. It's not a bad time to be a movie star. I'm not, it's not the best time. But, listen, I'm not worried about them. But TV is absolutely where it's at.
Brian, you know who the big winner is tonight?
Who's that?
You are. Brian Balthazar.
I'm going to have a glass of scotch. How can I lose?
Brian, we always love having you on Top Story. Thanks so much. When we come back, the Olympian now becoming a new dad. The couple we introduced you to last week welcoming their first child, but dad is still competing. What he says about marking 2 major milestones at once.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, finally tonight, an update on a story we brought you last week. An American Olympian became a new dad while in Beijing and now cannot wait to get home to the biggest prize of all. We first met Olympian Leif Nordgren and his wife Caitlin last week right here on Top Story. The day before Caitlin was due to give birth. She told us the minute they found out they were pregnant, they did the math.
We knew, we were like, oh no, early February, that's not good.
Caitlin is a meteorologist for NBC5 in Burlington, Vermont. Her husband, Leif, is an Olympic biathlete. You know, that event where you ski and shoot. There are no good excuses to miss your child's birth, but qualifying for the Winter Olympics isn't half bad.
Sacrifices are just a huge part of an athlete's life. And if two people can do this, Leif and I are definitely those two people.
Together, they decided Leif wouldn't give up his Olympic dream. So on Sunday night, as Caitlin went into labor in Burlington, Leif joined by video from Beijing. Together, virtually, they welcomed little 7-pound, 3-ounce Astrid into the world.
It was really nice to be able to at least be there and talk to her a little bit, try to help her out as best I could. It was still a very cool experience, even over the phone.
Leif competed in his first race today, admitting afterwards his mind was a little more focused on baby than the targets he was trying to nail during the biathlon.
Obviously, I wish I could be there and get to hold Astrid, but it'll be another week and a half or so, and we can kind of start the rest of our lives together.
For now, Caitlin is trying to watch Leif compete, but she's no longer in charge of the schedule.
when she's hungry, she's hungry. She got really hungry, like right as the race was starting. But yeah, there was for sure some juggling this morning, but that will just be what we're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks.
All right, and good luck to Daddy, who is competing hard in the Olympics. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here, actually, from Los Angeles tomorrow. We'll tell you more about that. Good night.
We're coming on the air with that big decision by Johnson & Johnson that experts worry could hurt the rest of the world's ability to fight the pandemic. With this new report today, they're shutting down the only factory they have that makes the COVID shot. Why that matters to Americans as blue states now move toward ending mask mandates, even though the CDC is still saying to wear them in schools. We'll have more on that. Plus, we've got breaking news right here in Washington. The second gentleman whisked out of a high school after a bomb threat during a Black History Month event. We've got the latest. And a story you're not going to see anywhere else. The inside scoop on what President Biden really thinks of his closest friends in Europe as he navigates the Russia-Ukraine crisis. On Capitol Hill, new cracks inside the GOP over the party's description of the attack on January 6th as legitimate political discourse. What we just heard from the Senate's top Republican, from our team who's been asking the tough questions all afternoon. Plus, women in the metaverse opening up about what they've seen as it relates to sexual harassment, racism, abuse. Experts calling on one company to do more. That's in tonight's original. And Tesla gearing up for another fight with California. Later in the show, we'll have more on why the state's considering a racial discrimination lawsuit. Hey, I'm Hallie. And while we've seen more and more governors, including just today, start to throw out mask mandates, a kind of nod, right, to this idea we may have to live with COVID, you've got one of the world's biggest vaccine makers apparently taking a step that experts are worried about. Worried it could extend the pandemic even longer around the world. We're talking about Johnson & Johnson, with the New York Times reporting the company has quietly pressed pause on production at the only facility of theirs that makes the single-dose shot, citing people familiar with the decision. Now, here's the deal. In the U.S., you know this, right? The CDC has already recommended people get other vaccines, Pfizer or Moderna, if they're available, rather than J&J. But around the world, the Johnson & Johnson vax is really important, especially in less wealthy countries. And there's a couple of reasons for that. It's only one dose. It doesn't have to stay in super cold refrigerators, so it's easier to get places. That's why the African Union and nonprofits like COVAX have bought millions of J&J doses. But if there becomes a problem with the supply chain, if it starts to dry up, experts worry that could really hurt the push to vaccinate people in Africa, where, according to the UN, just 11% of people in Africa are up to date on the shot. Gabe Gutierrez is joining me now. So, Gabe, let me start. There's a couple of headlines tonight that are important on the pandemic, but let's start with this J&J shot piece of it here. Give us the broader outlook about the challenges that companies and countries are facing in this fight to get people protected around the world, not just here in the U.S.
Well, Hallie, that number that you just showed is very telling. In Africa, just 11% of the population is vaccinated. And Hallie, you know how difficult it can be to get this vaccine to some parts of the world. As you said, one-dose J&J vaccine, very attractive to parts of the world that don't have, a lot of infrastructure, and they don't need those super cold refrigerators to keep this going. This could potentially, some critics say, slow down the ability of some countries around the world to get their population vaccinated.
Okay, but J&J is saying, listen, we have a big stockpile, right? I think they're saying we're able to meet our commitments that we have as of now.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie, and that is what J&J is saying. Again, not confirming the exact details that were reported by the New York Times, the paper citing people familiar with the decision that production was being stopped at this plant in this Dutch city. But J&J is saying that it will be able to meet its contractual obligations to COVAX and the African Union, and also saying that our manufacturing sites produce multiple products. We manage our production planning accordingly and are currently supplying from our extensive global network based on the demand for our vaccine. We currently have millions of doses, the company says, of our vaccine in inventory. So basically, Hallie, that is corporate speak for saying, look, we have this under control, and, you know, the details in the Times, they're not confirming them. But some critics worry, based on that reporting, that this could potentially mean that the vaccine delivery to some of these countries that really need it could potentially be slowed down.
Let me bring it back to something we talked about right at the top of the show, Gabe. And you know this because you've covered the pandemic for 2 years now. Before that, you know the world of politics. And these things are converging in a way that we haven't seen before. And that is because you've got 5 states now, 5 bluer states, states where people voted largely for President Biden, right, who have had governors that have now said, OK, we're going to take our foot off the gas as it comes to mask mandates. They're starting to relax them in these states that you see: California, Oregon, New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut, putting dates on them later this month, next month. The dominoes are falling as it feels like more and more people, even in states, right, even governors who are in large part Democrats, and I bring this up, Gabe, because, you know, parts of the pandemic have been politicized, including mask wearing, are saying, OK, no need, at least right now, even as the CDC is saying, wait a second, in schools, you should still have masks on.
Yeah, and Hallie, that graphic that you just showed, you might have to add another one to that list tomorrow. There's a lot of anticipation that Governor Hochul here in New York will make some sort of an announcement on the mask mandate here, whether, you know, she might potentially roll back some of it for businesses. There's, you know, talk about what this could mean for schools. Again, she hasn't said, but a lot of people are going to be waiting on some sort of an update on that tomorrow. But for the ones that have already announced plans, you know, you're talking New Jersey, you're talking Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, you know, and New Jersey's governor is saying that this is really because as a population, we need to start getting used to living with this virus. And the reason these states are doing this, Hallie, is that, you know, over the last several days and weeks, the Omicron surge has really waned. Hospitalizations are down. Positivity rates are down significantly in many of these states. And politically, as you mentioned, Hallie, perhaps some of these states are realizing that a lot of people are sick of this pandemic. We're nearly 2 years into it. And yesterday I was in Ohio, 2 separate districts. One still had a mask mandate for schools. The other one did not and had just let it expire. And, you know, while I did speak with several parents that, you know, were appreciative that mask mandates had been in effect for this long, you know, it's amazing to many of those parents and to many of us that we're still talking about this very divisive issue 2 years into this pandemic. I think that there's a acknowledgement by, you know, politicians in blue states that perhaps politically, you know, we may start trying to get away from these mask mandates as this Omicron surge moves on.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting. We'll look for more of it tonight on Nightly. We've got some breaking news coming into us here in Washington, where we've just learned the feds are looking into a bomb threat that forced the vice president's husband to be escorted out of a high school event he was at. I want to show you just in a second some of these pictures. These are them. This is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States. Looks like Secret Service is talking with him here. A reporter in the room says Emhoff was told something like, "We got to go." A couple minutes later, you're seeing it here, students and staff evacuated this building, too. It's Dunbar High School here in Washington. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard from D.C. police. I think we've turned around a little piece of what they had to say. Let me play it.
I spoke to our colleagues at the Secret Service. There was no indication that this threat was directed towards Mr. Emhoff.
Okay, that's interesting. We also heard from the Secret Service. Kelly O'Donnell is with us here now. And Kelly, we just got this statement from the Secret Service. Can you tell us what the latest is from them?
Well, what they say is that they believe that the threat was directed at the venue, not at the protectee, the husband of the vice president, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff. He happened to be there, and because he has that protective detail, they responded as you would expect, and they moved him out of the way in an abrupt fashion, ending his event. That always gets attention, and for those who were there, it has a sort of startling quality. And then they also evacuated students and staff and so forth. He was there as a part of a Black History Month event at this local high school here in Washington, D.C. And We are told that there was no threat in terms of any actual device being located or any concern. But these are the kinds of things that in a larger context where we've seen other threats being made against historically black colleges and universities, there is sort of a moment happening in the country now that is of great concern, and the FBI has 20 field offices looking at those threats, and it is worrisome. And so today it happened perhaps that venue and well-known individual happened to intersect, unintentionally perhaps, but a phoned-in threat is what we understand. And so all are safe, everything is fine, but it shows you how in these moments the system can work in terms of the protective sort of bubble around the vice president, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and the team there, and then all the resources that go in. Now, separately, the White House, of course, said that they were looking into this as well. The Secret Service has put out this statement saying they don't want to go into too many details because it gets into their operational protocols. But we know that separately, the FBI has been looking into this larger group of threats made against the historically black colleges and universities. And so this might be an extension of that. We don't know. But certainly the White House has expressed gratitude to the Secret Service for their prompt action, and obviously the local police department involved as well. So it's one of those moments where people's hearts were racing, everything turned out okay, and it may be a part of some larger pattern that law enforcement is looking at.
Let me just explain to folks who might be going, well, wait a second, how come we're not seeing video of this moment, right, when the second gentleman was escorted out of the room? It's because in this particular instance, Kelly, there didn't happen to be a television camera traveling with Doug Emhoff on this. We have some still photos that we're showing here, but no TV, cameramen there with him.
Yes, I guess we should explain that. With the vice president and the second gentleman, there can be a smaller group of the pool. We often talk about the pool. Whenever it's the president, there is always a television component. For some of these smaller events, you might have a print reporter, a radio reporter might be involved, a photographer might be involved, but it might not be the full complement of the entire array of media. And that was the case today. So there were journalists with him, but it didn't include television. So we're grateful to those colleagues of ours who were there, who could be firsthand witnesses. This is one of those times where the still photo has it, and the accounts of our colleagues tell the story.
That is for sure. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kel, thank you so much for breaking that down and for bringing us that developing news. Other developing news in Washington, with the most powerful Republican in the Senate today, putting the Republican National Committee on blast, at least as on blast as it gets for Mitch McConnell, who's saying tonight that the party's official political arm shouldn't be picking and choosing which Republicans it supports after the censure of GOP reps Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. And McConnell's also breaking with the RNC's description of the January 6th riot as legitimate political discourse by acknowledging the fact, by acknowledging the reality that it was indeed a violent insurrection. Here he is.
It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
And in a midterm year where party unity, you would think, might be front and center, Senate Republicans today, not happy with trying to do this whole distancing dance thing, right? Trying to put some space between themselves and this whole legitimate political discourse discussion, while also not totally ticking off former President Donald Trump, who still holds a lot of power in the party. So this is what that looked like on Capitol Hill. Watch.
Do you agree with that legitimate political discourse language that the RNC used in their censure?
Oh, that's their language. I mean, that's, I didn't write the motion or vote on it, so I'll let them speak for themselves on that.
I like to think of the Republican Party as being a big tent party.
I think the RNC's out of its lane.
And tonight, sources are also telling our team some new details that show what exactly former President Trump was doing on the 6th and who exactly he was trying to get in touch with, but could not that morning. More on that in a second. I want to bring in Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, a couple of pieces to this. You've got Mitch McConnell being clear about where he stands, right, where he stands, but he is not actively scolding the RNC for describing it as, legitimate political discourse, when in fact it was not. He is correctly acknowledging the reality of what happened on that day. But as you well know, and listen, you are a McConnell translator for us, that's probably as far as he's going to go on this, no?
I think that's right. And by the way, Hallie, I liked your distancing dance. I thought that was a very useful visual aid for how this has all been going.
You're doing it on Capitol Hill. You're one of the dance partners trying to get questions of these people, I know.
That's right. And the way I see it for McConnell, this is the best way I think he thinks he can get distance from this issue. He doesn't want to talk about this anymore. He doesn't want to talk about January 6th. He doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. You know, I asked him yesterday what his thoughts were about this issue, and he pointed me to this press conference today. And yesterday I kind of thought that was maybe because he didn't know what his answer was going to be, or he was going to try to dance around it. And after watching his answer today, I think it's pretty clear. He wanted to be as forceful as he gets in his comments about this as a way to put it behind him. And I think that also provides cover for every other Republican in the conference, on the Senate side at least, to point to Mitch McConnell's comments and say, I'm with him and I don't have to talk about it anymore. That's the political imperative. That's what we're seeing from Senate Republicans.
The messaging piece is really important, Garrett, because you've got, as you correctly note, many in the Republican Party do not think it is politically palatable to be running on this message of the last election was not legitimate, because it was legitimate. It's not a true statement of fact. It is a conspiracy theory. And yet that is the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump continues to push. They'd rather be talking about Joe Biden and the economy. They'd rather be talking about the president and his policies on the pandemic, for example, not this issue.
Oh, totally. But this is the challenge that Republicans have. You know, when you have fed, or when the president, the former president, has fed the Republican base these lies for more than a year now, it starts to be kind of baked into the electorate. That's what a lot of the electorate expects to hear. McConnell is trying to steer the Republican Party in something of a different direction here. He could be as obstructionist as possible against Joe Biden. That's the way he thinks the Republicans can get back into power, by being a conservative alternative to everything that's happening right now. Donald Trump doesn't think that way, and House Republicans and their leader are not able to think that way, because they have had and chosen to have a much more aligned relationship with Donald Trump, and their voters expect that, and that's going to be the challenge, I think, for Republicans, who have so many other tailwinds in their favor, theoretically, going into this midterm election. They've got this one running right in their face.
A couple of new threads from January 6th, too, as this all ties together as it relates to that day. I know that you and our team have some reporting, including our colleague Leanne Caldwell, that the former president, on the morning of January 6th, wanted to talk to Mike Pence, was trying to get in touch with Mike Pence, who was figuratively mashing the decline button, or somebody around him was. What's interesting here is, number one, that call didn't happen until it eventually did, and reportedly, of course, Mr. Trump pushed Pence to try to overturn the legitimate results. The committee probably knows about this. It is yet another example of the immense level of detail that the committee has on what Donald Trump did and did not do that day.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to hear about how these pieces are coming together because of the documents that the committee has been able to get their hands on, which we know include White House phone records. You know, the substance of that call is the kind of thing we may or may not ever find out, but the fact that the president was even making it is interesting, because he was even making it, and because we're able to know about it. The committee is now fully inside the White House. If they've got White House phone records, they know not just that the president was trying to talk to the vice president, which we know he was trying to talk to Jim Jordan, we know, but we're going to know all the other phone calls that he was making. And as I don't have to tell you, Donald Trump was a prodigious phone caller. He doesn't text, he doesn't tweet, he doesn't email, but he works the phones all day long. And the other folks that he might have been talking to on the January 6th morning of, either before the rally, before the riot got started, could tell us a lot more. The committee now has that information. We'll see how it starts to come out.
Garrett Haake, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to have more on NBC's exclusive reporting on the January 6th investigation just out later on in the show from Ben Collins. Garrett, appreciate it. Truckers from that Freedom Convoy we've been talking about on this show have blocked the Canadian side of this Ambassador Bridge, which connects Detroit to Windsor, Ontario. So take a look at this. These are some of the aerials. Getting to Canada over this bridge is basically impossible. You've got backups that are miles long. And that bridge is the single busiest land border crossing in North America. That's bringing up some real concerns over supply chain problems for the car industry. All of this is part of those trucker protests in Ottawa, Canada's capital, because of vaccine mandates to cross the U.S.-Canadian border, and more broadly, how the Trudeau administration has handled the pandemic in Canada. The protests have gotten some support from some corners in the U.S. as well, with some Republican leaders publicly standing behind those protesters. You got Canadian officials saying, hey, mind your own business, basically. Ellison Barber is in Ottawa for us.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now. Things largely have been jovial. There is a strong anti-media sentiment within these areas. You hear people yelling at us as we walk, tell the truth. But again, for the most part, the protesters we've seen out here, they have been peaceful. They have very strong opinions, and they want to make sure the government hears them. They are frustrated. This all started initially in response to the Prime Minister issuing an order saying that border crossing truckers had to be vaccinated, that they would no longer be exempt from quarantine rules. Since then, it has expanded, and most of the people we have spoken to, they say they are here because they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions and all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions, and they say they will stay out here blocking the streets, many of them sleeping in tents or in their trucks, until they see an end to those mandates. The Prime Minister, he has said that this does not represent Canada, that these people are not representing most of Canada, and that they are, in his view, the fringe. People here, they say that they don't believe that's true at all. They say they do represent many people here. And that term, the fringe, it's almost become a bit of a term, a rallying cry, if you will. We saw one person walking with a shirt on that said, the fringe. Back to you.
Ellison Barber reporting for us there in Ottawa. To China now, where athletes competing in the Olympics, listen, they're feeling the strain of living inside this Olympic bubble, a bubble created because China's trying to contain any COVID outbreaks in the country. Take a look at some of these headlines. Athletes concerned about everything from the food to the COVID tests to the conditions when they're living in quarantine. And they're also taking some of their frustrations, some of their very emotional responses out to social media. That includes U.S. figure skater Vincent Zhou, who tested positive before his event yesterday. And while he hasn't had any issues with the conditions, he's certainly felt the pain, right? That emotional difficulty of having his dreams basically cut short by COVID.
I've taken all the precautions I can. I've isolated myself so much that the loneliness I felt in the last month or two has been crushing at times.
You have other athletes who have found themselves in this crazy, confusing situation. Look at the Australian curling team. They were about to fly home after they got cut from the competition because of a positive test. Then they're told, wait, actually, you can compete. They got a cab to get back to their game. And then guess what? They won. Steve Patterson is in the bubble in Beijing for us with more. Steve, it's not just some of these isolated cases. You've got test results that have made for some drama. The situation with that Australian curling team is just one example.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is far too much drama and far too many cases than Olympic officials were expecting or prepared for. Now, I do want to preface this by saying the athletes we spoke to in the bubble that are testing negative, that are able to compete, they say obviously this isn't ideal, but, you know, for their money, it's fine. They're able to eat with their team and train with their team and in a lot of cases have fun with their team. But yeah, the athletes that are testing positive, it's a whole new ballgame. Let me just run you through a few. There's the Polish hockey player Marco Antilla accusing China of human rights violations because he tested positive in the States, yes, back in his home country, yes, but then produced several negative tests and then tested positive as soon as he landed in Beijing. Doesn't know why, was taken to isolation. Natalia Malazweska, the Polish skater, says that she's been in and out of isolation because of conflicting COVID tests. And then when they get in isolation to these facilities, they say the conditions aren't ideal. We're talking about Eric Frenzel, who says that the rooms are small, the rooms are dirty, there isn't enough athletic equipment, and the food is bad. And to the point about the food, there's Valeria Vastanova, a Russian athlete, who says she's been getting pasta, meat, potatoes, and orange sauce for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the last 5 days. I see in the pictures, it's not pretty. This is a real problem. Hallie?
Are we hearing from the IOC on some of this? Maybe less about the pasta and meatballs, although, but about the COVID piece of this too.
To be fair, we've heard from the IOC not only about the COVID piece, but about the pasta and meatballs. They are addressing this. They say there is a team that is focused on not only communicating with the athletes, but to be fair, to communicating with the media. We've heard that they're trying to make the rooms bigger. They're trying to provide more athletic equipment. They're trying to make the food a little bit more palatable, although we've been hearing conflicting reports about the success that they've had. Here's a statement that they gave about what they're attempting to do and the limits of what they say they can do. Listen to this.
I understand the frustration, the stress, the disappointment that they feel after all the preparations. We will allow as many people as possible out of isolation to train and compete as we can, but only as many as we can do safely and not put other athletes, other participants, or the Chinese population at risk.
Those square meals every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I hope they can improve that. They also say they're working on more psychiatric resources for when people do test positive and they're cut off essentially from their team and family. And in a lot of cases, a good internet connection as well. It's something that they say they're continuing to work on.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Listen, it's so stressful. Can we give a bit of an antidote to the stress? There has to be. I know there's lots of positive things to look forward to.
Please.
So when I'm home tonight, Steve, when I'm turning on my primetime Olympics coverage after the show, you know, what am I looking for? What can we look forward to tonight, tomorrow morning?
A couple things. You're going to be looking for Michaela Schifrin, who is competing. She crashed out of her very first event. Extremely disappointing for her, but she's got several more events. Is chasing history if she can win more gold. Then you're going to come out to where I am, which I'm very happy to say. We're going to be covering the men's and women's half-pipe qualifiers. So these are two of our biggest stars competing. Chloe Kim could win multiple golds consecutively. The first time that would be done in women's half-pipe if she qualifies tonight. And then, of course, there's the great Shaun White, who is on his swan song, The Last Dance, the extra life, as he calls it, could compete for his fourth gold. He again has to qualify. That will be tonight. If he does, you know, that would be massive, but this could obviously be the very last time we see him compete. Here's what he told us ahead of that. Listen to this.
I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, you know, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising. It's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in.
Shaun White dealing with those harsh inevitabilities about aging, but is in good spirits. And I've been watching him train the last few days. The guy looks like he's on another level still. Hallie, it'll be interesting to see.
I feel that in my soul, the harsh inevitabilities of aging, Steve Patterson. I hope you get a front row seat to the action, my friend. You've earned it for sure. Thanks, Steve. Pope Benedict, who is now retired today, is asking members of the church to forgive him for how he handled sex abuse cases when he was an archbishop, but he's not going to admit any fault. Here's the deal. The retired pope was responding to a German report that accused him of allowing 4 priests convicted of sex abuse, including a pedophile, to go back to leading church services. While the former pope said he was saddened by the abuses, his lawyer says Benedict was not involved in any cover-ups. The report also blamed leaders who came before and after Benedict, estimating there were nearly 500 victims of abuse and at least 235 predators over several decades in Germany. Coming up here on the show, the Justice Department sending signals that might allow more safe injection sites, which would be a real backtrack from the agency's position under the Trump administration. So why now, and what does it really mean? Ken Delanian has some answers for us after the break.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Department of Justice is now saying they might allow safe injection sites, which should be different than what they used to allow. The DOJ has actually fought against some of these sites opening in court, and they won back in 2019. You might remember earlier this year, NBC News was given exclusive access to the country's very first safe injection site in New York, where people can use heroin and other narcotics with protections against deadly overdoses. Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, we actually aired, I think it was our very first week on the air ever with this show, where we showed some of that access that our team got, Jacob Soboroff, Brianna De Jesus Banos, to that site. Here we are now, 2 months later, and the DOJ is saying, hey, we might allow more of them. This feels a little bit like a tipping point, no?
I agree, and that was important journalism, Hallie. And New York officials are now saying they may have stopped as many as 125 overdoses at that facility. And this is a great example of how elections really matter. Elections have consequences. You've got different people running the Justice Department now. They have a different philosophy when it comes to the approach on how to combat the scourge of drugs. They're focused more on what they call harm reduction rather than trying to fight on the demand side. And, there's a huge problem with overdoses in this country, particularly with heroin laced with fentanyl. It's a recurring, dramatic problem, and it's getting the attention of Justice Department officials, and they are now moving in this direction, Hallie.
We've seen other, Maine and Colorado and Seattle had tried to put policies in place, to try to put places like this, in their communities, but always the roadblock were the feds, was the federal government. Do you have any insight into why now for the DOJ? President Biden's been in office for over a year. Is it a function of that? Is it something else?
Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of evidence piling up that the overdose problem is really hurting the United States. There have been more than 100,000 overdose deaths in a year period. I just saw a figure of $1 trillion in damage to the economy from overdoses. So this is something that's hitting them in the face every day. And you've got this pressure from local communities and again, a different philosophy in the Biden administration, preparing to allow this to happen rather than to say, no, federal law prohibits it.
We already know that these sites are up and running in Canada and Australia and Europe. What would the timeline be if the DOJ does give the official green light here in this country for us to see more of them?
Relatively quickly, I think.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. You know, there's decades of evidence behind these sites. I remember 20 years ago as a foreign correspondent visiting some in Switzerland. The idea is they not only protect drug users, but they protect the community because they take away the incentive for addicts to steal, to commit crimes, to buy drugs. It's been a real problem for the American psyche, this idea that you're going to allow people in a room to do this thing that's supposedly illegal. But, you know, with all this evidence of the harm coming from drug use and overdoses and the problem of we're not really fixing the supply side, the momentum seems to be on the side of going in this direction, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much for breaking that down. It's an important story. Appreciate it.
You bet.
We should note here, if you or somebody you know might need help with substance abuse, there's help. There's resources. There's this hotline on your screen, 1-800-662-HELP. Still ahead, we've got an inside scoop on what President Biden might really think about some key friends of ours overseas as he navigates this Russia-Ukraine crisis, what he's saying in private about some of those leaders. And it doesn't seem like things are getting easier for Peloton at the moment. Its CEO being replaced, thousands of jobs apparently getting cut. We've got more details in the 5 things. Ooh, I love the...
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Exclusive new reporting only here on NBC News that takes you inside what the so-called Purple Team is doing, these investigators on the January 6th committee, and how far back they're really looking as it relates to the insurrection. Ben Collins has this brand new reporting that literally just posted. We're going to have him getting in front of a camera for us in a minute. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Justice Department announcing its biggest financial seizure ever. They've charged a couple for trying to launder billions of dollars in stolen Bitcoin. The DOJ says it took back billions of dollars in crypto. The 2 people arrested are connected to a 2016 hack. They appeared in court not too long ago. Number 2, a teen has been arrested in the case that led to the police shooting that killed Amir Locke in Minneapolis. Police officials tell NBC News the 17-year-old taken in is related to the no-knock warrant that resulted in Locke's death during a SWAT raid. Students in Minnesota today staged walkouts calling for police accountability and a ban on those no-knock warrants. Number 3, American Airlines says one of its flights was diverted last night after a passenger apparently said something threatening to the crew. The plane was headed from North Carolina to L.A., but was forced to land in New Mexico. We don't know specifically what that passenger said. Number 4, Peloton is replacing its CEO, John Foley, with somebody else, the former Spotify CFO. Barry McCarthy. The fitness company also says it's cutting 2,800 jobs, all to try to cut some costs. Number 5, you want an Oscar update? We got you. The Power of the Dog from Netflix is leading this year's Oscars with 12 nominations. West Side Story and Dune are also picked for Best Picture. And West Side Story director Steven Spielberg is making history as the first director to be nominated in 6 different decades. It's maybe a nice way of saying you're a little older, but hey, you're getting noms in 6 decades. That is impressive. The show is set to be held in person on March 27th. Some new exclusive reporting tonight on what President Biden really thinks about the world leaders as he tries to navigate this whole Russia-Ukraine crisis. Because even though officials say the U.S. is closely aligned with our friends overseas right now, our allies, you still got the president behind closed doors offering some, let's say, colorful descriptions of some of them, according to sources who have heard the president use these descriptions. For example, that German Chancellor, the new one, Olaf Scholz, is, quote, no Angela Merkel. That he believes the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is blustery. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, wants to be Charles de Gaulle, one of the heroes of World War II. And as for Vladimir Putin of Russia, summing him up as, quote, a guy with nukes and no friends. Kind of an interesting dynamic for the president, who has spent nearly 50 years engaging in foreign policy, both as VP and while in the Senate. The difference here as president is that the only person he's got a history with is Putin. Of course, a member of the National Security Council has decried some of this as anonymous gossip, saying that the president stands strong with allies and has nothing but respect for them. Safe bet that Ukraine and Russia will be one of the topics Lester Holt tackles with President Biden in an exclusive interview you will only see here before the Super Bowl. It's the president's first one-on-one interview of 2022. That's going to be right here on NBC News Now, over on NBC, before the big matchup between the Bengals and the Rams. We'll get some early looks later on this week, Thursday, on NBC Nightly News. More developments today around the January 6th insurrection. The FBI arresting somebody they say stormed the Capitol while he was out on bail for attempted murder. Matthew Bedingfield, they say, traveled to the Capitol with his dad that day, now faces charges as serious as assaulting an officer and carrying a deadly weapon on restricted Capitol grounds. It comes as NBC is getting exclusive access to 6 investigators who are working with the House January 6th committee, all of whom requested anonymity, but talking about this, telling our team, telling our Ben Collins just how deep this investigation into the Capitol riot really is. They're looking into stuff that happened maybe as far back as a year before the insurrection, linked to some of these extremist groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. We're talking about stuff like COVID lockdown rallies, counter-protests to some racial injustice demonstrations, rallies around the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory. Ben Collins broke this story for us, I think in just the last hour. It actually posted on our website, Ben, so we're glad to have your Skype connection up and running with us. This is some fascinating stuff, and this is a level of detail that we are getting from investigators on this committee that we just do not often hear broken down. They're working on red teams and purple teams, and this purple team is looking at stuff way before the riot actually happened. Explain why.
Yeah, the purple team is looking at those COVID lockdown protests and even things like, do you remember the steps of the Capitol in Michigan? That whole protest where they tried to get in there as well in the year beforehand. They're looking at that to see if there is a nexus between extremist movements and some of the people who went there, some of the people who may not have been affiliated with militias at the time, try to build support for something that would happen on January 6th. They are trying to determine if, in the long run, these were run-up events for those sorts of things. And by the way, they are also looking for a standard ideology behind these people, because QAnon people don't necessarily like Proud Boys necessarily, or vice versa. But they came to January 6th with the same idea, which is to storm the Capitol. They're trying to figure out exactly why that is, and if there's an underpinning ideology that explains this a lot better than just one militia or one conspiracy movement might by itself.
Can you explain a little bit more about anything that you didn't expect coming out of these discussions? I know you've been deeply reporting on this for a while. Is there anything that you heard in these discussions with these investigators that you went, I didn't expect that?
Yeah, look, I think, first of all, I didn't anticipate that they would be looking this deeply into these previous events. I thought that, those are things that looked familiar to us. They looked like things that kind of looked like January 6th, but they didn't. I didn't really view them as maybe potential recruitment places for these specific things. And they also talk about the Great Replacement theory as maybe a unifying factor for a lot of these militias. The Great Replacement theory, that's the idea that white people are being replaced at large in the United States. The white electorate is being replaced by immigrants. And a lot of them believe that this is because of some sort of Jewish cabal elite thing. It's deeply anti-Semitic. It's deeply racist. But they are specifically, they brought this up by name. Talking about that as maybe a thing that brought a few of these groups together.
This investigation by the January 6th Select Committee is separate. I think to make this really clear, it is separate from the investigation the Justice Department is working on, where they've made hundreds of arrests, charged lots of people on that track. But interestingly, these investigators that you are reporting on here say that their mandate on the January 6th committee, the congressional committee, is actually bigger and broader. How?
Yeah, that's what they told me, that exact sentence, that it's bigger and broader. And, you know, they can make recommendations to law enforcement to say, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't focus specifically on one militia when there is a wider anti-elite movement in the United States that's growing since the 6th. They don't plan on just saying, like, this is exactly what happened on January 6th. They're going to talk about all the movements that in social media artifacts, I guess, they found in the years beforehand, and bring that up in relation to the 6th, and then talk about measures in the future that you could take to stop this from happening again. This is going to be a big report. It's going to be like a Mueller report or a Warren Commission or something like that. That's what it's going to look like at the end of the day. It's also going to be public hearings soon. So that's the difference here, is that this is going to be, it's not just going to be a bunch of indictments of specific oath keepers and all this stuff. It's pretty all-encompassing from this committee.
Ben Collins, great reporting. Thank you so much for being able to bring it to us tonight here on NBC News Now. Appreciate it. Still to come. Looks like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is back in a pretty controversial bill. Critics call it the Don't Say Gay bill. We've got the latest details on that in the local. Plus, 24 hours after we explained what the metaverse is, today we're looking at some serious safety issues inside it. Maura Barrett has that in tonight's original.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to be backing the Parental Rights in Education bill, or what critics are calling the Don't Say Gay bill. The bill would stop teachers from having conversations with students about gender identity and sexual orientation. DeSantis says it's, quote, entirely inappropriate for teachers to be talking about that kind of thing with kids. From our West Coast Bureau, a San Diego fire rescue crew saved a guy who fell 50 feet into a canyon near a beach. You're looking at the aerials of that now. They got this 21-year-old onto a gurney, got him up into the air. We still don't know how he's doing, but officials say he was hurt pretty badly. We're going to update you on that as soon as we get more. And from our D.C. Bureau, have you seen this incredible video of a crossing guard? Watch, literally putting her body in front of a car to save a student from getting hit by the car that's going, by the way, way too fast with a wet road like that. Corporal Annette Goodyear was taken to the hospital, but luckily was not hurt. She was released afterwards. Officials say she even went to the student's home to check on them. She is being awarded a governor's citation for that good deed, and what a good deed it is. That is an incredible act of selflessness. Look at that. Ooh, that could have been a lot scarier, a lot worse. We want to bring you now tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. We've talked about the metaverse on this show. You've got some experts now, some of them who are becoming more and more worried about how safe it is, especially for younger people. And it's coming as Meta, formerly Facebook, tries to address a real-world issue that's bleeding into their VR platform, sexual harassment. Maura Barrett talks with one woman in the UK who actually experienced some of this virtual sexual assault on the platform. Watch.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
Meta, formerly Facebook, sees a new world of opportunity in the metaverse.
You're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine.
But when Nina Jane Patel stepped into Meta's Horizon Venues, a space for virtual events, something she did not want to imagine happened.
Less than 30 seconds into it, I was suddenly surrounded by 3 male avatars with male voices who were kind of saying sexual innuendos to me. Before I knew it, they were, for lack of a better word, groping my avatar. So they were touching my upper and middle portion of my avatar.
Patel said she fumbled with her controller and could not put blocking features on quickly enough.
They said things like, don't pretend you don't love it. Clearly, people are using this space to, sexually harass and verbally harass people and act out their violent tendencies.
This week, Meta announced new personal boundaries, so avatars default to keeping nearly 4 feet of distance between each other. The company says this, quote, makes it easier to avoid unwanted interactions like this one, and we are sorry this happened. Infringement of personal space, though, is not the only concern for critics.
It's incredibly dangerous, potentially, to kids to have them in that environment. I mean, honestly speaking, I'd be very nervous as a parent about having Mark Zuckerberg's algorithms babysit my kids.
The Center for Countering Digital Hate is a nonprofit that analyzes and seeks to disrupt online hate and misinformation. One of their researchers spent 11.5 hours recording activity on VR Chat, a virtual world platform accessed on Meta's Oculus headset.
We found one infringement of the rules, and by that we mean grooming, child sexual grooming. We mean extreme hatred. One infringement every 7 minutes.
The organization shared its data logs and recordings with NBC. They found 37 instances of sexual content, 20 reports of racism, and 9 reports of abuse, most with minors present.
Trying to bully some kids? Sure. Right there, that little 12-year-old right here. He must learn.
Instances of hate speech, homophobia, misogyny, and rape were also reported in the virtual world. Age limits in these spaces vary. Both Meta's Horizon Venues and spaces accessed with Quest headsets where these incidents occurred are 13 plus. Meta advises adults should monitor their child's use. Responding to NBC's questions about these incidents and reporting issues, a Meta spokesperson said in part, Horizon Venues should be safe, and we are committed to building it that way. We will continue to make improvements as we learn more about how people interact in these spaces, especially when it comes to helping people report things easily and reliably. Skepticism still remains, though.
As virtual reality becomes more and more realistic, so it becomes more damaging because, of course, the psychological impacts of that environment feel more real. They're more difficult to sort of discern from our offline reality.
More, it feels like part of the issue here is that the platform doesn't look at policy violations if it can't match them to a username in its database, no?
So this is something that the Center for Countering Digital Hate was really concerned about, because as you're reporting issues in real time, you can obviously see a user that you're interacting with, and you've seen usernames, right, Hallie? There's often jumbled numbers, and you can see that right in real time. But if you choose to report it after the fact, that's something that the center was really concerned with. Specifically, they found over 100 incidences and infringements over that 11-hour period, and were only able to successfully report about half of them. And now Meta does point out that when you do report something like this, in the report will include a recording of several minutes of your last experience. So they have that on the record as evidence, for example. And they also have other safety precautions currently in place. In addition to those personal boundaries that we saw added here, you can block a specific user. You can mute them without reporting them necessarily. There's also an option where you as a user can transport yourself to a safe zone. So you can kind of take a beat away from an interaction if you need to physically, in the virtual world, I guess, remove yourself from that. And they also note that there are trained safety specialists monitoring and recording harmful conduct. Meta acknowledging that this is kind of a work in progress, right, when it comes to safety precautions that they might not have been able to foresee when they've been launching this product. But they do say that they're going to be monitoring activity and any incidents that go on in these spaces, and obviously adjusting as we go from there, like we saw with that addition of the personal boundaries. Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for that reporting. Coming up, Tesla might be facing some serious legal trouble, facing maybe a lawsuit in California over claims of racial discrimination and harassment. We're getting into that after the break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tesla may soon be going up against California, with the state's civil rights agency telling Tesla it could be slapped with a race discrimination suit after some fairly damning allegations of harassment and discrimination. Tesla responding in a financial filing, saying the company doesn't believe that the facts and the law justify the verdict. But here's what some former employees have said about working there. One former worker, Melvin Berry, was paid $1 million in arbitration, saying a supervisor often used racial slurs. Another former employee, Owen Diaz, was paid $137 million last year. Apparently said colleagues told him to, quote, go back to Africa. And former contract worker Kaylin Barker told Bloomberg in a statement, I feel like I have been tortured and sent back in time before African Americans had civil rights. Laura Kolodny from CNBC is joining us now. I mean, Laura, listen, these are serious accusations against Tesla. If California does move forward with a civil complaint, how does this register with the company, especially when all of these allegations are already out?
Well, employees already know what it's like working there, and they may be aware of some of the allegations and experiences of their colleagues, but it can be good for morale.
You know, we talked about how Tesla explained its position in a financial filing. They famously, listen, we talk about Tesla a decent amount. They don't have a PR department, right? So they're not responding, I don't think, to requests for comment. What has your experience been reporting on this topic and engaging with the company here?
So, right, everyone thinks Tesla doesn't have a PR department, but they definitely engage in PR. They have PR professionals in their ranks. They don't do traditional PR in North America, but Elon Musk is going ahead and doing these appearances on Joe Rogan or the Babylon Bee, and that doesn't book itself. They don't tend to answer directly to mainstream reporters. Elon Musk called reporters the hate stream the other day. They are saying they don't think that the DFEH has, grounds to sue over this kind of racist discrimination, and we haven't heard their defense. But a jury awarded, an employee, contract worker Owen Diaz, this huge verdict, and it's hard for Tesla to make the case. I think that they don't have any kind of problem, in particular because this is fighting discrimination is something that large companies simply have to deal with. Any company, any manufacturer.
What could it mean for Tesla if California does move forward with this?
If the state of California moves forward with this suit, and they've notified Tesla that they believe they have enough evidence to do that, this could be just an ongoing legal burden, and it is a reputational hit to Tesla, a company that wants to appeal to ESG investors, environment, social, and governance-minded investors, and a company that's growing, including in the U.S. They need to promise a great working experience to people if they want to keep recruiting and keeping top talent.
Laura Kolodny from CNBC, thank you so much for being on with us and talking us through the latest twists and turns on Tesla. Appreciate it. That does it for us this hour. We will have more for you here, as always, tomorrow on NBC News Now. Same time, same place, same location, wherever you're finding us. Coverage picks up right now.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Tuesday, February 8th. And tonight we're talking about voting. The U.S. Supreme Court is letting Alabama lawmakers update that state's congressional map. Critics of the map say it would put black voters at a disadvantage, and a lower court agreed. Alabama's Republican Secretary of State John Merrill represented the state in court. He joins us to talk about the decision. How do we keep fraternities and sororities from hazing newcomers? And where should we draw the line between hazing and initiation? We'll get into that with Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown. He's co-sponsoring 2 bills to prevent hazing. Also, NASA is planning to replace the International Space Station. It will drop the old one into the Pacific Ocean. A former astronaut joins us to explain why. And she was cut from the U.S. Olympic ski team twice, only to return for a shot at redemption. Team USA's Rosie Brennan joins us live. So when you vote this year, you might be in a different congressional district than before. Let's begin tonight with a controversy over redistricting in Alabama. Last year, Alabama's Republican-controlled legislature drew the state's new congressional map. That resulted in 6 majority white districts, the ones in yellow, and 1 majority black district, the one in red. That's in the Birmingham area. Now, Alabama overall is about 27% black. So by that math, 27% of the population generally gets 100 divided by 7, about 14% of the congressional vote. That's why critics of this map say it dilutes the electoral power of black voters. And 2 weeks ago, a federal court agreed. A panel of 3 judges, 2 of whom were appointed by former President Trump, ruled that the map violated the Voting Rights Act. The panel's opinion was more than 200 pages long, and among other things, the judges wrote, quote, "Black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress," unquote. Now, the court ordered the Alabama legislature to revise the map so that 2 congressional districts would have a substantial portion of black voters. Instead, the state appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and last night, justices sided with the state. They voted 5-4 to stay the lower court's ruling for now, although it might face a full hearing later. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote to explain his vote on the stay. He made it clear that this ruling is not a, quote, position on the ultimate merits of the party's underlying legal dispute, unquote, meaning the maps might violate the Voting Rights Act, or they might not. Justice Kavanaugh's point is that it would be too disruptive to the Alabama primary on May 24th to change things now. Last night on MSNBC, the incoming president of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund questioned that reasoning.
The Supreme Court, based on a principle, not even actual law and precedent, but on a principle that was articulated in a case out of 2006 called Purcell, the court, in a concurring opinion, decided that allowing the maps to be redrawn within 7 weeks of the earliest date of the kickoff of the election would somehow be disruptive and violate a principle that, as I said, is not in fact law, but is a notion that has come to govern election law cases in the past several years.
Now, Chief Justice John Roberts joined the court's more liberal justices. He voted against the stay, writing that the lower court got its ruling right. Justice Elena Kagan wrote a lengthy dissent. She noted that leaving these maps in place, quote, does a disservice to black Alabamians who have had their electoral power diminished in violation of a law this court once knew to buttress all of American democracy, unquote. Joining us now is Alabama's Secretary of State John Merrill. He oversees Alabama's elections and was the litigant in these court cases representing the state. Secretary Merrill, welcome. Glad to have you with us.
My pleasure to be with you. Yes.
Before I get into some of the concerns over the maps, let me just start with your general stance on them. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that these maps treat all Alabamians, especially black Alabamians, fairly? Scale of 1 to 10.
Well, it's difficult to answer that question that way because what you want in any maps that are drawn anytime is to ensure that the population of the area is properly represented. And in our state, 26.7% of our population is African American. 69.1% of our population is white Alabamians. And I think it's important to know that it's difficult to make sure you had 2 proper congressional districts drawn in order to make sure that those African Americans are represented with 2 majority-minority districts simply because you don't have that many African Americans living in the same geographic area.
I think the fact that you didn't just say 10 speaks to the issue within this lawsuit. Though I hear you in terms of the difficulties of drawing these maps. No one has nailed this down, I think, to a science that satisfies everyone. But the question of that is really kind of at the under...
Sure, if you ever get a state that says they've got a 10 every time, you need to bottle them up and ship them to the other 49. I can assure you of that.
Well, that's kind of the issue within this lawsuit. I mean, one of the things that was brought up in the lower court ruling, and I'm quoting from the lower court ruling, Alabama's extensive history of repugnant racial and voting-related discrimination is undeniable and well documented. Defendants, the state, defendants argue that Alabama has come a long way, but the question for us is more pointed. Has it come far enough for these factors to be neutral or to weigh in favor of defendants? Secretary Merrill, I wonder how you contemplate the answer to that, particularly Alabama's past and what it means now for drawing these maps.
Well, the point is very well taken. And one of the things that I've shared multiple times when I've testified before Congress about our efforts to just register voters. I mean, since January the 19th, 2015, as of today, we've registered 1,984,029 new voters in our state. We now have 3,621,553 registered voters in Alabama. 96% of all eligible African Americans in Alabama are registered to vote. 91% of all eligible white Alabamians are registered to vote, and 94% of all eligible Alabamians are registered to vote. No state in the union has made the progress that we've made in that same period of time. Are there still other areas that need improvement, other areas that need to be worked on? Without a doubt. Are we doing everything we can each and every day in the office of the Secretary of State? Without question. And we're going to continue to do that as long as I have the privilege to serve in this role. We're going to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
That is remarkable, Secretary Merrill, but that doesn't quite answer my question. You were talking about whether African Americans are registered to vote. This quote from the district court ruling has to do with whether they'll be able to vote in districts that fairly reflect the populations in their areas in light of Alabama's history of disenfranchising black voters.
Well, Josh, as you know, we have one majority-minority district in the state of Alabama today. We have had that same district since 1992 when reapportionment created that district. Josh, I have been living in that district since 1992. I am a resident of the majority-minority district currently represented by Terry Sewell in the United States Congress. My daughter actually interned for Congresswoman Sewell because she represents us. So District 7 represents the people who live there, not just African Americans, but the people who live in that district, and I'm one of those residents.
With regard to other districts, though, Secretary, that might have been created, the Supreme Court case, and we should be clear, the ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court did not rule on the merits of whether or not the maps would survive. It was more about the timing and whether or not there was time to kind of alter these maps now. There is a precedent, the Gingles case, that sets out a three-pronged test to determine whether or not there is a case that plaintiffs could bring like this. And we'll put them up so people can see them. I won't get too deep into the legalese, but basically, the conditions are that a minority group is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a minority in a district, that minority is politically cohesive, and that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it usually to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. So those are the three conditions for a case like this. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that if these maps actually went to court, if there was actually oral argument, a hearing before the Supreme Court, how well do you think these maps would survive this three-pronged test?
Josh, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult in the state of Alabama to have two majority-minority districts that are represented by a majority population of African Americans because of the numbers that I just gave you. And you said the first element in that three-pronged test was to have them in a compact geographic area. You're not going to have that in the state of Alabama because of where African Americans live. It's where they choose to live. And we think that that's important, that the representation for those people be respective of the individuals that live there, obviously. But you also want to make sure that you're not continuing to promote a gerrymandered district that would not represent all the people that live in a particular area.
So can we just be clear, do you believe that Alabama's maps survived this test or not?
Well, this is what I know. I know that it's beyond me. When I was a member of the Alabama legislature, I helped to draw the maps that were approved between 2010 and 2020. Now, as the Secretary of State, my job is just to implement the maps that are presented to us by the Alabama legislature. Obviously, these maps were challenged in court. They were actually challenged, Josh, and you may know this very well, before they were ever produced. There was already a lawsuit filed. And what we know is that the Supreme Court has said that these maps are acceptable for the 2022 election cycle. What happens in 2024?
That is not, I'm sorry, sir, that is not what the Supreme Court said. The court did not rule on the quality of the maps. Justice Kavanaugh, in his opinion, only said that the timing of this case, based on when the primary comes in late May, is too close for the court to rule out of concern for upsetting the process. He said very plainly in his ruling that he was making no opinion. He was casting no opinion on whether the maps were fair or not. So I'm sorry, but that's not true.
Josh, before you interrupted me, what I was saying was the maps are going to be used in the 2022 cycle, but it made no mention about whether or not they would be acceptable 2024, 2026, or 2028, leading up again to the reapportionment cycle in 2030 and beyond. So we do know that they have been approved to be used for 2022 in our May 24th primary, June 21st runoff, and the November 8th general election.
Let me ask you about what happens going forward. You know, the court has left open the possibility that these might actually go forward for larger hearing. That may yet happen in the fall. Critics of the map say that's too late for the primary, but at least they left open the possibility that there would be some kind of hearing in court. Justice Kagan, in her lengthy dissent, wrote that the plaintiffs brought 17 witnesses over 7 days, and they brought 11 possible other plans for the way that these maps could be drawn, and also wrote that the defense's expert witness was disregarded by the lower court for weak expertise, for not reviewing all the plaintiff's evidence, for offering what the lower court believed were unsupported opinions in his testimony. I have to ask you this, in this politically charged environment, with all these questions around the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court did not have a conservative majority with 3 justices appointed by President Trump, do you think this might have gone a different way?
Well, that would call on speculation or conjecture on my part to determine what individuals who are not currently on the court might think about something that they have never seen nor has been introduced to them. I can say that I know what this court did. I read the opinion that was issued by the sitting justices, and we know that it was considered, and now we know what we have to do from this point forward, beginning on May 24th when we have our primary vote, and then again with the runoff on June 21st, and then the general election November the 8th.
Last thing I would ask, for Black Alabamians who look at this map and are concerned about what may happen to their capacity to vote for lawmakers that really reflect their needs and the needs of their areas, what would you recommend as just the state's top election official to make sure that they're registered and ready to vote this May?
Well, we certainly want anyone that's not currently registered to vote, if they are a United States citizen and they reside in Alabama, we want them to be registered to vote and to have a photo ID so they can participate at the level that they choose to. They can do so through our mobile app at alabamavotes.gov, on our website, Vote for Alabama on the mobile app, and they can call our office 334-242-7200, and we would love to have them make sure that they are registered and ready to participate. I think it should also be noted that our legislative district in the Alabama House and the Alabama Senate now have more majority-minority representation than in any other time in the history of the state of Alabama. So even though we still have work to do, we're doing great work in Alabama. We're proud of that, and we're going to continue to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat in Alabama.
And that site again is Alabama Votes, all one word, alabamavotes.gov. John Merrill, the Secretary of State in the state of Alabama. Secretary Merrill, I really appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. My pleasure.
Let's continue now with Jeffrey Rosen. He's a professor at the George Washington University Law School, and he's also the president and CEO of the National Constitution Center. Professor Rosen, welcome back.
Good to be here.
I wonder what your thoughts were on our conversation with Secretary Merrill, particularly in light of the concerns that the lower court raised and the Supreme Court did not address about Alabama's new maps.
Well, you were absolutely right to press him on what the court actually held. And you're also correct that the court did not in any way bless Alabama's map. The central matter of dispute was timing. As Janae Nelson said earlier, the court applied this doctrine called the Purcell principle, which says courts shouldn't change the rules of an election too close to an election. Remember, that's exactly the same principle that was at issue in the election of 2020 when the liberal and conservative justices were disagreeing about whether lower courts could review the constitutionality of election fraud cases. But here, the conservatives said it was too close to the election. The liberals disagreed with that. But the central substantive dispute was whether Alabama was right to impose a whole new requirement that the Supreme Court has never recognized before, and to try to draw a new majority-minority district with race wholly out of mind, whether new computer technology might make it possible to draw a new district not even thinking about race. And as Justice Kagan said in her dissent, that's a new principle. You have to change the law and narrow the Voting Rights Act to embrace that principle. It's wrong to make the lower court apply it because it's not the law of the land right now. Plus, there's no evidence that even things would come out differently if you applied this new principle. So the liberals and conservatives are strongly disagreeing, first about whether the Supreme Court's right to intervene, and second about whether to change the existing law. And neither of those principles in any way blesses or approves of what Alabama's doing.
Can you dig in a little bit more on the timing issue? I mean, I think that the argument from the state of Alabama is we're fine going to court on this if the Supreme Court wants to hear the case. We're very close to the election right now. We're confident in the maps that we have. We can litigate this later. If there's a problem, we can come back to it in the fall.
Exactly. That's exactly what Alabama said, and that's the argument that the conservatives embrace. Justice Kagan said Alabama did everything right here. They sued the moment they could. Any delays were the state's fault. And in the past, the Supreme Court has not applied this Purcell principle many, many months before the election would actually take place. The election is not until November, the primaries in the spring. And Purcell had been used to say, don't change the rules, in the days or weeks before an election. Here, there's lots of time. The Supreme Court's not going to actually rule on this, possibly as late as next June. And the liberal justices were saying, hey, you're applying this principle basically to prevent judges from reviewing constitutional challenges to voting rights arrangements much more strenuously than you've done in the past.
I wonder what your sense is of whether this would pass that three-prong test from the case Thornburg versus Gingles. We mentioned it earlier. We'll put the three prongs of that test up back on the screen. Secretary of State Merrill said that it might not succeed on the first part, and I'm paraphrasing him, because this idea of having a minority group in a sufficiently large and compact area, that doesn't really apply to Alabama's geography, presumably because a lot of the state is very rural. What would you make of that argument, Professor?
The district court rejected that argument explicitly. It found that you could, in fact, draw two majority-minority districts in an extremely compact and cohesive way. The challenge is a different one than the one the secretary raised. As Justice Kagan said, the claim is now that new voting technology makes it possible to draw districts without even thinking about race, without having race in mind at all, and that the court should have required that race-blind approach. Now, as Justice Kagan said, the Supreme Court has never required you to be race blind in the past. The whole point of the voting rights amendments of Section 2 is to maximize the ability of minority voters to elect representatives of their choice. And Justice Kagan suggested that it would represent a radical narrowing of the law, even more than the court already did in the Brnovich decision last June, to impose this new requirement, which no one has ever heard of before and has never been litigated. So that's going to be the central question when the court actually hears the case next year. And it may be, in fact, it looks like the tea leaf suggests that there could well be a conservative majority willing to embrace this new requirement, saying you can't even think about race when you're trying to draw new majority-minority districts. That would make it much tougher to create these districts, and as Justice Kagan said, would represent a big change in the law.
One more thing before I have to let you go. One more quote from Justice Kagan's lengthy dissent. Among other things, she wrote, quote, "Today's decision is one more in a disconcertingly long line of cases in which this court uses its shadow docket to signal or make changes in the law without anything approaching full briefing and argument," unquote. Professor, before I got to let you go, not to get too deep in the weeds, but what does she mean by that, using its shadow docket?
It's very important. The shadow docket is an expedited procedure where the court will make decisions without hearing full briefs and arguments, and basically will step in and change the law without telling you what it's doing. That challenge was persuasive to Chief Justice Roberts, and he joined the liberals in this case. It was a 5-4 decision, because he said you should basically let the district court do its thing without intervening on this shadow docket, without the benefit of full briefing and arguments. And this has been a big criticism. The President Biden Supreme Court Commission expressed concern about the shadow docket, and the critics are saying that it's not fair to make such important constitutional decisions without full briefing and argument.
Well, we will see what the court does when it takes this case up later on in the year. GW Law Professor Jeffrey Rosen, always a pleasure to see you. And I should note, by the way, tomorrow we will be joined by a member of the Alabama NAACP to talk about this case. Professor, thanks very much. Still to come, college hazing is the target of a bill in Congress. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown joins us to discuss a bill designed to keep students safe and alive. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Parents have lots of concerns when they send their children off to college. Safety is high on that list. Sometimes the biggest concerns over safety stem from fraternities and sororities. Hazing has kept these organizations under scrutiny for a long time. At some schools, these groups are the gateways to and gatekeepers of social life on campus. The parents of 19-year-old Danny Santulli just sued the Phi Gamma Delta chapter at the University of Missouri. Their son has been in a coma since last October. He got alcohol poisoning during a Pledge Father reveal party. The National Fraternity and the University of Missouri both suspended the local chapter right after that incident. And this is not an isolated incident. Back in 2017, a student at Florida State died after a similar incident. That led to jail time for frat members, a settlement with the group, and an anti-hazing law that passed in Florida. Various states have proposed and passed anti-hazing legislation. Virginia's Senate recently approved Adams' Law. It would require colleges to provide a hazing prevention curriculum and calls for advisors to train students. The bill would also make public and private colleges publish their student organizations' violations of the Code of Conduct online. But are these state laws enough, or does more need to be done on the federal level? Joining us now is Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. He's co-sponsoring two anti-hazing bills, the End All Hazing Act and the REACH Act. Senator Brown, welcome. Good to see you again.
Good to be back. Thanks.
What makes these bills personally important to you?
Well, I've seen what happens to families in Ohio where someone dies from the parent sends a child off to college, and 3 months later that child dies in some kind of hazing accident incident that a family never gets over. So we want to make sure that we shine a light on what happened and that we can prevent this in the future. I mean, no parent should, I mean, parents are always going to worry. I've had kids go off to school. I still worry about them in their 30s and 40s, but parents shouldn't have to worry about that happening just because a son's joining a fraternity or a daughter's joining a sorority. That's not the issue. The issue is this kind of activity and action that schools have to own up to.
Let's talk about these two bills a bit more. The End All Hazing Act, that's Senate Bill 775, which was introduced by Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, and then Senate Bill 744, the REACH Act, introduced by Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Talk about what these two bills are designed to do.
Yeah, they're both bipartisan, and this is an issue that really doesn't know partisan boundaries, particularly as you'd think. And it essentially says schools, first of all, we need to define what hazing actually is. There are differences of opinion. We need Health and Human Services in Washington to define what it is, working with colleges and universities and activist groups and advocacy groups define what it is. And then we've got to make sure that schools are reporting it on their crime report every year. Schools are required under federal law to report crimes on campus. This should be included in that. So when a parent thinks, okay, where am I going to send my daughter to school? Well, this school has a reputation of some hazing incidents that have resulted in deaths of students. I'm not sure I want to send my child there. So I think this is self-enforcing, because schools have to take responsibility for this, and they know if their crime report shows hazing incidents, that it will dissuade some parents. So make your school as safe as possible. These bills working together will help do that.
I just want to dig in on part of what you said in terms of what the bills would do. Part of what you said is that they would define what hazing is. I imagine that's part of the challenge in terms of enforcing it, which is figuring out the line between an initiation process that may be a little messy, a little embarrassing, but not necessarily rising to the level of criminality, and then the point at which it crosses a line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, I don't have the qualifications to make that determination. And typically, we don't write that kind of language into a law because it's just too hard to do and the world changes. But the federal government passes down rules all the time on all kinds of things. They should define it again, not just unilaterally, but working with universities, working with advocacy groups, working with parents who have lost children, because a number of them, like Stone Foltz in Ohio, where we named one of the bills after, his death has been a call to action for a lot of people. So once that definition's in place, then schools know what to stop from happening, and then those schools, if they fail, it's part of their crime report, and it affects the reputation of the school. So that as all crimes on campus do. So you don't want to send your child to a campus that's had too many crimes committed, whether it's hazing or something else. And this will help clarify that and help the sort of self-enforcement mechanism that schools will do and parents will be part of.
How do you work with colleges and universities and Greek letter organizations on something like this? I mean, I totally understand the need to keep people safe on campuses. I also understand how fraternities and sororities are a big part of campus life. I went to the University of Miami, where Greek life is very significant, partly because it was such a large commuter school. And when people muted to campus, Greek organizations were kind of a backbone of student life on campus. So I can understand people who'd be concerned about changing the culture so much that it kind of denatures the culture of what it means to be at college.
Yeah, there's no interest from any of the sponsors, Senator Cassidy, Senator Casey, Senator Klobuchar. None of us is there an interest in dampening Greek life or saying that a sorority or fraternity can't be part of this campus. We have no interest in doing that. We do have interest in the sort of extremes that initiation might fall into or might reach that endanger students. I know it's not a challenge in fraternities. I mean, most fraternities and sororities don't have initiations, that resulted in kids' deaths. I mean, that's unusual, but we've got to make it much, much more unusual. So HHS will, consulting with sororities and fraternities and universities and advocates and parents, will write these rules, and then the campuses will work to enforce them and make sure they're done in a way to stop these hazing deaths. But Greek life goes on, initiations go on the way that they can be done safely as they are in 99 out of 100 times.
I know I got to let you go in a second, but I wonder, Senator, if there are particular kinds of hazing that you're the most concerned about. I mean, just last week, there were parents of an alleged hazing victim who sued the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity at the University of Missouri for a victim who has apparently been on a ventilator for months now after suffering alcohol poisoning. So alcohol is one kind of hazing. Are there certain types of this behavior that, I know you're concerned about all of them, but are there certain types of it that you're most concerned about?
Well, most of it's got to do with alcohol. I mean, the deaths that I hear about and the parents I've talked to are almost always alcohol related. Then other things happen, but it's often a child dies from excessive alcohol. I mean, dies of alcohol poisoning, and it's not 2 or 3 drinks. It's the child drinking and the pressure from whoever's doing the initiation, not always a fraternity or sorority, but whoever's doing the initiation, the sort of unrelenting pressure on these kids to be one of the gang. And if you're 18 years old, I have to think back more years than you do, Joshua, to be 18. But you think of your insecurities, and you're going to respond to upperclassmen telling you what to do, and we've got to make sure these upperclassmen aren't telling them just to consume almost unlimited, excessive amounts of alcohol, because that has resulted in deaths too many times. So I think that was more specific answer to your question. It's mostly about alcohol, but they will write the rules in a way that will cover other things too.
Ohio Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, I appreciate your time, and it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, for you too, sir. Thanks.
Coming up, the Oscar nominations came out today. Some surprised critics, others broke barriers. We'll get to some of today's other big stories just ahead. Stay close. This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's update you now on some of the stories we've been following on our show. Let's begin on Capitol Hill with an unusual comment from one of the nation's Republican leaders about January 6th. Today, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell broke from the party when he described the attack on the Capitol as it was.
It was a violent insurrection.
for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
The Republican National Committee recently passed a resolution calling the events of January 6th, quote, legitimate political discourse. Senator McConnell also disagreed with the RNC's move last week to censure Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. They are the only GOP members on the House committee investigating the attack. The Biden administration says it wants parents to get their taxes done, and that includes those who usually don't file because of income requirements. The administration says millions of families are still eligible for payments from the expanded child tax credit. Today, Vice President Kamala Harris helped kick off an outreach campaign. Similar events will take place in every state and in Puerto Rico during the tax filing season, encouraging parents to claim that credit. Last July, the federal government began to send these monthly payments, and that means there are 6 months of payments waiting to be claimed. Officials estimate refunds from this provision will add up to around $3,300 per household. Streaming services may be taking over the world. Granted, I work for one, but we got new proof of their power today with the Oscar nominations.
Sort of a lonesome place out here, Pete, unless you get in the swing of things.
That's Netflix's film The Power of the Dog. That got the most nominations, 12 in all, including Best Picture. Of the 10 nominees for Best Picture, half came from streaming services. Did you watch any of these? They include Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV Plus's Coda, and 2 from Warner Brothers that ran on HBO Max, Dune and King Richard. Will Smith's portrayal in King Richard of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams, got him nominated for Best Actor. He has yet to win an Oscar. Other Best Actor nominees include Javier Bardem for Being the Ricardos, Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth, Benedict Cumberbatch for The Power of the Dog, and Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom. For Best Actress, the nominees are Jessica Chastain for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, Nicole Kidman for Being the Ricardos, Penelope Cruz for Parallel Mothers, and Kristen Stewart for Spencer. This year also included a number of first-time nominees. Beyoncé, what do you get, the woman who has everything? An Academy Award nomination, this time for Best Original Song for Be Alive from King Richard. The only thing Beyoncé ain't got is an Oscar. Kristen Stewart is also a first-time nominee. And other first-timers include Kirsten Dunst for The Power of the Dog, Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, and supporting actor Troy Kotsur from Coda. He's also the first deaf person nominated for Best Actor. And where could be better to look at the stars than the Oscars? Maybe the International Space Station. But that stargazing station is going to plunge into the sea in a few years, on purpose. A former astronaut tells us where exactly it's set to crash and why when we come back.
Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The countdown is on at NASA, not to a takeoff, but to a big splash down. The International Space Station will be retired after 23 years in service. The current station will remain busy for the better part of the next decade, until 2030. Then it will be taken out of orbit and sent plunging towards Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean. NASA plans to create multiple new space stations through partnerships with 3 private companies: Blue Origin, NanoRacks LLC, and Northrop Grumman. They'll work alongside NASA to build and launch mixed-use stations. The new ones will house government space programs and private companies venturing into Earth's orbit. And those stations should be in orbit before the International Space Station is sunk. Joining us now is former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino. He's a professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University. Professor Massimino, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Joshua, it's my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
So can we just talk about the long term for a second, the commercialization of space travel, the commercialization of space stations? What do you make of that? Is that on balance a good thing, a bad thing, mixed, too soon to tell? What do you think?
Well, I think we'll eventually find out, but I'm really hoping it's going to be a good thing, and I expect it to be a really good thing. It's something that NASA has been wanting to do for a long time, is turn over a lot of the operations in space and the benefits of space to private enterprise. And there were plans going way back decades ago at the beginning of the space shuttle program where they were looking to have commercially run space stations. And the thought was the space shuttle would be flying so often that it would go up there to retrieve experiments and bring people up there for a couple days and then bring them down. And that was all in the plan. And then they had the major accident in 1986, and that kind of ended that idea. So I think what's exciting now is that after all these decades, we're at the point where it looks like the idea of having commercial space stations can take hold once again.
Why get rid of the ISS? Why not just refurbish it, repair it, renovate it?
Well, it's going to be 30 years old, over 30 years old. Actually, a little more than that. It launched in 1998 and was tended with crews going up to visit and continue to build it until 2000, when we were able to permanently put people on board and change them out about every 6 months like we have been doing in these past 22 years. It's got about another 9 years according to the plan. You know, they might extend it a little bit, but 30 years is kind of a pretty long time for any spacecraft. That was the length of the shuttle program. And getting 30 years out of the space station, I think, is a pretty good goal. And we're not going to just give up on space stations. There's a plan. One of the plans is to add on to the current space station, and then when it deorbits it, have a commercial space station there in its place. Or, as you said, some of these other companies that might be launching a space station. So it's not like we're giving up on space stations, as hopefully we're going on to an improved way to conduct research in microgravity and have space stations that both the government and commercial enterprise can use. So, 30 years is a pretty long time. If we can get that far with it, I'm sure we can. And we'll see. We'll see what the condition it's in at that time. But I think that's a pretty realistic goal, and then move on to the next phase.
Talk to me about what this decommissioning is going to be like. I think it's easy to hear about the ISS splashing down into the Pacific Ocean and think of something from like a Michael Bay movie. Like, I've seen this scene before, and it don't end well. How do you do that in a way that is controlled? You know what I'm saying? I'm being hyperbolic, but you get what I'm saying.
No,
like, the idea of a space station comes down through the sky just sounds like terror. Like, how does this work in a way that is controlled and manageable and that doesn't turn into like a Michael Bay movie?
Yeah, no, we don't want that. Michael Bay movies are pretty good, I guess, but we don't want that kind of disaster happening, if that's what you're referring to, of course. But No, what they'll do is they'll have a controlled re-entry, which means that there will be propulsion and guidance to guide it back through the Earth's atmosphere. A lot of it will probably burn up as it enters the atmosphere. Right now, the space station is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. As they deorbit it, with having a controlled re-entry, they'll do it in such a way that as it hits the atmosphere, it'll slow down, and through friction, as it slows down, it'll go thousands of degrees of heat. So a lot of it will disintegrate, will burn up in re-entry, which is a good thing, actually. And then the larger pieces which make it through that experience will land in this area of the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is really big. And you see Earth from space, it's blue for a reason, and that is that it's mostly water, and the biggest ocean is the Pacific Ocean. And the spot that they picked, just so no one gets nervous, is the most remote part of this Pacific Ocean. So it's the furthest away from any land. It's a remote area, and that's where the bigger pieces that survive re-entry will land. So I think we can be pretty sure that it's going to be a safe re-entry.
So it's going to re-enter in a controlled way. It's not going to fall, per se. It's kind of going to fly. It'll be guided down into the atmosphere, burn up largely, not become yet another massive piece of space junk orbiting the Earth. Before I have to let you go, I wonder if there is anything about the old space station that you might miss, or that you think that the space community might look back on fondly, even though it's not going to be in service anymore.
Well, I think there's going to be lots of things. It's an incredible construction project, Joshua. When I first heard about this as a new astronaut, I became an astronaut, a NASA astronaut in 1996, and this was on its way to taking place, the space station, but we hadn't built anything yet. And the idea that you could take countries from around the world, countries of Europe, Japan, Canada, the United States, and Russia, cooperating to build this incredible engineering project in the sky, I didn't know if it could really happen. So I think international cooperation, what it's done in the past years after it was built, these past 10 years or so, the science potential has been unbelievable what they've been able to discover. So the game's not over yet. 2031 is still a ways away. We've got about another 10 years or so, another decade, where they're going to be using this space station to answer a lot of questions, make discoveries, understand how we can better go to the moon and settle there, and Mars. They've been growing vegetables there now for the past couple of years. Just think of what's going to be happening in the future. They've been sequencing DNA, 3D printing tools. Amazing things have happened in the past 10 years. I think these next 10 are going to be the most significant science-wise on the space station.
Columbia professor and former astronaut Mike Massimino. Professor, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Joshua, thanks for having me.
Coming up, the drama, the history, and the medals coming out of the Beijing Winter Olympics. Plus, we'll be joined by one member of Team USA, Rosie Brenner of the cross-country ski team. Joins us before we go.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, Team USA won another medal in Beijing. You could say this one was about 50 years in the making. Alpine skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel won silver in the men's Super G. That's the super giant slalom. It's a downhill speed event. But he's not the first medalist in his family. His mother raced the slalom too. She won gold at the Winter Olympics in Japan 50 years ago. Also, Team USA figure skater Nathan Chen had an outstanding performance. He broke a world record, scoring 113.97 points in the men's short program. That is the highest ever score for that category. But American figure skater Vincent Zhou withdrew from the Olympics after testing positive for COVID. You may have seen he posted a very tearful Instagram video about this. He dropped out of the men's singles competition one day before it was set to begin. Right now, Team USA has won 5 medals in Beijing, 4 silver, 1 bronze, no gold just yet. The Russian Olympic Committee leads the medal count with 10 overall, including 2 gold. Norway is in second with 8. They've got 3 gold. The Netherlands has 7 overall and also 3 gold medals. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more Olympic highs and lows from Beijing. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey there, Joshua. So the gold medal is just within reach for Nathan Chen. He had an amazing performance here in the short program. You know, he went into Pyeongchang with all of these expectations that he would win gold there, only to fall short with a disappointing performance in the short program. Well, he nailed his short program here. It was a record-breaking performance. There were other medals for the Americans. You had a silver medal for Ryan Cochran-Siegel, the skier. His mom actually won a gold medal in the Olympics, but he is in a comeback from just a horrific accident where he broke his back about a year ago. No one expected him to do as well as he did in this Olympics, so he has a silver. There was a bronze medal in cross-country skiing for Jessie Diggins. It's the first time that a woman has won in that speed event in cross-country skiing. So there was a gold medal won by an American here, Eileen Gu, but she was actually here competing for China. Her mom is Chinese, and she wanted to represent her mom and support female athletes here in China. She had a spectacular run, landing a trick that she had never landed before, and then fell to her knees when she heard the score. Joshua, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was NBC Stephanie Gosk reporting from the Beijing Olympics. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by a member of Team USA. Rosie Brennan is a cross-country skier, and she joins us from the Olympic Village. Welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Hi, thanks for having me, Joshua.
Let me just start with your Olympic performance. I know, posted on Instagram about your disappointment in coming in 4th. You noted that perspective is everything, and it's been a battle I'm incredibly proud of to get myself here so many years after I started my career as a professional. I know you're disappointed to not be on the medal podium, but it sounds like you're proud of just being able to get this far.
Yeah, I mean, 4th is nothing that to be upset about, honestly. I'm incredibly happy with the result, but, you know, of course, the line has to be drawn somewhere, and the medals stop at 3. So you, of course, have, you know, all those thoughts of what ifs and the things that you wish you could have done better. I think, you know, all athletes are always looking to improve on everything, even if you win gold. So I think that's just kind of a natural reaction. But yeah, I'm very proud of everything that I've accomplished and everything it took to get to where I am now.
What does it take to get to that point? I mean, for people like me who don't ski, frankly a little afraid to ski, you put me on skis, you might have to drive me to the ER thereafter. But for people like us who can't really wrap our heads around what it takes to get where you got, what would you say were some of the biggest challenges, the biggest hurdles that you overcame to get where you are now?
I mean, I think with anything in life, you know, it's a roller coaster. There's good things that happen. There's bad things that happen. Some things are in your control, but a lot of it's not in your control. And cross-country skiing is a sport that takes an immense amount of endurance, which, you know, for better or worse, just takes a lot of years of a lot of training to get there. So I'm 33 now, and I learned to ski when I was 14, and I turned professional when I was after graduating college at age 22. And it's just been a lot of years of a lot of hours of training. It's definitely a full-time life commitment. We're training twice a day, every day, 365 days a year for the most part. It's a 24-hour job, and it's something that I love doing. So it's not I don't always see it as a job, but it doesn't mean it's any less work. It takes a lot of dedication and a lot of effort to get there, and navigating, the things that life throws at you is an important part of it. Anytime you're taken out because of illness, injury, life circumstances, whatever it may be, that takes time away from training, and it takes time to come back from that. So it's always a roller coaster.
I can imagine. I can only imagine. I also wanted to ask you something that one of our viewers put forth in terms of just what it's been like dealing with these Olympics this year. Joel asked, how do athletes block out the political noise surrounding the games? I know you're aware of all the controversies with regards to the Chinese government, Beijing, and all the diplomatic drama. How have you been dealing with just everything around the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, maybe the good part about being in the village. It is easy to kind of isolate yourself. I don't have much access to computers or phones or anything like that. So I have the ability to contact my family and my coach, and that's about it. We're here to compete, and I like to represent my country as best I can on the race course and leave it at that. And so I just focus every day on what I can do to be my best in the sport that I'm doing.
And briefly, before I got to let you go, what's next for you once you come home from Beijing?
I just got started. This was the second race, and I have 4 more to go. So I'm recovering today, racing again tomorrow, recovering the next day, racing again, and continuing on that way until the end of the games, and then we head straight back to Europe to continue on the World Cup circuit. So this is our on season, and this is our job, and so we keep racing until the snow melts.
I hear that. Keep going until the snow melts. I wish I had the guts to, well, maybe one day I will. One day I will give it a try. But congratulations for getting as far as you've gotten. All the best for the rest of the races that you have. Rosie Brennan, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joshua.
And hey, thank you for making time for us. Keep those questions coming for our Olympians. Or maybe you've got some questions for those of us who are covering the Olympics in Beijing. We'd like to get you as many answers as we can and talk to as many Olympians as we can as well. So send them to us. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. What questions do you have about the Olympics in Beijing? You can also email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. Keep those questions coming, but until we get to those and until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, the crisis in Ukraine, Russia offering a big blow to France's shuttle diplomacy. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart in Kiev, saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, but the Kremlin immediately rejecting those claims, adding France doesn't have the power to negotiate such a deal. Ukraine now ramping up production on war supplies as Russia continues to build up troops. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell tonight with analysis. Also, the major headline involving Johnson & Johnson and the pandemic. J&J quietly pausing production of its COVID-19 vaccine. But the easy-to-deliver dose is widely used in developing countries. What's behind this decision? And could it have an impact here at home? Plus, several states, including now California, announcing plans to end mask mandates. The wild crash caught on camera. A hospital patient stealing a police car and ramming it into another patrol vehicle. How the suspect managed to get inside the officer's car. Big business on the big game. More than 31 million Americans planning to bet on this year's Super Bowl, and more than $7 billion is expected to be wagered when the Bengals and the Rams take the field. We'll tell you what's driving up this year's record bets. Tinder swindler banned. The man at the center of a hit Netflix documentary now kicked off several dating apps over allegations he scams women out of hundreds of thousands of dollars after meeting them online. And Shaun White's last run, the champion snowboarder and 3-time gold medalist set to compete in his 5th and final Olympics. What he told me about the fear he faces, the pressure on the pipe, and his final push towards gold. Top Story starts right now.
And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. We begin tonight with that continued standoff between Russia and Ukraine. Despite diplomatic efforts from the U.S. and its allies, this new video showing more American soldiers arriving in Poland, part of the 1,700 U.S. service members deployed to Eastern Europe as Russia's military continues to surround Ukraine. French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with Ukraine's president today in Kiev just 24 hours after a high-stakes sit-down with Vladimir Putin. Macron saying he and Putin made progress towards de-escalation, a claim the Kremlin immediately rejected, with Russian officials also undercutting the French leader's authority to broker that kind of agreement. Meanwhile, inside Ukraine, the country working to restore Soviet-era tanks as it prepares to potentially face Russia's mighty force. Richard Engel is there again and leads us off tonight.
Possible positive signs from French President Macron's marathon diplomacy, meeting for 5 hours with President Putin. Today, Macron arrived in Ukraine, meeting President Zelensky and sounding optimistic, saying Putin had told him he won't be initiating an escalation of the crisis, and that Russia will pull its forces out of Belarus soon, though the Kremlin says no deals were made. A breakthrough? Maybe. But according to the Pentagon, Russian troops are still increasing on Ukraine's borders, especially now in Crimea in the south. Intelligence estimates? Ukrainian forces would fight back, but likely have to go underground within days of an invasion to form a resistance. NBC's Matt Bradley is with Ukrainian forces who are urgently preparing.
Ukraine is littered with these old Soviet-era tanks, and the idea here is to refurbish them and turn them into sparkling new, sophisticated weapons of war.
Military and intelligence officials tell NBC News Russia is expected to have enough force in place to invade all of Ukraine in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
But, Tom, it may not go that far. While the maximalist option is always there, that Putin could invade Ukraine, topple the government, put a more pro-Russian government in place, there is also a key vote in the Russian parliament coming up, a vote on recognizing an area in Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. So Putin could decide to use that vote to justify taking over a part of this country he already controls. Tom?
Richard Engel leading us off tonight on Top Story from the Eastern Front there in Ukraine. Richard, thank you. As Macron tries to mediate between Russia and Ukraine, the Kremlin is downplaying reports that the French president got assurances against an invasion. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, I wanted to have you on tonight because you've been traveling with Secretary of State Antony Blinken during this Ukrainian crisis. And I want to get your take on Macron, right? He meets with Putin. He leaves the Kremlin. There's some reporting coming out that Russia has agreed to de-escalation, and then very quickly the Russians say, "Niet, no," right? That is definitely not what happened. Do you think Macron is making things better or worse?
Well, he's not making things worse for the situation, because the situation is really not going to be decided by the French president, by this diplomacy. The situation is now really boiling down to NATO versus Putin and the U.S. versus Putin, with the agreement of the allies. But what Macron has done is undercut his own desires, really, to be the leader of Europe, to replace Angela Merkel and Germany, for France to have the place that he believes is the rightful place. He's in a re-election year, and that really is a dominating factor to all of what's going on here. And the fact is, he's been embarrassed by this, because he goes to Moscow, they meet for 5 hours, they have a news conference after midnight, and he then tells reporters on his plane that they discussed a Finland option. A Finland option is a Cold War term, Finlandization, for somehow Ukraine agreeing to be like Finland and to never agree to join NATO and to always be a neutral partner and actually be under Moscow's influence. That is exactly what Vladimir Putin wanted. So immediately the French say, no, no, he didn't say that. He denies that he ever said that. The allies are all, concerned and a little bit miffed. So he certainly has not made things better for the situation, and he has not made things better for Emmanuel Macron.
Andrea, what does your gut tell you at this point with all of those Russian troops assembled there on the border? I've said it before on this show, Putin doesn't really have the brand of peacemaker. Do you think there's any diplomatic solution to this?
I think there could be a diplomatic solution if they come out with some exit strategy for him. But frankly, most of the really smart analysis and what is being told to Capitol Hill by the intelligence experts, by the Secretary of State, by the Secretary of Defense, is that with so many troops amassed on 3 sides, plus ships at sea, he really has to do something. He can't do some small incursion coupled with perhaps another cyber attack on Kyiv. He's got these troops in Belarus. They're only, 50 miles from Kyiv, right down the highway, even if we get into March and the ground is thawed. Those tanks can move down the major highway right from where they are positioned now in Belarus to the north. It's so close to the capital. He most likely will do something, and the best thinking is, especially considering the weather, that it's sometime around maybe the 18th to 20th of February, the latter part of February, but that we are in for some real trouble.
All right, Andrea Mitchell for us tonight. Andrea, thank you for that. We want to turn now to the pandemic. A lot of breaking news tonight and growing concerns over the slowing production of Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine offered around the world as new infections, hospitalizations, and ICU admissions are easing dramatically in some of the hardest hit regions in the U.S. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Tonight reports a critical supplier of COVID vaccines to much of the developing world, Johnson & Johnson, has quietly shut down production at a plant overseas. Amid growing concern, the virus will continue to mutate, especially if developing countries don't have quick access to the vaccine. J&J says it continues to manufacture its vaccine around the clock and around the world. It all comes as Omicron's subvariant BA2, even more transmissible than the original highly contagious mutation, now accounts for nearly 4% of new cases in the U.S.
Even if the United States is highly vaccinated, but other countries remain unvaccinated, that adds to variants that can accumulate, cause us to have surges.
But tonight a turning point for the U.S., where cases are down 65%. Several states announcing a plan to end mask mandates. Among them, California, where effective a week from today, mandates for the vaccinated will be lifted, though counties like Los Angeles and San Francisco say masks will still be required, as they are on public transportation statewide and in schools K through 12.
Given the increase in population immunity, it makes sense.
Tonight, our nation facing a new stage of the pandemic.
Masks will still be required here in Los Angeles on Sunday for the Super Bowl, though in previous games, fans have widely ignored the regulations. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight. Miguel, we thank you for that. And now for more on that major news from Johnson & Johnson and some other breaking news that is just coming in tonight here to Top Story. We want to get to one of our medical experts that we talked to throughout the broadcast and over several different weeks here, Dr. Patel, an NBC News medical contributor. So, Dr. Patel, I want to start with this breaking news. The New York Times has this right now. I'm going to read you from their website. It says that the governor will drop New York's indoor mask mandate on Wednesday. This, of course, follows the news we just heard there from Miguel on California. I understand you've heard this as well. What more reporting do you have on this?
Yeah, so what we understand is that, like the governors around her, New Jersey and Connecticut, I think Governor Hochul was really, I hate to say pressured, because the numbers are coming down, Tom, but the red states are red everywhere in terms of high transmission. So I do think that she's trying to balance what the really fatigued public is telling her. Listen, rates are low, we're doing what we can, things are coming down. But, we're still seeing cases out here. And actually, our daily cases are equivalent to what we saw in the peak of Delta. So not as bad as it was a couple of weeks ago, but certainly we're not in the clear yet. So I think people will need to exhibit caution.
Dr. Patel, I want to go back to that other big news about Johnson & Johnson. How do you interpret that move? Does that tell us more about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or does it tell us more about the pandemic?
More about the pandemic, Tom. It's disappointing because, as we pointed out in talking with Miguel, this is a global race to try to get as many people vaccinated. Johnson & Johnson is an important part of that. One shot even if you needed 2 shots, you don't need all those complex refrigerators. It has an easier distribution mechanism, more likely. I think that shutting down that plant, barring any safety issues, which I don't believe there were, this signals that they just are not able to prioritize a larger manufacturing capacity. And this also tells you that they probably, as a company, have not prioritized this at the same level that Pfizer and some of their competitors have. So even though some might say, oh, it's a signal that, the pandemic's ending, we don't need as much of this manufacturing, quite the opposite, especially with the need for boosters. We haven't even gotten first-round shots in much of the world. Think about what we need to do to get boosters and what we know is coming down the line for all these other countries, just like we've experienced.
Dr. Patel, I know we have to be cautious, and I appreciate your take on that and reminding our viewers. But if we kind of put all these things together, right, at least in this moment in time right now, and as we've learned with this pandemic, things can always change over a course of a couple of days. But you have J&J stopping manufacturing of their vaccine. You have states like California and New York getting rid of their mask mandates. As you mentioned, cases coming down in many parts of the country. Are we at a sort of an inflection point here with the pandemic?
We are. And so let me give some good news. I rarely get to do this. We're at an inflection point where we can talk about many things going away. I've been working with schools and public schools trying to tell them, here's when we can get rid of masks potentially. Here's when it's safe to do certain things, or eliminating quarantine if there's a positive case, Tom. That's good news. What I think people like myself and other public health people need to do is think about, what are the metrics, Tom, where we switch it back on? Because as you know, really hard when we get back to closer to normal to tell people, listen, we're worried, let's go back. And that's, I think, something that we should be thinking about now. And I'm hoping all these governors are thinking about that as well.
It is a good reminder. Omicron definitely took a lot of us by surprise. All right, Dr. Patel, we always thank you for your analysis. We want to move on now, though. We've been telling you over the past couple of days about this massive trucker protest over vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions in Ottawa, Canada. The police chief saying the city is under siege right now. Officials now worry things could grow violent. And those protests now having consequences across the border in the U.S., shutting down the busiest border crossing in North America. Our Ellison Barber has this report from Ottawa tonight.
Tonight, Canada's Freedom Convoy protest is impacting international trade, leaving truck traffic in Detroit at a standstill overnight.
We got to grin and bear it, right? There's just, can't get upset. I'm not the only guy stuck out here.
The cause of this disruption? Protesters blockading part of the Ambassador Bridge, a vital link carrying 27% of all trade between the U.S. and Canada.
I can understand people fighting for certain rights, but the way they're going about it, doing this is not going to solve anything.
This blockade just the latest move from a group led by truckers that have occupied streets crippling Canada's capital city, protesting vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now.
That protest now in its 12th day. For the first 11 days, horns blared. Now, because of a court injunction, they're revving their engines instead. But one thing has stayed the same: immovable vehicles bringing the city to a standstill.
All the truckers here are sitting in their trucks. And as far as I'm concerned, it's up to the population now. You want your country back, here is your opportunity.
A new poll from Abacus Data shows that 67% of Ottawa residents say they strongly oppose the protests.
I guess both sides have to talk. I think the idea of a mediator is a great idea, because they are completely at a stalemate right now.
Ottawa police say they've arrested 23 people and issued some 1,300 tickets since the protest began.
Many of the remaining demonstrators are highly determined and volatile.
But on the ground, protesters say it's not like that.
It's unbelievable. Like you sit here and you talk to people and everybody's in tears. You give each other hugs.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now live from the protest right there in Ottawa tonight. Ellison, I have a couple of questions for you. I want to start off with, are the truckers living in those trucks, or have they abandoned them there in the roads?
So some of them are. If you walk with me, you can see a little bit here. A lot of them are idling and on. Many of them are sleeping in their trucks. There are some areas, some places where people have set up sort of encampments where there are some tents. Some people are coming to their trucks during the day and then staying in other locations. But to your question, yes, there are people, as you can see right here, that are staying in their trucks. And when we were out this morning walking around, we could see people inside where they were sleeping, staying overnight as well.
Ellison, where you are, looks like this protest is still very much in full force. Is there any end in sight to this?
It doesn't appear to be in terms of the Ambassador Bridge earlier today, and I'll keep walking just so you can see a little more of what we see. Windsor Police, they say that they were able to open the Ambassador Bridge back up at least to some traffic here in Ottawa. The city manager has said that he's having difficulty convincing or getting any tow trucks to come in and move some of these vehicles out of the way. As we've been speaking to protesters here, they tell us that they plan to stay put until they see all COVID mandates end. They say no mask mandates, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions. Until that all goes away, they say they are prepared to stay here for days or even months. And we have seen people with food, with supplies, things where they say that if they feel they need to, if they don't see the changes, the demands they want to see met, that they can stay out here until they see something change. And one person we spoke to today, he said he's prepared to stay weeks or even months. Tom?
Weeks or months paralyzing that city. All right, Ellison Barber for us tonight. Ellison, thank you. We want to turn now to Super Bowl Sunday. The Rams face the Bengals, of course. Experts predicting a record-breaking audience, but it doesn't stop there. Off the field, they expect more money to be placed on bets than ever before. NBC's Dasha Burns has more on the big business of gambling and its explosive growth.
Intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
When the Los Angeles Rams,
we're going to the Super Bowl,
and the Cincinnati Bengals
beat Mahomes at home,
take the field to face off for a Super Bowl win this weekend, a record number of people will have money on the line.
The Super Bowl continues to be the top sports betting event of the year.
More than 31 million Americans are planning to bet on the big game, according to the American Gaming Association. The gambling industry trade group forecasting $7.6 billion will be wagered this weekend.
Americans love to bet on sports. What we have seen is we now have 33 states plus the District of Columbia that have legal sports betting, so people can do it legally.
The expansion in legalized gambling means 45 million more people became eligible to bet since last year's Super Bowl. Bets exploding in the last few weeks alone during the playoffs. New York legalized mobile sports betting in the first week of January. Sportsbooks taking in more than $1.6 billion since then.
We're moving people away from corner bookies and offshore online websites, and that's a great thing. Ironically, two of the states that are not yet operational or legal to bet on sports are California and Ohio, where we've got the Cincinnati Bengals and the LA Rams.
Bets range from the simple, who will win, to the seemingly insignificant.
You can bet on everything from the coin toss, whether it's going to be heads or tails, the length of the national anthem.
Fortune awaits! The league now building and expanding relationships with gaming companies. DraftKings has deals with the New York Giants, the Dallas Cowboys, and the New England Patriots.
Lady Luck. Yes, ma'am.
Not to mention the ad dollars.
What are the implications of those ties?
There are over $1 billion in advertising revenue this year that the NFL will make from online sportsbook and DFS companies.
The big opportunity could also spell big risk.
What could be some of the pitfalls for teams and for players with this arrangement?
I think anytime there's money involved, you always have to be very cautious of players, teams, whoever, fixing games, right? So that's why the integrity of the game is so paramount to the NFL, because they know that a lot of advertising dollars are going to continue to come in from sports books, and they can't sacrifice that integrity.
All right, Dasha Burns joins me now in studio. So something I want to talk about betting, because there was a very big allegation made by the former coach of the great Miami Dolphins, who said basically that he alleges the owner told him that if he loses games to get a top draft pick down the line, he'd be paid about $100,000. Yeah. With so many people betting games and betting on all types of things now with the apps, I mean, How does this affect all that betting?
Yeah, I mean, look, this multi-billion-dollar industry, you better bet they're going to be watching these accusations very closely, because this goes to the heart of integrity, right? Whether or not these games are competitive, and whether or not, at the end of the day, these bets are fair. The NFL says they're looking into the claims made by Flores, and with so much money on the line, the NFL now has a very powerful force, another powerful force to account to, the gaming industry, Tom.
All right, Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, we thank you for that. We want to move on now to the 2020 Beijing Winter Olympics and a special interview with one of America's most decorated athletes. I sat down with Shaun White, considered to be one of the greatest competitive snowboarders, if not the greatest ever. Tonight, the fears and pressure he knows he has to face to finish these Winter Games, his last, with gold. Since his first Olympic run 16 years ago, Shaun White has been pushing the limits in snowboarding. At the last Winter Games in South Korea, another epic gold medal finish. White landing back-to-back double cork 1440s, something he'd never attempted before. Was that the greatest moment of your career?
I'm obviously in the hunt for another Olympics, but I have to say, I mean, yeah, in that moment I knew, I was like, I'm going to put this run down. I'm going to win this thing. I just felt it.
4 years later, a lifetime in this sport, so much has changed. White, now 35, is the oldest U.S. snowboarder to ever compete in halfpipe at the Olympics, his fifth. And those tricks have gotten a little scarier with age.
If I'm having an off day and, you know, something gives out on the takeoff, I'm 20 feet up in the air above a 22-foot half-pipe wall made out of ice. You could really hurt yourself. You have hurt yourself. There's consequences, and, you know, like these scars in my face and things. I mean, I know now, you know, with age, like what the consequence can be.
After spending most of the last few years away from the sport, the road back to competition was rocky.
Oh, almost goes down.
White now grappling with the realization that he's no longer the one to beat. His arch rival, Japan's Ayumu Hirano, recently landed the first ever triple cork in competition.
There he goes!
It's just wild that this trick is happening right now, because I attempted it in 2013. It didn't go well. I think I was like 2.5 flips, realized I wasn't in a good position. I opened up and I caught the top of the wall.
Is this something that we could possibly see from you in Beijing?
It's not something I'm super excited about, but I now know I need it.
Anticipation now growing to see if White will once again overcome the odds and attempt one last trick that he's never landed before. Every time you've won, whether you were the youngest guy there, the newest guy, or the guy trying to make a comeback, you've had that fire.
Of course.
Do you still have that fire going to Beijing?
Well, the fire that's lit, and you're one of the few people I've mentioned this to, but this will be my last games. So everything's got this like glow to it. I'm like, oh, this is the last time I'm going to do this, or this is the last time I'm going to be in this situation, or, you know, everything's got this.
Do you need to say that to sort of put the pressure on yourself?
A little bit. I mean, I think it helps. I think knowing that, I mean, I put so much pressure on myself anyways, but I just know that this being the last run, I'm open for whatever, which is taking some pressure off, but I know that this is it. And I'm just kind of like taking it all in, every bit of it. And kind of what we talked about earlier, like, you know, my mindset, like that's just as important as my physical. So I have to be like in a place of enjoying myself. Because if I was sitting here stressing like, oh, if I don't win, everything's ruined, I can't operate from that level. Like you mentioned, like that's what drove me from the past, but I can't pull from that same pool of, you know, motivation anymore. It just doesn't work for me.
And you can catch Shaun White in the first of 2 qualification runs on the men's halfpipe tonight at 11:30 on the mothership NBC. We want to head out to Beijing right now as the U.S. is still looking to strike gold in the Winter Games. Entering the 5th day of competition, the Americans struggling in the medal count in 12th place. The Russian Olympic Committee topping the stands with 10 total medals, followed by Norway, the Netherlands, and Italy. Steve Patterson joins us again tonight on Top Story, live from the Olympics to preview tonight's event. So, Steve, I got to start with Team USA. What is going on? We're still on the hunt for our first gold medal of these games, but I know you also, you know, have some reporting about some big medal performances to note.
Yeah, Tom, you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say it wasn't a little bit concerning that we are this deep into the games and still no gold medal, but that is not to take away from the incredible performances that we've seen so far, including Jessie Diggins does it again. My gosh, she's special after that historic win last year in women's cross country, wins again. Now the first athlete to win an individual sprint in cross country. She takes home the bronze medals. Ryan Cochran Siegel, by the way, RCS, wins silver in the Super G, just 0.04 seconds from the guy that won in Austria. This is 50 years after his mom won gold at the Olympics as well. The legacy passed on there. And then, oh my gosh, we got to talk about Nathan Chen. That program, unbelievable, setting the international best score for the men's short program. It's not a medal, it's not a gold yet, but he's in pole position. And I think more importantly, this erases that performance that we saw from him in the last Olympics, kind of getting over that. Huge mental win for him, huge for the entirety of Team USA as they pushed forward as well. So some big time performances and some that we're expecting to see in just a few hours, Tom.
Yeah, Nathan, a lot of people are watching him, and hopefully he can pull it off. A few household names. We mentioned Shaun White tonight. Other U.S. athletes are slated to take their runs here on day 5. Who should viewers be watching out for tonight?
Well, we got to talk about Michaela Schifrin because she had, you know, a pretty disastrous first run right out of the gate, crashes on one of the very first turns, just crashes out of the event. Very disappointing, but she's got one of 4 more events left in just a little bit. She is on track for a historic run, 1 medal away from tying the record for the most Olympic medals by a female American alpine skier. That is a huge deal. And then as soon as you and I are done talking, Tom, I'm heading to the half pipe. There's men's and women's qualifiers. Chloe Kim could be the first to win multiple and consecutive golds on the half pipe for a female. And of course, I'm going to see your best friend, Shaun White. We've been watching him practice. He looks really sharp. This could be the swan song. Hopefully it's not tonight. He has to qualify, though, to get to the finals and then fight for a 4th gold medal.
We will be rooting on all of Team USA in all those events. All right, Steve, great to have you. As always, try to stay warm out there. Still ahead tonight, Peloton spinning out. The company, once valued at $50 billion, announcing more cuts and layoffs, what it could mean for your favorite programs and instructors. Plus, the moment a stolen police car crashes into another officer, how a patient at a nearby hospital managed to take off with the police vehicle, and the so-called Tinder swindler facing even more fallout after that hit Netflix documentary, the latest dating apps to boot him. Stay with us. We're just getting started on Top Story on this Tuesday night.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
Shaun White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I believe.
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
All right, back now with the subject of a new hit Netflix documentary you may have seen. He's the man known as the Tinder swindler. He's accused of defrauding dozens of women he met on the dating app, taking them on lavish vacations before scamming them out of millions of dollars. Several dating apps now banning him from their platforms, and it comes as cases of romance scams are rising across the country, costing their victims hundreds of millions during the pandemic. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, the man dubbed the Tinder swindler banned from the app and other dating sites. This comes after Simon Levi allegedly scammed women out of millions.
We had a special connection. It felt like stepping into a movie.
And after Netflix released The Tinder Swindler, a true crime documentary profiling 3 women who say they were victims.
$20,000, $30,000,
$140,000. The film, now in the top 5 on Netflix, alleges Levi, also known as Shimon Hayut, would match with women on Tinder, tell them he was a billionaire's son, and take them on extravagant trips, then con the women into giving him money that he would never repay. Levi allegedly scammed dozens of women out of around $10 million, filmmakers say. These women are not alone. Romance scams have skyrocketed during the pandemic. According to the Federal Trade Commission, U.S. losses doubling in 2020 from the previous year, a record $304 million. Romance scams now outpacing all other fraud.
How big of a problem is this?
It's a tremendous problem. Romance scams have been growing over the past few years at a really alarming rate. In the first 9 months of 2021, again, we saw a huge increase.
Tinder now releasing user tips for protecting against romance scams, including being wary of dates who ask for personal information and those who emphasize their financial challenges.
The women in the film, they don't blame Tinder. They blame Simon. Ultimately, they met Simon online, yes, but actually the real swindle happened when they met him in real life.
Levi, a convicted con man, went to prison for 2 years in 2015 for defrauding women in Finland, and again in 2019, serving 5 months for fraud in Israel before being released. His current whereabouts are unknown. According to the documentary, Levi started a website offering business advice and had even been seen back on Tinder. A spokeswoman for the dating app telling NBC News, "We banned Simon Levi and any of his known aliases as soon as the story of his actions became public in 2019. Adding, "We conducted additional internal investigations and can confirm Simon Levi is not active on Tinder under any of his known aliases." The film's director with this word of caution when finding love online.
That's how most people meet, the people that they fall in love with these days. But I think, obviously there needs to be a sort of a healthy level of skepticism.
What can people do to avoid being a victim?
Never send money to someone you haven't met in person. Never transfer money or invest your money on the encouragement of someone you haven't met in person.
All right, Priscilla Thompson joins us now live on set. And Priscilla, we were just talking about this, and you were telling me these women are in serious debt now, and they're trying to get some of the money back?
Right. They're still working to pay off all of that money that they lent Levi. And after the documentary premiered, they actually started a GoFundMe. They've raised more than $49,000, and in all, they're hoping to raise about $685,000.
And in your story, we saw all those sort of social media pics. He's in these really nice cars. He's got the suits, the watches. It was all apparently a scam?
Apparently he was taking these women on very lavish vacations and trips and then began asking them for money.
Okay, Priscilla Thompson, thanks so much for that. When we come back, Hail the Hero, the crossing guard, caught on camera using her own body to shield another child from an oncoming car. You see it right there, the major honor for her today. And the Wild West of weed. Several states known for crops now growing cannabis. What's behind the sudden boom right now? That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, we are back now with Top Story's news feed. The 17-year-old cousin of Amir Locke has been arrested in connection to the no-knock warrant that led to his death. Locke was shot and killed inside a Minneapolis apartment building last week. The officers were serving a warrant that was related to a homicide in St. Paul, but Locke was not named on that document. All right, 2 California police officers were injured after a hospital patient stole a police car and crashed into another. Cell phone video shows the stolen San Jose patrol car going around in circles before it rams into another patrol SUV. Officers were responding to an unruly patient at the hospital when he took off on foot and fled in the idle police car. He's now facing several felony charges. And the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris was evacuated from a high school in Washington, D.C. Secret Service agents quickly removing second gentleman Doug Emhoff from a Black History Month event after the school received a bomb threat. Students and staff also evacuated. Authorities were searching the school, but no explosive was found. Now to a wild story. A New York couple has been charged in an alleged $4.5 billion crypto scheme. Federal prosecutors accuse the husband and wife of laundering the proceeds of nearly 120,000 Bitcoin that were stolen during a hack of a cryptocurrency exchange in 2016. The Justice Department says it has seized $3.6 billion of those funds, believed to be the department's largest financial seizure ever. And a special honor for a Maryland crossing guard who saved a student from an oncoming car. You may have seen this video. The surveillance video shows Annette Goodyear pushing a child out of harm's way, throwing herself into the car's path. She was hit, but she is okay. Today, Maryland's governor, Larry Hogan, awarded Goodyear, who is also a police officer, with a governor's citation for her heroism. All right, now we want to go to the major corporate shakeup at Peloton. The company announcing that its CEO is stepping down and 2,800 employees have been laid off. The at-home exercise giant struggling with decreased demand after peaking earlier in the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details.
Y'all look good. Y'all look focused today.
A shakeup at Peloton. Now taking the reins, former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, Barry McCarthy. He's replacing Peloton's co-founder, John Foley, who helped grow the company's following to more than 6.5 million members.
Peloton was one of the hottest stay-at-home stocks of 2020.
What's up?
When sales surged early in the pandemic, Peloton reached a value of almost $50 billion. But the fitness company has struggled to maintain its momentum. Peloton's value is down 75% from its peak last year.
Why has the past year been so tumultuous for Peloton?
Everyone was rushing to buy a bike or a treadmill because they could no longer access the gym with pandemic-related restrictions, so that growth wasn't going to last forever.
Peloton's image also taking a hit when television shows depicted characters suffering heart attacks after riding the company's bike. John! Outgoing CEO Foley calls it a humbling time and introduced a plan that will slash $800 million in annual costs. That includes cutting 2,800 employees and abandoning plans for the company's first factory. But among the sweeping changes, a glimmer of hope. Peloton stock up 25% today, even as experts say the chance for a buyout from a company like Amazon or Nike is waning.
I think today you're seeing the company really lay the groundwork for its own turnaround.
All right, Emily joins us now outside of Peloton headquarters right here in New York City. So, Emily, people who have Peloton bikes or treadmills or who use the apps, you know, they really love those instructors and some of the content. Will any of these sort of layoffs affect those staffers or the programs that people follow every day?
Well, Tom, Peloton members can breathe easy tonight. The company says there will be no changes to its roster of instructors or programming content. Tom?
All right, Emily Aketa for us tonight. Emily, we appreciate that. Next tonight to the Heartland, where we have an inside look at a cash crop that's rewriting the rules in real time. The lucrative marijuana industry has already exploded in places like California and Colorado, but now new opportunities are causing a free market frenzy in Oklahoma. NBC's Morgan Chesky is there as farmers look to cash in and officials try to keep up.
It's not the kind of well-oiled machine you'd expect to see in Oklahoma. But make no mistake, folks here know a boom when they see one.
We're in one of the reddest states in the country, standing in a room full of marijuana.
Unbelievable. No one thought we would be here even 3 years ago, right?
Including David Lewis, who left a job in staffing to form Stability Cannabis. Now, 3 years after the state legalized medical marijuana, more than 100 employees make sure their supply meets the surging demand. All it took to start, $2,500 for a license to grow with no cap on quantity.
So about how many plants in this one room alone?
About 3,000 cannabis plants in just this one room.
And you'll have this on a store shelf how soon?
In just about 90 days.
Their customers, around 400,000 Oklahomans with medical marijuana cards, who can buy any cannabis product legally sold within state lines. Oklahoma now home to more than 2,000 marijuana dispensaries, more than Colorado, Oregon, even California. The draw? Ease of access and fewer regulations than competing states.
We're witnessing the second Wild Wild West to California.
Which is exactly why best friends Dustin Hyman and Django Evans traded California for Oklahoma to open their own shop.
Who are your customers?
It's anyone from a school teacher to an ex-athlete to a corporate guy to an 80-year-old grandma.
But the new green rush, not so cut and dry. The state agency tasked with regulating is struggling, telling us they've only been able to inspect about a quarter of the more than 9,000 licensed farms.
We have not been able to keep up with the demand.
Demand so high, quiet farm towns are finding this cash crop comes at a cost.
Well, we're hearing a lot of stories in rural Oklahoma about the water resources overtaxed and overused, along with an immense uptick in the use of their electric grids.
With Oklahoma cannabis on track this year to surpass $1 billion in retail sales, lawmakers are proposing tighter rules and higher taxes. But with a business model other states are no doubt watching, it's clear this boom's taken root. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Oklahoma City.
All right, now to the Americas. Headlines from the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin with two very sad headlines, starting with a deadly bus crash in Mexico. At least 8 people killed, including a child, after the bus collided with a truck on a highway in Cancun and overturned. Dozens more injured, including tourists from France, Germany, and Pakistan. And in Colombia, a landslide has left more than a dozen people dead. Heavy rains causing the slide that swept through a residential area in the central part of the country. Mud and debris covering homes. Crews now searching for any survivors. At least 60 other homes have been evacuated. All right, coming up, the Oscar nominations are in. A look at who's up for this year's top awards, the biggest snubs and surprises, plus who's making history before even hitting the red carpet. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And we are back with the Academy Awards. The 2022 Oscar nominations have been announced. This year, 10 movies are vying for the award of Best Picture. Here they are. And the movie The Power of the Dog leads the nominations with 12, followed by Dune with 10, West Side Story and Belfast, each with 7 nominations. Let's bring in a top story favorite, a man who knows how to give an acceptance speech, a man who can light a fire, entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, first, I love the scene behind you there. You've really set the tone with that.
Thank you very much. It's just a glass of scotch after this is over for me.
So, Brian, I got to ask you, there's 10 movies? That seems like so many. How does the Academy decide who wins?
Okay, right, exactly. Well, 10 is a lot. You know, it coincided, this announcement that there would be 10 nominees, with the announcement that there would be some initiatives to foster more inclusion and representation, and some criticism that a lot of good movies were being overlooked. And yes, you know, there's a lot of movies to watch. I got some of them right here. You know, they give you the DVDs, and you can also go to the Oscar screening room, and each distributor pays $12,500 for the ability for people, voters, to screen those movies. The good news this year is, though, that there are 10 great movies. So at the end of the day, really, the bottom line is that the one that gets the most votes wins, unless there's a tie and then there's 2. But so really, I think it does introduce people to more choices and get people to see what kind of great films are out there.
You know, we just got our shipment of DVDs in at the Llamas household, so we're burning through those every single day. You know, anytime these nominations come out, people always talk about the drama, the snubs, the surprises. What are the big ones this year?
Well, you know, internet viewers love that kind of who got snubbed because they're celebrities. They get everything they want, right? Well, this year, one of the biggest snubs was Lady Gaga in the Best Actress category, of course, for The House of Gucci. She was nominated for a BAFTA award, the UK's equivalent of the Oscars, and she got that, so it was kind of thought that she might be a shoo-in, but did not get one. Kristen Stewart, however, who was nominated for Diana when she played Princess Diana, it's interesting that she did get nominated in this, but didn't get nominated for the BAFTAs. I'm not actually surprised because the UK might have a harsher eye towards her playing Princess Diana, so that's interesting.
Brian, give me the hot take. Give me the Balthazar hot take on Lady Gaga in House of Gucci, because I thought she was great.
I did too. You know, it's interesting. I am fascinated by people playing real people. And honestly, the Best Actress category was all about that this year. The majority of the women nominated, Jessica Chastain playing Tammy Faye. We had Nicole Kidman playing Lucille Ball. I thought I'm a Lady Gaga fan, so I go in with kind of a little bit of a slight bias of like she's going to be good, and I was not disappointed here. So, but you have to be objective with your voter. So
you do. You do. You really do. There's going to be some history made, possibly.
Yes, well, already Denzel Washington is the most nominated Black actor in history. He was just nominated for The Tragedy of Macbeth, and Jane Campion is the first female director to be nominated twice. She was first nominated for Best Director in 1994 for The Piano, and she's nominated now for The Power of the Dog. So it's always good to have the things to celebrate, and those two are celebrating today.
Here on Top Story, we have done probably more stories on Encanto than any other news broadcast, maybe in the world. What is the buzz?
Why do you think? Is it do you have kids? Maybe?
We have kids, yes, and we've been brainwashed by that great music. So, Brian, what's the hot take on that? Do we think Lin-Manuel's going to win?
Well, not only may he win, he may actually become an EGOT because of it. So he's nominated for the song Dos Oregoitas. I'm sorry, I butchered that pronunciation. I hope you could probably correct me on that. But the interesting part is he's already got the Emmy, the Grammy, the Tony. This could be his Oscar chance. He's been nominated before and didn't win. The interesting thing is the hot song is We Don't Talk About
Bruno.
Gino.
Everybody loves that one.
Watched it for the second time last night. We Don't Talk About Bruno is the one that's getting like commercial success.
Yeah.
But this is the one Disney only submitted one song for consideration, and this is the one that they could put forth. And I think he's going to get it. It's a beautiful song.
I hope so too. I really hope he wins. And there's a lot of other great songs on that album as well that haven't even been released yet that are wonderful. Finally, Brian, I just want to ask you about this because I could be completely off, but I want to get your take on this. It seems to me that this year, at least people that I've been talking to are talking more about compelling television shows than they were talking about compelling films. Am I wrong to say that the latest buzz has been around really big TV shows?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we're looking for something that's going to draw us in for more than 2 hours. We're spending a lot of time at home, right? And so, interestingly, there was a time when actors and actresses would not touch television. Television was not where it's at. But then a lot of great screenwriters, because they weren't writing the blockbusters, decided to write for television. And that's where the business was for them. And now everyone wants a piece of television. That's where you can tell really compelling stories that unfold over years. And so, yes, television is where it's at. Streaming is where it's at. It's not a bad time to be a movie star. I'm not, it's not the best time. But, listen, I'm not worried about them. But TV is absolutely where it's at.
Brian, you know who the big winner is tonight?
Who's that?
You are. Brian Balthazar.
I'm going to have a glass of scotch. How can I lose?
Brian, we always love having you on Top Story. Thanks so much. When we come back, the Olympian now becoming a new dad. The couple we introduced you to last week welcoming their first child, but dad is still competing. What he says about marking two major milestones at once.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. That winner you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, finally tonight, an update on a story we brought you last week. An American Olympian became a new dad while in Beijing and now cannot wait to get home to the biggest prize of all. We first met Olympian Leif Nordgren and his wife Caitlin last week right here on Top Story. The day before Caitlin was due to give birth. She told us the minute they found out they were pregnant, they did the math.
We knew, we were like, oh no, early February, that's not good.
Caitlin is a meteorologist for NBC5 in Burlington, Vermont. Her husband, Leif, is an Olympic biathlete. You know, that event where you ski and shoot. There are no good excuses to miss your child's birth, but qualifying for the Winter Olympics isn't half bad.
Sacrifices are just a huge part of an athlete's life. And if two people can do this, Leif and I are definitely those two people.
Together, they decided Leif wouldn't give up his Olympic dream. So on Sunday night, as Caitlin went into labor in Burlington, Leif joined by video from Beijing. Together, virtually, they welcomed little 7-pound, 3-ounce Astrid into the world.
It was really nice to be able to at least be there and talk to her a little bit, try to help her out as best I could. It was still a very cool experience, even over the phone.
Leif competed in his first race today, admitting afterwards his mind was a little more focused on baby than the targets he was trying to nail during the biathlon.
Obviously, I wish I could be there and get to hold Astrid, but it'll be another week and a half or so, and we can kind of start the rest of our lives together.
For now, Caitlin is trying to watch Leif compete, but she's no longer in charge of the schedule.
When she's hungry, she's hungry. She got really hungry, like right as the race was starting. But yeah, there was for sure some juggling this morning, but that will just be what we're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks.
All right, and good luck to Daddy, who is competing hard in the Olympics. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here, actually, from Los Angeles tomorrow. We'll tell you more about that. Good night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Tuesday, February 8th. And tonight we're talking about voting. The U.S. Supreme Court is letting Alabama lawmakers update that state's congressional map. Critics of the map say it would put black voters at a disadvantage, and a lower court agreed. Alabama's Republican Secretary of State John Merrill represented the state in court. He joins us to talk about the decision. How do we keep fraternities and sororities from hazing newcomers? And where should we draw the line between hazing and initiation? We'll get into that with Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown. He's co-sponsoring 2 bills to prevent hazing. Also, NASA is planning to replace the International Space Station. It will drop the old one into the Pacific Ocean. A former astronaut joins us to explain why. And she was cut from the U.S. Olympic ski team twice, only to return for a shot at redemption. Team USA's Rosie Brennan joins us live. So when you vote this year, you might be in a different congressional district than before. Let's begin tonight with a controversy over redistricting in Alabama. Last year, Alabama's Republican-controlled legislature drew the state's new congressional map. That resulted in 6 majority white districts, the ones in yellow, and 1 majority black district, the one in red. That's in the Birmingham area. Now, Alabama overall is about 27% black. So by that math, 27% of the population generally gets 100 divided by 7, about 14% of the congressional vote. That's why critics of this map say it dilutes the electoral power of black voters. And 2 weeks ago, a federal court agreed. A panel of 3 judges, 2 of whom were appointed by former President Trump, ruled that the map violated the Voting Rights Act. The panel's opinion was more than 200 pages long, and among other things, the judges wrote, quote, "Black voters have less opportunity than other Alabamians to elect candidates of their choice to Congress," unquote. Now, the court ordered the Alabama legislature to revise the map so that 2 congressional districts would have a substantial portion of black voters. Instead, the state appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and last night, justices sided with the state. They voted 5-4 to stay the lower court's ruling for now, although it might face a full hearing later. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote to explain his vote on the stay. He made it clear that this ruling is not a, quote, position on the ultimate merits of the party's underlying legal dispute, unquote, meaning the maps might violate the Voting Rights Act, or they might not. Justice Kavanaugh's point is that it would be too disruptive to the Alabama primary on May 24th to change things now. Last night on MSNBC, the incoming president of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund questioned that reasoning.
The Supreme Court, based on a principle, not even actual law and precedent, but on a principle that was articulated in a case out of 2006 called Purcell, the court, in a concurring opinion, decided that allowing the maps to be redrawn within 7 weeks of the earliest date of the kickoff of the election would somehow be disruptive and violate a principle that, as I said, is not in fact law, but is a notion that has come to govern election law cases in the past several years.
Now, Chief Justice John Roberts joined the court's more liberal justices. He voted against the stay, writing that the lower court got its ruling right. Justice Elena Kagan wrote a lengthy dissent. She noted that leaving these maps in place, quote, does a disservice to black Alabamians who have had their electoral power diminished in violation of a law this court once knew to buttress all of American democracy, unquote. Joining us now is Alabama's Secretary of State John Merrill. He oversees Alabama's elections and was the litigant in these court cases representing the state. Secretary Merrill, welcome. Glad to have you with us.
My pleasure to be with you. Yes.
Before I get into some of the concerns over the maps, let me just start with your general stance on them. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that these maps treat all Alabamians, especially black Alabamians, fairly? Scale of 1 to 10.
Well, it's difficult to answer that question that way because what you want in any maps that are drawn anytime is to ensure that the population of the area is properly represented. And in our state, 26.7% of our population is African American. 69.1% of our population is white Alabamians. And I think it's important to know that it's difficult to make sure you had 2 proper congressional districts drawn in order to make sure that those African Americans are represented with 2 majority-minority districts simply because you don't have that many African Americans living in the same geographic area.
I think the fact that you didn't just say 10 speaks to the issue within this lawsuit. Though I hear you in terms of the difficulties of drawing these maps. No one has nailed this down, I think, to a science that satisfies everyone. But the question of that is really kind of at the under.
Sure, if you ever get a state that says they've got a 10 every time, you need to bottle them up and ship them to the other 49. I can assure you of that.
Well, that's kind of the issue within this lawsuit. I mean, one of the things that was brought up in the lower court ruling, and I'm quoting from the lower court ruling, Alabama's extensive history of repugnant racial and voting-related discrimination is undeniable and well documented. Defendants, the state, defendants argue that Alabama has come a long way, but the question for us is more pointed. Has it come far enough for these factors to be neutral or to weigh in favor of defendants? Secretary Merrill, I wonder how you contemplate the answer to that, particularly Alabama's past and what it means now for drawing these maps.
Well, the point is very well taken. And one of the things that I've shared multiple times when I've testified before Congress about our efforts to just register voters. I mean, since January the 19th, 2015, as of today, we've registered 1,984,029 new voters in our state. We now have 3,621,553 registered voters in Alabama. 96% of all eligible African Americans in Alabama are registered to vote. 91% of all eligible white Alabamians are registered to vote, and 94% of all eligible Alabamians are registered to vote. No state in the union has made the progress that we've made in that same period of time. Are there still other areas that need improvement, other areas that need to be worked on? Without a doubt. Are we doing everything we can each and every day in the office of the Secretary of State? Without question. And we're going to continue to do that as long as I have the privilege to serve in this role. We're going to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
That is remarkable, Secretary Merrill, but that doesn't quite answer my question. You were talking about whether African Americans are registered to vote. This quote from the district court ruling has to do with whether they'll be able to vote in districts that fairly reflect the populations in their areas in light of Alabama's history of disenfranchising black voters.
Well, Josh, as you know, we have one majority-minority district in the state of Alabama today. We have had that same district since 1992 when reapportionment created that district. Josh, I have been living in that district since 1992. I am a resident of the majority-minority district currently represented by Terry Sewell in the United States Congress. My daughter actually interned for Congresswoman Sewell because she represents us. So District 7 represents the people who live there, not just African Americans, but the people who live in that district, and I'm one of those residents.
With regard to other districts, though, Secretary, that might have been created, the Supreme Court case, and we should be clear, the ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court did not rule on the merits of whether or not the maps would survive. It was more about the timing and whether or not there was time to kind of alter these maps now. There is a precedent, the Gingles case, that sets out a three-pronged test to determine whether or not there is a case that plaintiffs could bring like this. And we'll put them up so people can see them. I won't get too deep into the legalese, but basically the conditions are that a minority group is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a minority in a district, that minority is politically cohesive, and that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it usually to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. So those are the three conditions for a case like this. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that if these maps actually went to court, if there was actually oral argument, a hearing before the Supreme Court, how well do you think these maps would survive this three-pronged test?
Josh, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult in the state of Alabama to have two majority-minority districts that are represented by a majority population of African Americans because of the numbers that I just gave you. And you said the first element in that three-pronged test was to have them in a compact geographic area. You're not going to have that in the state of Alabama because of where African Americans live. It's where they choose to live. And we think that that's important, that the representation for those people be respective of the individuals that live there, obviously. But you also want to make sure that you're not continuing to promote a gerrymandered district that would not represent all the people that live in a particular area.
So can we just be clear, do you believe that Alabama's maps survived this test or not?
Well, this is what I know. I know that it's beyond me. When I was a member of the Alabama legislature, I helped to draw the maps that were approved between 2010 and 2020. Now, as the Secretary of State, my job is just to implement the maps that are presented to us by the Alabama legislature. Obviously, these maps were challenged in court. They were actually challenged, Josh, and you may know this very well, before they were ever produced. There was already a lawsuit filed. And what we know is that the Supreme Court has said that these maps are acceptable for the 2022 election cycle. What happens in 2024?
That is not, I'm sorry, sir, that is not what the Supreme Court said. The court did not rule on the quality of the maps. Justice Kavanaugh, in his opinion, only said that the timing of this case, based on when the primary comes in late May, is too close for the court to rule out of concern for upsetting the process. He said very plainly in his ruling that he was making no opinion. He was casting no opinion on whether the maps were fair or not. So I'm sorry, but that's not true.
Josh, before you interrupted me, what I was saying was the maps are going to be used in the 2022 cycle, but it made no mention about whether or not they would be acceptable 2024, 2026, or 2028, leading up again to the reapportionment cycle in 2030 and beyond. So we do know that they have been approved to be used for 2022 in our May 24th primary, June 21st runoff, and the November 8th general election.
Let me ask you about what happens going forward. You know, the court has left open the possibility that these might actually go forward for larger hearing. That may yet happen in the fall. Critics of the map say that's too late for the primary, but at least they left open the possibility that there would be some kind of hearing in court. Justice Kagan, in her lengthy dissent, wrote that the plaintiffs brought 17 witnesses over 7 days, and they brought 11 possible other plans for the way that these maps could be drawn, and also wrote that the defense's expert witness was disregarded by the lower court for weak expertise, for not reviewing all the plaintiff's evidence, for offering what the lower court believed were unsupported opinions in his testimony. I have to ask you this, in this politically charged environment, with all these questions around the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court did not have a conservative majority with 3 justices appointed by President Trump, do you think this might have gone a different way?
Well, that would call on speculation or conjecture on my part to determine what individuals who are not currently on the court might think about something that they have never seen nor has been introduced to them. I can say that I know what this court did. I read the opinion that was issued by the sitting justices, and we know that it was considered, and now we know what we have to do from this point forward, beginning on May 24th when we have our primary vote, and then again with the runoff on June 21st, and then the general election November the 8th.
Last thing I would ask, for Black Alabamians who look at this map and are concerned about what may happen to their capacity to vote for lawmakers that really reflect their needs and the needs of their areas, what would you recommend as just the state's top election official to make sure that they're registered and ready to vote this May?
Well, we certainly want anyone that's not currently registered to vote, if they are a United States citizen and they reside in Alabama, we want them to be registered to vote and to have a photo ID so they can participate at the level that they choose to. They can do so through our mobile app at alabamavotes.gov, on our website, Vote for Alabama on the mobile app, and they can call our office 334-242-7200, and we would love to have them make sure that they are registered and ready to participate. I think it should also be noted that our legislative district in the Alabama House and the Alabama Senate now have more majority-minority representation than in any other time in the history of the state of Alabama. So even though we still have work to do, we're doing great work in Alabama. We're proud of that, and we're going to continue to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat in Alabama.
And that site again is Alabama Votes, all one word, alabamavotes.gov. John Merrill, the Secretary of State in the state of Alabama. Secretary Merrill, I really appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. My pleasure.
Let's continue now with Jeffrey Rosen. He's a professor at the George Washington University Law School, and he's also the president and CEO of the National Constitution Center. Professor Rosen, welcome back.
Good to be here.
I wonder what your thoughts were on our conversation with Secretary Merrill, particularly in light of the concerns that the lower court raised and the Supreme Court did not address about Alabama's new maps?
Well, you are absolutely right to press him on what the court actually held. And you're also correct that the court did not in any way bless Alabama's map. The central matter of dispute was timing. As Janae Nelson said earlier, the court applied this doctrine called the Purcell principle, which says courts shouldn't change the rules of an election too close to an election. Remember, that's exactly the same principle that was at issue in the election of 2020 when the liberal and conservative justices were disagreeing about whether lower courts could review the constitutionality of election fraud cases. But here, the conservatives said it was too close to the election. The liberals disagreed with that. But the central substantive dispute was whether Alabama was right to impose a whole new requirement that the Supreme Court has never recognized before, and to try to draw a new majority-minority district with race wholly out of mind, whether new computer technology might make it possible to draw a new district not even thinking about race. And as Justice Kagan said in her dissent, that's a new principle. You'd have to change the law and narrow the Voting Rights Act to embrace that principle. It's wrong to make the lower court apply it because it's not the law of the land right now. Plus, there's no evidence that even things would come out differently if you applied this new principle. So the liberals and conservatives are strongly disagreeing, first about whether the Supreme Court's right to intervene, and second about whether to change the existing law. And neither of those principles in any way blesses or approves of what Alabama's doing.
Can you dig in a little bit more on the timing issue? I mean, I think that the argument from the state of Alabama is we're fine going to court on this if the Supreme Court wants to hear the case. We're very close to the election right now. We're confident in the maps that we have. We can litigate this later. If there's a problem, we can come back to it in the fall.
Exactly. That's exactly what Alabama said, and that's the argument that the conservatives embrace. Justice Kagan said Alabama did everything right here. They sued the moment they could. Any delays were the state's fault. And in the past, the Supreme Court has not applied this Purcell principle many, many months before the election would actually take place. The election is not until November, the primaries in the spring. And Purcell had been used to say, don't change the rules, in the days or weeks before an election. Here, there's lots of time. The Supreme Court's not going to actually rule on this, possibly as late as next June. And the liberal justices were saying, hey, you're applying this principle basically to prevent judges from reviewing constitutional challenges to voting rights arrangements much more strenuously than you've done in the past.
I wonder what your sense is of whether this would pass that three-prong test from the case Thornburg versus Gingles. We mentioned it earlier. We'll put the three prongs of that test up back on the screen. Secretary of State Merrill said that it might not succeed on the first part, and I'm paraphrasing him, because this idea of having a minority group in a sufficiently large and compact area, that doesn't really apply to Alabama's geography, presumably because a lot of the state is very rural. What would you make of that argument, Professor?
The district court rejected that argument explicitly. It found that you could, in fact, draw two majority-minority districts in an extremely compact and cohesive way. The challenge is a different one than the one the secretary raised. As Justice Kagan said, the claim is now that new voting technology makes it possible to draw districts without even thinking about race, without having race in mind at all, and that the court should have required that race-blind approach. Now, as Justice Kagan said, the Supreme Court has never required you to be race blind in the past. The whole point of the voting rights amendments of Section 2 is to maximize the ability of minority voters to elect representatives of their choice. And Justice Kagan suggested that it would represent a radical narrowing of the law, even more than the court already did in the Brnovich decision last June, to impose this new requirement, which no one has ever heard of before and has never been litigated. So that's going to be the central question when the court actually hears the case next year. And it may be, in fact, it looks like the tea leaf suggests that there could well be a conservative majority willing to embrace this new requirement, saying you can't even think about race when you're trying to draw new majority-minority districts. That would make it much tougher to create these districts, and as Justice Kagan said, would represent a big change in the law.
One more thing before I have to let you go. One more quote from Justice Kagan's lengthy dissent. Among other things, she wrote, quote, "Today's decision is one more in a disconcertingly long line of cases in which this court uses its shadow docket to signal or make changes in the law without anything approaching full briefing and argument, unquote. Professor, before I got to let you go, not to get too deep in the weeds, but what does she mean by that, using its shadow docket?
It's very important. The shadow docket is an expedited procedure where the court will make decisions without hearing full briefs and arguments, and basically will step in and change the law without telling you what it's doing. That challenge was persuasive to Chief Justice Roberts, and he joined the liberals in this case. It was a 5-4 decision because he said you should basically let the district court do its thing without intervening on this shadow docket, without the benefit of full briefing and arguments. And this has been a big criticism. The President Biden Supreme Court Commission expressed concern about the shadow docket, and the critics are saying that it's not fair to make such important constitutional decisions without full briefing and argument.
Well, we will see what the court does when it takes this case up later on in the year. GW Law Professor Jeffrey Rosen, always a pleasure to see you. And I should note, by the way, tomorrow we will be joined by a member of the Alabama NAACP to talk about this case. Professor, thanks very much. Still to come, college hazing is the target of a bill in Congress. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown joins us to discuss a bill designed to keep students safe and alive. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Parents have lots of concerns when they send their children off to college. Safety is high on that list. Sometimes the biggest concerns over safety stem from fraternities and sororities. Hazing has kept these organizations under scrutiny for a long time. At some schools, these groups are the gateways to and gatekeepers of social life on campus. The parents of 19-year-old Danny Santulli just sued the Phi Gamma Delta chapter at the University of Missouri. Their son has been in a coma since last October. He got alcohol poisoning during a Pledge Father reveal party. The National Fraternity and the University of Missouri both suspended the local chapter right after that incident. And this is not an isolated incident. Back in 2017, a student at Florida State died after a similar incident. That led to jail time for frat members, a settlement with the group, and an anti-hazing law that passed in Florida. Various states have proposed and passed anti-hazing legislation. Virginia's Senate recently approved Adams' Law. It would require colleges to provide a hazing prevention curriculum and calls for advisors to train students. The bill would also make public and private colleges publish their student organizations' violations of the Code of Conduct online. But are these state laws enough, or does more need to be done on the federal level? Joining us now is Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. He's co-sponsoring two anti-hazing bills, the End All Hazing Act and the REACH Act. Senator Brown, welcome. Good to see you again.
Good to be back. Thanks.
What makes these bills personally important to you?
Well, I've seen what happens to families in Ohio where someone dies from the parent sends a child off to college, and 3 months later that child dies, and in some kind of hazing accident incident that a family never gets over. So we want to make sure that we shine a light on what happened and that we can prevent this in the future. I mean, no parent should. I mean, parents are always going to worry. I've had kids go off to school. I still worry about them in their 30s and 40s, but parents shouldn't have to worry about that happening just because a son's joining a fraternity or a daughter's joining a sorority. That's not the issue. The issue is this kind of activity and action that schools have to own up to.
Let's talk about these two bills a bit more. The End All Hazing Act, that's Senate Bill 775, which was introduced by Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, and then Senate Bill 744, the REACH Act, introduced by Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Talk about what these two bills are designed to do.
Yeah, they're both bipartisan, and this is an issue that really doesn't know partisan boundaries, particularly as you'd think. It essentially says schools, first of all, we need to define what hazing actually is. There are differences of opinion. We need Health and Human Services in Washington to define what it is, working with colleges and universities and activist groups and advocacy groups define what it is, and then we've got to make sure that schools are reporting it on their crime report every year. Schools are required under federal law to report crimes on campus. This should be included in that. So when a parent thinks, okay, where am I going to send my daughter to school? Well, this school has a reputation of some hazing incidents that have resulted in deaths of students. I'm not sure I want to send my child there. So I think this is self-enforcing, because schools have to take responsibility for this, and they know if their crime report shows hazing incidents, that it will dissuade some parents. So make your school as safe as possible. These bills working together will help do that.
I just want to dig in on part of what you said in terms of what the bills would do. Part of what you said is that they would define what hazing is. I imagine that's part of the challenge in terms of enforcing it, which is figuring out the line between an initiation process that may be a little messy, a little embarrassing, but not necessarily rising to the level of criminality, and then the point at which it crosses a line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I don't have the qualifications to make that determination. And typically, we don't write that kind of language into a law because it's just too hard to do and the world changes. But the federal government passes down rules all the time on all kinds of things. They should define it again, not just unilaterally, but working with universities, working with advocacy groups, working with parents who have lost children, because a number of them, like Stone Foltz in Ohio, where we named one of the bills after, his death has been a call to action for a lot of people. So once that definition's in place, then schools know what to stop from happening, and then those schools if they fail, it's part of their crime report, and it affects the reputation of the school. So that as all crimes on campus do. So you don't want to send your child to a campus that's had too many crimes committed, whether it's hazing or something else. And this will help clarify that and help the sort of self-enforcement mechanism that schools will do and parents will be part of.
How do you work with colleges and universities and Greek letter organizations on something like this? I mean, I totally understand the need to keep people safe on campuses. I also understand how fraternities and sororities are a big part of campus life. I went to the University of Miami, where Greek life is very significant, partly because it was such a large commuter school. And when people commuted to campus, Greek organizations were kind of a backbone of student life on campus. So I can understand people who'd be concerned about changing the culture so much that it kind of denatures the culture of what it means to be at college.
Yeah, there's no interest from any of the sponsors, Senator Cassidy, Senator Kasich, Senator Klobuchar. None of us is there an interest in dampening Greek life or saying that a sorority or fraternity can't be part of this campus. We have no interest in doing that. We do have interest in the sort of extremes that initiation might fall into or might reach that endanger students. I know it's not a challenge at fraternities. I mean, most fraternities and sororities don't have initiations that result in kids' deaths. I mean, that's unusual, but we've got to make it much, much more unusual. So HHS will, consulting with sororities and fraternities and universities and advocates and parents, will write these rules, and then the campuses will work to enforce them and make sure they're done in a way to stop these hazing deaths. But Greek life goes on, initiations go on the way that they can be done safely as they are in 99 out of 100 times.
I know I got to let you go in a second, but I wonder, Senator, if there are particular kinds of hazing that you're the most concerned about. I mean, just last week, there were parents of an alleged hazing victim who sued the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity at the University of Missouri for a victim who has apparently been on a ventilator for months now after suffering alcohol poisoning. So alcohol is one kind of hazing. Are there certain types of this behavior that, I know you're concerned about all of them, but are there certain types of it that you're most concerned about?
Well, most of it's got to do with alcohol. I mean, the deaths that I hear about and the parents I've talked to are almost always alcohol related. Then other things happen, but it's often a child dies from excessive alcohol. I mean, dies of alcohol poisoning, and it's not 2 or 3 drinks. It's the child drinking and the pressure from whoever's doing the initiation, not always a fraternity or sorority, but whoever's doing the initiation, the sort of unrelenting pressure on these kids to be one of the gang. And if you're 18 years old, I have to think back more years than you do, Joshua, to be 18. But you think of your insecurities, and you're going to respond to upperclassmen telling you what to do, and we've got to make sure these upperclassmen aren't telling them just to consume almost unlimited, excessive amounts of alcohol, because that has resulted in deaths too many times. So I think there was more specific answer to your question. It's mostly about alcohol, but they will write the rules in a way that will cover other things too.
Ohio Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, I appreciate your time, and it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, for you too, sir. Thanks.
Coming up, the Oscar nominations came out today. Some surprised critics, others broke barriers. We'll get to some of today's other big stories just ahead. Stay close.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
Today is where the games begin.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's update you now on some of the stories we've been following on our show. Let's begin on Capitol Hill with an unusual comment from one of the nation's Republican leaders about January 6th. Today, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell broke from the party when he described the attack on the Capitol as it was.
It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
The Republican National Committee recently passed a resolution calling the events of January 6th, quote, legitimate political discourse. Senator McConnell also disagreed with the RNC's move last week to censure Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. They are the only GOP members on the House committee investigating the attack. The Biden administration says it wants parents to get their taxes done, and that includes those who usually don't file because of income requirements. The administration says millions of families are still eligible for payments from the expanded child tax credit. Today, Vice President Kamala Harris helped kick off an outreach campaign. Similar events will take place in every state and in Puerto Rico during the tax filing season, encouraging parents to claim that credit. Last July, the federal government began to send these monthly payments, and that means there are 6 months of payments waiting to be claimed. Officials estimate refunds from this provision will add up to around $3,300 per household. Streaming services may be taking over the world. Granted, I work for one, but we got new proof of their power today with the Oscar nominations.
Sort of a lonesome place out here, Pete, unless you get in the swing of things.
That's Netflix's film The Power of the Dog. That got the most nominations, 12 in all, including Best Picture. Of the 10 nominees for Best Picture, half came from streaming services. Did you watch any of these? They include Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV Plus's Coda, and 2 from Warner Brothers that ran on HBO Max, Dune and King Richard. Will Smith's portrayal in King Richard of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams, got him nominated for Best Actor. He has yet to win an Oscar. Other Best Actor nominees include Javier Bardem for Being the Ricardos, Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth, Benedict Cumberbatch for The Power of the Dog, and Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom. For Best Actress, the nominees are Jessica Chastain for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, Nicole Kidman for Being the Ricardos, Penelope Cruz for Parallel Mothers, and Kristen Stewart for Spencer. This year also included a number of first-time nominees. Beyoncé, what do you get, the woman who has everything? An Academy Award nomination, this time for Best Original Song for Be Alive from King Richard. The only thing Beyoncé ain't got is an Oscar. Kristen Stewart is also a first-time nominee. And other first-timers include Kirsten Dunst for The Power of the Dog, Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, and supporting actor Troy Kotzer from Coda. He's also the first deaf person nominated for Best Actor. And where could be better to look at the stars than the Oscars? Maybe the International Space Station. But that stargazing station is going to plunge into the sea in a few years, on purpose. A former astronaut tells us where exactly it's set to crash and why when we come back.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The countdown is on at NASA, not to a takeoff, but to a big splash down. The International Space Station will be retired after 23 years in service. The current station will remain busy for the better part of the next decade, until 2030. Then it will be taken out of orbit and sent plunging towards Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean. NASA plans to create multiple new space stations through partnerships with 3 private companies, Blue Origin, NanoRacks LLC, and Northrop Grumman. They'll work alongside NASA to build and launch mixed-use stations. The new ones will house government space programs and private companies venturing into Earth's orbit. And those stations should be in orbit before the International Space Station is sunk. Joining us now is former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino. He's a professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University. Professor Massimino, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Joshua, it's my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
So can we just talk about the long term for a second, the commercialization of space travel, the commercialization of space stations? What do you make of that? Is that on balance a good thing, a bad thing, mixed, too soon to tell? What do you think?
Well, I think we'll eventually find out, but I'm really hoping it's going to be a good thing, and I expect it to be a really good thing. It's something that NASA has been wanting to do for a long time, is turn over a lot of the operations in space and the benefits of space to private enterprise. And there were plans going way back decades ago at the beginning of the space shuttle program where they were looking to have commercially run space stations. And the thought was the space shuttle would be flying so often that it would go up there to retrieve experiments and bring people up there for a couple days and then bring them down. And that was all in the plan. And then they had the major accident in 1986, and that kind of ended that idea. So I think what's exciting now is that after all these decades, we're at the point where it looks like the idea of having commercial space stations can take hold once again.
Why get rid of the ISS? Why not just refurbish it, repair it, renovate it?
Well, it's going to be 30 years old, over 30 years old. Actually, a little more than that. It launched in 1998 and was tended with crews going up to visit and continue to build it until 2000, when we were able to permanently put people on board and change them out about every 6 months like we have been doing in these past 22 years. It's got about another 9 years according to the plan. You know, they might extend it a little bit, but 30 years is kind of a pretty long time for any spacecraft. That was the length of the shuttle program. And getting 30 years out of the space station, I think, is a pretty good goal. And we're not going to just give up on space stations. There's a plan. One of the plans is to add on to the current space station, and then when it deorbits it, have a commercial space station there in its place. Or, as you said, some of these other companies that might be launching a space station. So it's not like we're giving up on space stations. As hopefully we're going on to an improved way to conduct research in microgravity and have space stations that both the government and commercial enterprise can use. So, 30 years is a pretty long time. If we can get that far with it, I'm sure we can. And we'll see. We'll see what the condition it's in at that time. But I think that's a pretty realistic goal, and then move on to the next phase.
Talk to me about what this decommissioning is going to be like. I think it's easy to hear about the ISS splashing down into the Pacific Ocean and think of something from like a Michael Bay movie. Like, I've seen this scene before, and it don't end well. How do you do that in a way that is controlled? You know what I'm saying? I'm being hyperbolic, but you get what I'm saying.
No,
like, the idea of a space station comes down through the sky just sounds like terror. Like, how does this work in a way that is controlled and manageable and that doesn't turn into like a Michael Bay movie?
Yeah, no, we don't want that. Michael Bay movies are pretty good, I guess, but we don't want that kind of disaster happening, if that's what you're referring to, of course. But no, what they'll do is they'll have a controlled re-entry, which means that there will be propulsion and guidance to guide it back through the Earth's atmosphere. A lot of it will probably burn up as it enters the atmosphere. Right now, the space station is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. As they deorbit it, with having a controlled re-entry, they'll do it in such a way that as it hits the atmosphere, it'll slow down, and through friction, as it slows down, it'll go thousands of degrees of heat. So a lot of it will disintegrate, will burn up in re-entry, which is a good thing, actually. And then the larger pieces, which make it through that experience, will land in this area of the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is really big. And you see Earth from space, it's blue for a reason, and that is that it's mostly water. And the biggest ocean is the Pacific Ocean. And the spot that they picked, just so no one gets nervous, is the most remote part of the Pacific Ocean. So it's the furthest away from any land. It's a remote area, and that's where the bigger pieces that survive re-entry will land. So I think we can be pretty sure that it's going to be a safe re-entry.
So it's going to re-enter in a controlled way. It's not going to fall, per se. It's kind of going to fly. It'll be guided down into the atmosphere, burn up largely, not become yet another massive piece of space junk orbiting the Earth. Before I have to let you go, I wonder if there is anything about the old space station that you might miss, or that you think that the space community might look back on fondly, even though it's not going to be in service anymore.
Well, I think there's going to be lots of things. It's an incredible construction project, Joshua. When I first heard about this as a new astronaut, I became an astronaut, a NASA astronaut in 1996, and this was on its way to taking place, the space station, but we hadn't built anything yet. And the idea that you could take countries from around the world, countries of Europe, Japan, Canada, the United States, and Russia, cooperating to build this incredible engineering project in the sky, I didn't know if it could really happen. So I think international cooperation, what it's done in the past years after it was built, these past 10 years or so, the science potential has been unbelievable what they've been able to discover. So the game's not over yet. 2031 is still a ways away. We've got about another 10 years or so, another decade, where they're going to be using this space station to answer a lot of questions, make discoveries, understand how we can better go to the moon and settle there, and Mars. They've been growing vegetables there now for the past couple of years. Just think of what's going to be happening in the future. They've been sequencing DNA, 3D printing tools, amazing things have happened in the past 10 years. I think these next 10 are going to be the most significant science-wise on the space station.
Columbia professor and former astronaut Mike Massimino. Professor, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Joshua, thanks for having me.
Coming up, the drama, the history, and the medals coming out of the Beijing Winter Olympics. Plus, we'll be joined by one member of Team USA, Rosie Brenner of the cross-country ski team. Joins us before we go.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Today, Team USA won another medal in Beijing. You could say this one was about 50 years in the making. Alpine skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel won silver in the men's Super G. That's the super giant slalom. It's a downhill speed event. But he's not the first medalist in his family. His mother raced the slalom too. She won gold at the Winter Olympics in Japan 50 years ago. Also, Team USA figure skater Nathan Chen had an outstanding performance. He broke a world record, scoring 113.97 points in the men's short program. That is the highest ever score for that category. But American figure skater Vincent Zhou withdrew from the Olympics after testing positive for COVID. You may have seen he posted a very tearful Instagram video about this. He dropped out of the men's singles competition one day before it was set to begin. Right now, Team USA has won 5 medals in Beijing, 4 silver, 1 bronze, no gold just yet. The Russian Olympic Committee leads the medal count with 10 overall, including 2 gold. Norway is in second with 8. They've got 3 gold. The Netherlands has 7 overall and also 3 gold medals. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more Olympic highs and lows from Beijing. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey there, Joshua. So the gold medal is just within reach for Nathan Chen. He had an amazing performance here in the short program. You know, he went into Pyeongchang with all of these expectations that he would win gold there, only to fall short with a disappointing performance in the short program. Well, he nailed his short program here. It was a record-breaking performance. There were other medals for the Americans. You had a silver medal for Ryan Cochran-Siegel, the skier. His mom actually won a gold medal in the Olympics, but he is in a comeback from just a horrific accident where he broke his back about a year ago. No one expected him to do as well as he did in this Olympics, so he has a silver. There was a bronze medal in cross-country skiing for Jessie Diggins. It's the first time that a woman has won in that speed event in cross-country skiing. So there was a gold medal won by an American here, Eileen Gu, but she was actually here competing for China. Her mom is Chinese, and she wanted to represent her mom and support female athletes here in China. She had a spectacular run, landing a trick that she had never landed before, and then fell to her knees when she heard the score. Joshua, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was NBC Stephanie Gosk reporting from the Beijing Olympics. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by a member of Team USA. Rosie Brennan is a cross-country skier, and she joins us from the Olympic Village. Welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Hi, thanks for having me, Joshua.
Let me just start with your Olympic performance. You, I know, posted on Instagram about your disappointment in coming in fourth. You noted that perspective is everything, and it's been a battle I'm incredibly proud of to get myself here so many years after I started my career as a professional. I know you're disappointed to not be on the medal podium, but it sounds like you're proud of just being able to get this far.
Yeah, I mean, fourth is nothing that to be upset about, honestly. I'm incredibly happy with the result, but, you know, of course, the line has to be drawn somewhere, and the medal stopped at 3. So you, of course, have, you know, all those thoughts of what ifs and the things that you wish you could have done better. I think, you know, all athletes are always looking to improve on everything, even if you win gold. So I think that's just kind of a natural reaction. But yeah, I'm very proud of everything that I've accomplished and everything it took to get to where I am now.
What does it take to get to that point? I mean, for people like me who don't ski, frankly, a little afraid to ski. You put me on skis, you might have to drive me to the ER thereafter. But for people like us who can't really wrap our heads around what it takes to get where you got, what would you say were some of the biggest challenges, the biggest hurdles that you overcame to get where you are now?
I mean, I think with anything in life, you know, it's a roller coaster. There's good things that happen, there's bad things that happen. Some things are in your control, but a lot of it's not in your control. And cross-country skiing is a sport that takes an immense amount of endurance, which, you know, for better or worse, just takes a lot of years of a lot of training to get there. So I'm 33 now, and I learned to ski when I was 14, and I turned professional when I was after graduating college at age 22. And it's just been a lot of years of a lot of hours of training. It's definitely a full-time life commitment. We're training twice a day, every day, 365 days a year for the most part. It's a 24-hour job, and it's something that I love doing. So it's not, you know, I don't always see it as a job, but it doesn't mean it's any less work. It takes a lot of dedication and a lot of effort to get there, and navigating, you know, the things that life throws at you is an important part of it. You know, anytime you're taken out because of illness, injury, life circumstances, whatever it may be, that takes time away from training, and it takes time to come back from that. So it's always a roller coaster.
I can imagine. I can only imagine. I also wanted to ask you something that one of our viewers put forth in terms of just what it's been like dealing with these Olympics this year. Joel asked, how do athletes block out the political noise surrounding the games? I know you're aware of all the controversies with regards to the Chinese government, Beijing, and all the diplomatic drama. How have you been dealing with just everything around the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, maybe the good part about being in the village. It is easy to kind of isolate yourself. I don't have much access to computers or phones or anything like that. So I have the ability to contact my family and my coach, and that's about it. We're here to compete, and I like to represent my country as best I can on the race course and leave it at that. And so I just focus every day on what I can do to be my best in the sport that I'm doing.
And briefly, before I got to let you go, what's next for you once you come home from Beijing?
I just got started. This was the second race, and I have 4 more to go. So I'm recovering today, racing again tomorrow, recovering the next day, racing again, and continuing on that way until the end of the games. And then we head straight back to Europe to continue on the World Cup circuit. So this is our on season, and this is our job, and so we keep racing until the snow melts.
I hear that. Keep going until the snow melts. I wish I had the guts to, well, maybe one day I will. One day I will give it a try. But congratulations for getting as far as you've gotten. All the best for the rest of the races that you have. Rosie Brennan, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joshua.
And hey, thank you for making time for us. Keep those questions coming for our Olympians. Or maybe you've got some questions for those of us who are covering the Olympics in Beijing. We'd like to get you as many answers as we can and talk to as many Olympians as we can as well. So send them to us. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. What questions do you have about the Olympics in Beijing? You can also email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. Keep those questions coming, but until we get to those and until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
He's almost like a Marvel comic book arch villain. He's bright, he's clever, evil as can be.
On a beautiful, sprawling farm, seeds of danger.
We hear this big explosion. He's just laying on the ground.
This loving father of 3, the farm's heart and soul, killed in a ball of fire.
They were saying it wasn't an accident.
Our assumption was it was a pipe bomb.
Someone claimed the dead man had reaped what he'd sown.
The letter implied that Roberto had messed with a drug cartel.
But maybe the truth lay with the farm's owners, a wealthy clan known for harvesting rice and resentment.
I wish that there weren't so much hate and anger in our family.
One family member seemingly held a grudge against the victim.
He was always the one that had something mean to say. He was always the one that hated him.
Another came gunning for investigators.
Who chases the police?
But who was hiding the darkest of secrets?
Got chills going back of my neck. I'm like, this is not happening right now.
A blank sheet of paper hiding a diabolical clue.
I fell to my knees and just started screaming.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with Family Business.
There is an Eden in the American West, a wide, flat, earthen cornucopia whose bounty daily fills the bellies of millions, whose great farms employ legions of workers and enrich with their profits families that pass the land down, father to son, generation after generation. They live modestly here in California's Central Valley, multi-millionaires in crop dusters and battered pickup trucks, deeply conservative, self-reliant, tough enough to thrive in a dangerous business that takes guts and brains and, too often, lives. Here among the churning, slashing machinery, the high-voltage power that helps grow the food of life, death can take a man unawares, even on a sleepy summer day.
We just looked up and there he was.
Like the day, a little boy burst from the field of sunflowers next to Brandy Haven's place.
He was beet red, sweaty. He just covered in mud, head to toe. He had his tennis shoes in his hands.
Carrying his shoes?
Carrying his shoes.
You mean he'd been running barefoot?
He said he took them off. I think that he got stuck in the mud in the sunflowers.
Brandy and her kids live in a rambling house next to one of those big farms in Colusa County. Idyllic life out here, quiet, predictable. Until the Saturday afternoon that little boy appeared, like magic, from the sunflower field. Couldn't have been more than 7 years old or so.
So what'd he say?
He said that his dad was on fire and he needed to call for help.
On fire? How could that be?
He was serious.
He was serious. Was very serious.
Once he started to talk, was he making sense?
Yes. He was able to talk, the whole time, answer whatever questions I had. There was no hesitation.
Brandy called 911, passed along details as relayed to her by the little boy.
Brandy, what is the little boy saying exactly that his dad... Okay, you said his dad turned something on for the water, I'm guessing maybe an irrigating pump, and it blew up like a bomb.
As they waited for the fire department to arrive, Brandy began tending to the boy, Fabian Ayala.
Gave him some water to drink, and then I took the water and rinsed all the mud off and checked under his shirt to see if there was any major injuries or not.
Were you hurt?
No.
Not at all? This is Fabian 3 years later. His family by his side. He told us about the last day he spent with his dad.
He would take me out when he had something to do.
Fabian's dad, Roberto, was a farm manager, a demanding sun-up-to-sundown job, so to squeeze in quality time with his family, he'd often take one of his 3 kids with him. A proud man, always pictured with his chest out, his chin up. On July 16, 2011, that Saturday, Roberto needed to flood a rice field by turning on a series of high-voltage irrigation pumps. Fabian by his side in his pickup truck, Roberto drove the quarter-mile distance from one pump to the next. And then he stopped, got out, walked to the big electrical box.
He was just going to the rice field when we heard this big explosion. I go out and see what happens. He's just laying on the ground.
So what did you do?
I yelled his name out and he wasn't answering. So I went to go and try and get help.
So what did you do? You ran?
Yeah.
Through what?
Through fields, to flower fields.
Yeah. They're big, tall.
Yeah.
So you're running through them trying to...
Yeah.
How far did you have to go?
I don't know. Pretty far.
Far indeed. More than 2 miles. Running, blindly through the field of golden flowers that closed in about him.
And I saw the house, and I just went towards it.
Do you remember what you said to them?
Something happened to my dad, and he was down that way, and can you help me? And they said yes. They called the police department, and they came as quick as they can.
When firefighters reached the irrigation canal from which little Fabian had run for help, it was obvious there was no life left to save. Roberto Ayala's body must indeed have been on fire, just as Fabian said it was. Why became clear when they found burn holes about 1 inch wide near the bottom of his feet, an obvious sign of electrocution. A locker-sized electrical box used to turn on a high-voltage irrigation pump had apparently shorted out and exploded. With such intensity, metal fragments blew out the windows and peppered the passenger side of Roberto's new Ford F-250. Miracle little Fabian wasn't killed, too.
We received a phone call that something had happened.
Roberto's wife, Fabiola.
It was when we received a call from the police department, and they said they had Fabian, and that Fabian was okay, but they couldn't tell us what happened to Roberto. We thought he was in the hospital.
And you didn't know what happened to him?
We didn't know what had happened. We called the hospital, and the hospital didn't know anything about what had happened. About an hour and a half later, they arrived with Fabian.
My mom asked my brother where was my dad, and my brother just started screaming that he was dead.
What was it like to see Fabian in that situation?
I think someone being older wouldn't be able to handle it as well as my brother did.
It was pretty amazing, wasn't it? To run all that way.
I wouldn't have been able to run that much. I wouldn't have known what to do or to stay strong the way he did. I wasn't there and I couldn't control myself. I don't know how he did it.
Farm accidents are as old as the wheel. Bad things just happen sometimes. Still, sheriff's investigators scoured the area, taking photos and collecting every bit of debris they could find, whether it looked like it was from an electrical box or not.
One of our jobs for the jurisdiction is to investigate all industrial accidents.
Because, said Sheriff's Detective David Somm, in Colusa County, the sheriff does double duty as the county coroner.
OSHA eventually will take over that investigation if it's determined to be that type of thing.
There was an autopsy, too. Routine, of course.
It told us that the victim had been electrocuted, he had been burned, and he had been near an explosion.
Pacific Gas and Electric sent a team over, which confirmed it looked like an accident and, sadly, not unique.
He said, well, we've seen stuff similar to this. What might happen is the operator will get into the panel with a tool for some reason and cross the leads with that tool and cause a plasma type of explosion, and that could have been what happened here. The other thing he did say is, we've never seen anything this big.
This is what the electrical box would have looked like before the explosion, about the size of a high school locker. And after the explosion, that box was nowhere to be found. All that was left was a splintered post where it once stood. Hard to know what to make of that.
On the farm, investigators will continue digging as explosives experts try to determine what exactly happened to Roberto. When we return, they unearth the first clue.
He came across a piece of metal. That piece of metal said to him that there was something more going on.
When Dateline continues. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When people hear the words fortunes and California in the same sentence, their minds generally go to some internet sensation like Google or Apple. But just 50 miles from Silicon Valley is the Sacramento San Joaquin Valley, the valley, where fortunes were made long before the arrival of microchips and semiconductors. The farm Roberto Ayala ran, worth tens of millions of dollars, all going to just one extended family, the Moores.
They were very, very private.
This is Mary, part of the Greater Moore clan. Her family, like many of the big farming families around here, keeps its wealth private too.
I knew that there was money there, but they didn't flaunt it in any way, and you weren't told about it. You just knew that it was there.
And she learned early, she said, that the family fortune was also a tool to keep the descendants in line.
My dad would say, like when I was in high school, if you ever get into drugs or do anything, I'm kicking you out of my will.
though she could never have inherited the land. That birthright was passed from father to son, not daughter. The custom started with the Moore family patriarch, who handed the farm down to his two sons, Roger and Gus, now in their 70s. Each of them had a son, born just a year apart, Paul and Peter, who were in line to one day run the farms as partners. Cousins, but raised more like brothers. Here they are in 1978, clad in cutoffs, fishing barehanded, latter-day Huck and Tom. In 1980, they were on the same high school football team. Roger's son Paul was smart and handsome, bit of a playboy. Well, Gus's boy Peter, just 2 rows down, was tough and blunt, hot-headed, really.
Pete has a reputation, I think, over in Colusa County. His mouth basically has given him a reputation because of the things that he has said.
I'm a little different than the rest of them.
Oh boy, so he is. Calls them as he sees them, even when it comes to his own family.
There's too much money involved, and everybody's afraid of what they might lose if they say something, and even if it's right.
There was one family member Pete did have a deep connection with. His grandfather, the family patriarch.
He was special.
He taught Peter about farming, about tending the orchards.
He had macular degeneration, so I was his eyes.
But when his grandfather, his patron, died, Pete's life changed quite suddenly.
After we buried my grandpa, in short order, I was pretty much told by my dad and my uncle that they didn't need my help anymore. And I don't know whether it was animosity because I had gotten so close to their dad or what it was.
And after a particularly ugly fight with his dad, Pete was exiled from the land of plenty, moved north of this Eden into town, and started a landscaping business.
My wife and I had nothing. When I say nothing, I mean nothing to do with the Moores.
And Paul? Paul remained the family golden boy. His doting grandmother made sure he never went without. Paul married a local beauty. This is his wedding video. And he waited for the day when he'd reign over the land. But he was never involved in the big questions, when and what to sow, when to reap. Those multi-million-dollar decisions were left up to Roberto Ayala, who had once been a lowly field hand, but anyone could see Roberto was a natural farmer, and gradually trust and responsibility and the owner's affection came to rest with him.
Paul and I were the boys in the family. We should have been the next in line. It wasn't fair. It was a slap in the face.
And to make matters worse, Roberto brought his brother Eduardo in as his assistant. The cousins, their birthright withheld, fumed.
Paul would come over and tell me horrible stuff about Ed and Robert, that Robert was saying about me. Like, he said that Robert told Paul that he was going to get my share of what my dad was going to leave me of the ranch.
Fair to say, though, that your nerves were a little bit raw about Ed and Robert.
Oh, no, I was mad. I'm going to be honest with you. There was a lot of animosity.
So much so that one day Pete jumped into his truck and drove down to the farm and called Roberto out.
And I told him, well, let's go.
Your intention was to fight him.
Oh, yeah. It settles things.
But Roberto politely declined. He had a farm to run. And the next time Pete heard anything more about Roberto Ayala, it was that he was dead.
What did you think when you heard that he was dead?
Well, I was told it was an accident.
Which is certainly what it was, at least according to the experts from PG&E. But just to be sure, Detective Somm called explosives experts from a neighboring county.
Just to ask them, hey, have you ever heard of an electrical panel like this blowing up? And they hadn't, and at their own insistence came out to look at what we had and formed the opinion that it was possibly an explosive device. They in turn called ATF and FBI.
To Somm, that felt like jumping the gun. Last thing he wanted was the big city feds treating him like a country cop crying wolf.
And now I've got ATF and FBI showing up. I was a little overwhelmed. I was a little concerned that maybe, we're calling these big agencies for help and really what we have is an accident. We had bomb guys saying it was a bomb, but they're bomb guys.
Right.
You know, we're not 100% convinced it's a bomb yet.
And then, 3 days after the explosion,
we got a visit from Paul Moore.
Paul, Pete's beloved cousin, the handsome golden boy of the pair, told Detective Som he found something out of the scene of the accident, something that shouldn't have been there.
He came across a piece of metal that he found. It looked like galvanized iron or some kind of galvanized metal, and that piece of metal said to him that there was something more going on.
Did he have any other ideas about what may have happened?
He did. He had told us that his cousin Pete had made some threats towards the victim in the time leading up to the incident.
And there was more. Paul showed Detective Som's texts he received from Peter, sent from the very rice field where Roberto was killed.
And that text was dated in time the day before.
Coming up, the focus shifts from the nuts and bolts of electrical explosions to an explosive personality.
He was always the one that had something mean to say. He was always the one that hated him. That was the only person I could think of.
Why did you hate him?
He was arrogant. He flaunted stuff in my face.
Pete had a reputation for being a real hothead. Without hardly an effort, Pete could piss you off.
When Dateline continues.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
District Attorney John Pointer is one of Calusa's most popular raconteurs.
Well, the way it changed at 8:45, so
Knows where the skeletons are buried, and knows just about every prominent family in the county, including the Moores.
If I said they were odd, that'd be a pretty good way of summarizing it.
Odd?
Yes.
Odd how?
You don't hear a lot about a lot of families, but you'd hear about the Moore family.
Because they'd complain publicly about other wings of the family, or at least complain in such a way that people...
Complain in a way that other people found out about it.
And the two cousins?
Pete, I've known for years, almost since I've been here, had a reputation for being a real hothead. A lot of mouth. He couldn't back it up, but he had a lot of mouth. Without hardly an effort, Pete could piss you off.
So when Paul came to the authorities and said, I think Pete is responsible for this, did his suspicion seem plausible?
Yes.
Yeah.
It did. Because we knew that Pete didn't get along with his family. We knew that Pete had a hot head. We knew that Pete had access to the property.
And for Paul to denounce Peter, who was like his brother? Sad, perhaps, but made sense to the DA's office, which signed off on the warrant to have Pete's house searched. It was just a few blocks away.
We went out to grab a bite to eat, and when we came home, we saw them all at the house, searching the house.
Mary Ellen is Peter Moore's wife.
Couldn't believe it.
Did you think it had something to do with what happened to Ron?
We didn't, well, I didn't think that first. I just said, what are they doing at our house?
I got out of the car and said, what is going on here? And two cops came over and grabbed me and escorted me to the front of my house.
When Mary Ellen and Peter asked investigators what was going on, they were handed the search warrant, stating investigators were looking for anything connected to bomb making.
I said, how do you know that it was a bomb? We don't even know it was a bomb.
That was the first you heard of such a thing?
Because we thought it was an accident.
Did they seem to be accusing the two of you? Or
Yes.
both of you?
Yes.
Were you frightened?
Oh, yes.
What were you afraid of?
That they thought we did it.
Around Calusa, the raid on Peter's house, just days after Roberto's death, was big news. A neighbor began sending out real-time updates on Facebook.
There was a parade of cars driving around in the whole neighborhood.
As these detectives were asking you questions?
And as they were ripping my house, going through my house.
And when they left?
They took our computers and our cell phones. We had a business. Nobody could call us.
But meanwhile, the whole neighborhood was watching this.
Yes.
But the search, said Detective Somm, didn't yield a thing.
We didn't find anything as far as bomb-making materials, instructions on bombs, even anything remotely close to that, like gunpowder.
Sure.
Or anything like that.
So if Pete was doing something, he wasn't doing it at his house?
Not that we could find any evidence of.
He denied he had anything to do with this?
Yes, he did.
Though Pete couldn't and didn't try to deny his hatred for Roberto Ayala. Why did you hate him?
He was arrogant. He flaunted stuff in my face.
Felt the man had, as if this were some biblical epic, stolen his birthright. Lots of people around town knew about that, especially the Ayalas. So when they heard that Peter Moore's house was being searched...
I thought it was Pete all along.
Why?
He was always the one that had something mean to say. He was always the one that hated him. That was the only person I could think of.
There was a lot of town talk going on, a lot of gossip, rumor. About a week after his house was searched, Pete got a visit from a friend who had heard some things.
I was working one day and he saw me, a highway patrol friend of mine, and he backs up in his highway patrol car and so he goes, what the hell are you doing? And I go, I'm working. He goes, no, you're not. He goes, you go get in your car, you get to Yuba City, go to Sacramento, get into Attorney Pete. They're coming after you. You're their number one suspect.
Coming up.
I didn't know what to think. I'd never seen anything like that before in my career except on something similar on TV.
Though Pete's in the crosshairs, investigators are about to learn that their victim may have made a very different and deadly enemy.
The letter implied that Roberto had messed with a drug cartel.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has become something of a legend at solving puzzles. These little bits and pieces, fragments of this and that, were about all that was left around Roberto Ayala's body the day of the explosion. Story in there somewhere, thought the ATF. Agent Brian Parker was assigned to find out what it was.
What does this tell you overall?
Well, what it tells us is that there was an incredible amount of force in the explosion.
Most of these pieces were once part of the electrical box.
You have washers, different types of hardware in here, screws, nuts, wire.
Other pieces just trash. But a few fragments, just a handful, looked like they were pieces from a different puzzle. Odd.
Cells from a 9-volt battery, galvanized steel that's been ripped apart.
Parker sent off these misfit bits and pieces to the ATF's West Coast Crime Lab for analysis.
To determine whether or not there was explosive residue present on some of the fragments that were collected out at the scene.
Like gunpowder, or gasoline, or nitroglycerin? Or...
Correct.
Then there was this, discovered on the 5th day of the investigation. The panel box door, found 160 feet from the site of the explosion.
About 4 feet tall, about 2 feet wide, probably weighs somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 pounds. This, where the large hole is, would be the bottom of the panel.
The forensic scientists of the ATF continued their battery of tests, hunting for bomb residue, fingerprints, DNA. All the while, Detective David Somm was on Peter Moore's tail, waiting for him to make a mistake.
Did he go to ground? Did he leave? What did he do? He didn't leave.
What were people saying around town that you were hearing?
We were hearing that people were saying that they thought Pete did it.
They were following us everywhere.
Didn't make a secret of it either, said Mary Ellen, from them or the neighbors.
How did they start to look at you?
Like we were guilty.
After they raided my house, I spent days crying, days and days. You know, I'd be at work and just crying because you don't know what's going on. You don't know who to trust.
How much were you watched?
I'd wake up in the morning to people outside my house. They watched me get up every day, go put a shirt on and go out and be in the public's eye when everybody thinks you're a murderer.
Even some of Pete's own relatives seemed convinced of that, though his sister Mary stuck by him.
I'm amazed at how much talking goes on there with no actual evidence of, it's a lot of gossip and people in your business.
Mary placed a call to one of the investigators, told him they were going after the wrong guy,
He was extremely rude and said, "You and your family just need to accept it. Your brother did this." I just broke down in tears because I thought they just didn't like him as a person. And I think they just, to me, my opinion was they wanted it to be him.
4 weeks into the investigation, Peter Moore was not just the top suspect. He was the only suspect. They had no physical evidence, though, that a murder had even occurred. But they continued to watch and wait, and the weeks slipped by. And then a month after the explosion, there was news from the ATF crime lab. They had found something.
There was the presence of explosive residue on the metal fragments that we submitted.
So it was a bomb, a murder. Then the very next day,
I'm sitting in my office, we're talking about what we're going to do next, and the civil deputy walks in with a big manila envelope, and he says, "I think this is for you guys." It says Colusa County Sheriff's Office, Colusa, California, no street address, and in the upper left-hand corner it says Ayala case, and then there's 8 stamps on it, and it was pretty light, so it's way too much postage.
Because inside was just a single sheet of paper, an open letter to the cops.
What did that letter say? Basically, it was claiming responsibility for the bombing.
The letter, full of misspellings and bad grammar, had been written on a label maker, then photocopied. Its author claimed to be a military-trained contract killer who'd been hired to kill Roberto over a Mexico deal gone wrong.
And then it was MS-13 behind it.
What the heck is MS-13?
Mara Salvatrucha. It's a violent El Salvadorian criminal street gang.
And that Roberto was supposed to be a target of this group?
The letter implied that Roberto had messed with a drug cartel and that MS-13 had been contracted.
The author of the letter taunted the detectives, writing that lab results would find military-grade powder but no DNA, which was true so far. But the point of the letter, wrote its author, was a warning. Roberto's brother, Eduardo, was next on the hit list. The writer said he had turned down the job to kill Eduardo, but a second assassin would soon be on his way.
Did you think it was a hoax? Did you think it was real? What?
I didn't know what to think. I'd never seen anything like that before in my career except on something similar on TV.
But one thing about that strange letter was all too obvious. Whoever wrote it had inside knowledge, because nobody besides the cops knew what the ATF had discovered.
We hadn't told anybody it was a bomb, so for somebody to just write a letter claiming responsibility for a bombing, that lended some credence to the fact that the author of that letter was the real thing.
Weird. All too weird. Detective Sam and the others went home for the weekend to digest what they had just read and seen. And then, Monday morning, Sam's phone rang. 7 a.m.
He says, "Hey, get in here. We got another one of those letters." I came to work. There's a second letter sitting on my desk. This one was slightly smaller manila envelope or half-size manila envelope, but configured the same way. Label maker address, Ayala case, and way too much postage again.
Huh. What was inside that one?
It was a diagram of a bomb.
Coming up, invitation from a killer.
The letter said, "If you have any questions, place an ad in the Sacramento Bee. Make sure it's the last ad."
And another victim in the crosshairs?
Keeping that stuff confidential was important to the integrity of the investigation.
But the man's life might be in jeopardy.
We gave him as strong a warning as we could.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
inauguration, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
On August 15, 2011, 30 days after Roberto Ayala's death, investigators received in the mail this hand-drawn picture of a bomb.
What did you think when you saw that diagram?
Shock.
We were amazed.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazed. I had never seen anything like that before.
The device, as shown in the diagram, was a 2-inch pipe bomb placed next to a 1-liter soda bottle full of gasoline, spray-painted black. A large bolt tied off with a fishing line and acting as a drop weight would fall on a rat trap, causing it to strike a firing pin, kind of like a Rube Goldberg device. The author also said there was a second secret triggering device as backup. Either way, the bomb was designed to go off when Roberto Ayala opened the door of the electrical box.
Could have been almost anything, though, right?
Now, suddenly, Agent Parker saw how they all fit, those confusing bits and pieces he'd been poring over for the past month.
It was almost like someone had sent us the cover of the puzzle box.
So now they matched the bits to the diagram.
The first thing I looked for was this bolt, and there it was.
The thing that made it exceptionally clear was the fact that the bolt still had some fishing string attached just underneath the head of the bolt, which is how it was depicted in the diagram.
So it would have been hanging from that string.
Correct.
As a weight.
Right. And so that was very clear that that bolt was, in fact, part of our device that was described in the letters.
And there were fragments of a plastic soda bottle, black paint still clinging to them, again, just like the diagram.
There was a spring that was similar to a rat trap spring. There was gasoline on the victim's clothing. And then we recovered pieces of a 9-volt battery that we were able to determine that had no business being in that panel.
So if you found the writer of those letters, you had found your killer.
That was our opinion, yes.
Along with the diagram was a second letter, in which the bomber repeated his earlier claim that he was a reluctant assassin. After a career of killing, he wrote, "I want to save a life before I take my life." The bomber repeated his warning. Roberto's brother Eduardo was next. In fact, the whole Ayala family was in mortal danger.
He said, I wanted to make sure you get this letter and have time to help these guys.
So it was sent as if I've been assigned to do something. I don't want it to happen. I want you guys to prevent it.
That was basically the gist of the letter.
Did you warn Ed?
Not exactly. There are things in the investigation that we could not release. There was information about the letters that we could not release. Keeping that stuff confidential was important to the integrity of the investigation.
But the man's life might be in jeopardy.
We did talk to Ed. We gave him as strong a warning as we could without going into specific detail.
One of those details was that the killer had been given a deadline.
And the letter said, I was given 8 weeks to do this job and it will be reassigned in 5 weeks. I wanted to give you guys time to help these guys and do something about it.
So you at least had some time. Maybe.
Maybe.
Dave tells me that they had received a letter, and the letter had mentioned me.
Roberto's brother, Eduardo.
And he says, you be careful. Watch yourself.
But it wasn't just Eduardo in the crosshairs. The letter writer claimed whoever was now driving Roberto's now repaired pickup truck, that white F-250 the bomber wrote, is in great danger. And who was that person? Roberto Ayala's son, Jesus. The threat against the Ayalas was looking very real.
It was real. It didn't just look real, it was real. A lot of sleepless nights.
Because this ex-Marine not only had a farm to run, but as he saw it, a murder to solve, and now 2 families to protect.
Don't get his equipment. Going through my mind is just look out. You know, take care of my brother's family. Primarily, take care of my brother's family, take care of my family, look out for myself. Look over your shoulder.
The first thing Eduardo did was hide the pickup truck. But now, with the truck out of sight with the killer or killers, just find a different or better place for a bomb.
Once everybody's asleep, all I could do was just think and run things through my mind.
It's somebody sneaky and violent enough to plant a bomb to kill somebody, and he did it to one person. There's nothing that's going to stop him from doing it to somebody else.
In this second letter, the bomber left open one possible line of communication.
The letter said, if you have any questions, place an ad in the Sacramento Bee, August 21st issue, help wanted, make sure it's the last ad.
And so they placed this classified ad and waited for a killer to call.
Coming up, a son's all-too-close call with death.
We had an argument that morning, so I didn't get to tag along with the ride that day.
Oh no, because you might otherwise have been there.
I would have probably been the one to get off to go check that pump.
And another member of the Moore dynasty comes forward with a fresh piece of evidence. Would an answering machine message finally solve the question about a motive for murder? When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Who ever heard of such a thing? Letters from a purported killer, plus a diagram of what certainly looked like the actual bomb that killed Roberto Ayala. Was it real? A ruse? A lucky guess? If it was for real, who sent it? Was it from the lead suspect, Peter Moore? Or a hitman, as the letter claimed? Or was it from somebody who wasn't even on Detective Som's radar? Whoever it was, 5 weeks into the case, it was about the only lead investigators had. So they played along with the guy, placed an ad, as requested, in the Sacramento Bee. And, sure enough, somebody responded. Cops rushed to see him, perhaps arrest him.
He was pretty surprised when he got a visit.
False alarm. It was just an unlucky guy looking for a job. The killer, though? The killer never called. So this whole MS-13 thing, this Mexico deal gone wrong, was just some sort of game the real bomber was playing. Trouble was, nobody knew the rules or the purpose or where the game might end. But more than one way to find a guy brazen enough to send that material to the cops.
We had the letters that we wanted to get analyzed. We wanted fingerprints. We wanted DNA.
But the letters and envelopes came back clean, just as the bombers said they would. What was going on? To investigators, one theory seemed the least likely, that Roberto was mixed up with the drug gang MS-13. The Ayalas are a classic bootstrap story. Roberto, a very religious man, who worked his way up from field hand to farm manager, oversaw the day-to-day operations of a multi-million-dollar spread. He knew the land. He knew the machines that worked it. He was utterly committed to that work. What did working that farm mean to your dad?
That was everything. That was our whole, even our lives and his life, our whole life revolved around it. We were always there as growing up.
First jobs as kids, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Learn how to drive on the farm, learn how to pretty much do everything on the farm.
Tell me about your dad. What kind of a guy was he?
He's a hard worker, someone to look up to. We admired him.
And it did not go unnoticed on the Moore farm. Over the years, owners Roger and Gus came to rely a great deal on Roberto. They treated Roberto more like a favored son than just an employee. How important was family to Roberto?
Probably the most important thing. It all revolved around us. We didn't have much, but everywhere he went, we went too. So we were always together.
Whatever went wrong, he was the one to go to. He was the one to keep everybody together.
Latino cultures celebrate a coming-of-age ritual called the quinceañera, when a girl turns 15. So when Roberto's daughter, Paola, turned 15...
He went all out. I was the only girl, so he did everything he could to make that day the best.
So what kinds of things do you do?
You have to have your father-daughter dance. You just feel like you're the only person that exists at that moment. Like, you just feel important. You really do feel like the princess.
Probably won't ever forget that. But of course, for teenagers, there is another rite of passage, butting heads with parents, which that last morning may have, pure chance, saved Jesus' life.
We always went to work together, and for some reason we had a argument that morning, so I didn't get to tag along with the ride that day.
Oh no, because you might otherwise have been there.
I would have probably been the one to get off to go check that pump.
Why would anybody want to hurt him?
I can't find a reason to why somebody would want to do it, to want to kill him.
And this bomber, whoever it might be, came very close to also murdering Fabian.
If you want my button pushed, bring a child into it.
D.A. John Pointer found Fabian's plight to be particularly heartbreaking.
I couldn't imagine 7 years old and seeing my dad blown up.
And running all that way.
People don't understand. It was like maybe a couple miles as the crow flies, but to run through what we call Calusa mud, which is the rice fields, and it's just, I mean, he had to take his shoes off. He's literally covered with it. You can hardly walk through it. And for him to run all that way, it was amazing. I remember asking him if he knew what 911 was, and he told me, and he was right. And I asked if he knew how to use a cell phone, and he said, yeah. And I asked if your dad had a cell phone. And he said, yes, he did. I said, why didn't you use your dad's cell phone? Why didn't you call for help? And he was reaching out like this, and he said, I can't. It's in his pocket, and he's on fire. Yeah, that stays with you.
And now these taunting letters from Roberto's killer, almost taking prideful delight in how he'd killed the man and almost murdered the boy. Who could it be? Who would do such a thing? And why? Then, 4 days after the diagram showed up, one of the alpha males of the Moore clan walked in the front door. Roger Moore, Paul's dad, and like his son, wanted to help catch the killer and told the detectives he had important evidence to share. It was an audio tape, answering machine messages his nephew Pete left on his phone.
Coming up, investigators discover a brand new suspect.
We may have somebody else to look at.
But as police go after more evidence, someone comes after them, leaving a taunting message out in the fields.
Here I am, I'm doing this to you, now come find me.
When Dateline continues.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Roberto Ayala, manager of a multi-million-dollar California farm owned by the powerful Moore family, had been killed by a complicated homemade bomb. The prime suspect? Pete Moore, famously hot-headed, angry, because he believed his father might have given his inheritance to Ayala. Pete's uncle, Roger Moore, believed an audio tape from his answering machine could help detectives, who still didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest. The voice on the tape? None other than Roger's nephew, Pete.
Hey, Ross, this is Pete. I've worked for 21 years doing what I'm doing so that I could eventually one day have a chance to farm.
Pete wanted to talk about having been disinherited.
And as you see now, I've been taken out of my dad's will.
The phone messages contained nothing directly incriminating, but after being diverted by those strange letters about assassins and a drug gang, the investigation was now back to where it started, that Peter Moore was the prime suspect. But just as all eyes were focused in one particular direction, the very next day, the phone rang. Six weeks into the investigation, Detective Salm and Agent Parker had an audio tape, texts, letters, and diagrams, fragments of leads pointing in wildly different directions, to Pete Moore, or a drug cartel, or a crazed assassin. And now they had another lead to work on.
Somebody made an anonymous call to the sheriff's department. He said, the caller basically stated, you need to be looking at Paul Moore. And
Paul, not Peter.
Paul, not Peter.
For all the produce that comes rolling out of Colusa County, California, its population of humans is small, just 22,000. Everybody seems to know just about everybody here. So, when a would-be anonymous tipster called the sheriff's office, turned out he wasn't anonymous at all. The detective who took the call recognized the voice and phoned him right back.
Says, hey, you need to come in and talk to us.
The caller, as it turned out, was this man, Dave Moore, cousin of Roger and Gus, with a multi-million-dollar spread of his own and a passion for warbirds. Dave's stepdaughter had once been married to Paul. This is a video from their wedding day. A messy divorce followed a few years later.
So David and Susan Moore came into our office.
Susan Moore is Dave's wife.
What did they say when they got into the office? The first thing they told us was a wiretapping incident.
Wiretapping?
Yes.
Dave and Sue claimed Paul tapped his wife's phone to spy on her during divorce negotiations. And sure enough, here are the court documents. In 1997, Paul was arrested on 4 counts related to tapping both his wife's and in-laws' phones. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of electronic eavesdropping, a felony. The other charges were dropped. and Paul served no jail time. But the wiretapping story was just a prologue to what they were really there to talk about.
Who do you think is capable or responsible for actually setting up an explosive device in that panel?
I think like probably 90% Paul. We can't hardly.
But David and Susan couldn't really give a reason why Paul would want to kill Roberto, other than they felt Paul just had the kind of personality to do something like that. Well, Pete didn't.
So you don't think Peter is capable of actually developing a fairly sophisticated device to create an explosion?
I'm doubtful of it. I don't know him that well, but I really wouldn't think he could.
Okay.
And I also think he doesn't have the moxie to do something like that.
What do you mean moxie?
Just the
intelligence,
the meanness in it.
The meanness.
Yeah.
But Peter had actually threatened Roberto, wanted to fight him. And as far as anybody knew, Paul had never done anything like that. Nevertheless, based on this new information from David and Susan Moore, detectives asked Paul to come in for another meeting.
Come on in and have a seat.
Which he did, quite willingly. Took time off on a Sunday afternoon, and Detective Somm asked Paul directly.
Do you have a prior criminal record?
Yes. I was into drugs and stuff when I was younger.
Committed felonies, in fact. Then he said he just grew up and now wanted to help in any way he could, even if it meant informing on his beloved cousin, Peter.
I think Pete was a little envious of Robert. I think he felt his dad treated Robert better than Pete got treated when he worked there. He said something about his dad taking him out of the will.
One thing, though, Paul, like his second cousin Dave, didn't think that Pete was capable of making that bomb. Somebody must have helped him.
I just don't think Pete has the technical ability to do it, unless he seriously had some help.
Okay. So this type of thing was done by somebody who's pretty intelligent. Maybe got some know-how.
Well, that's kind of what you guys said, and I think that's right.
Who do you think is capable of responsible?
But remember, Paul's ex-in-laws told Detective Somm that Paul was more likely the guilty party.
Probably 90% Paul.
So now, the detective turned the tables a little, suggested maybe it was he, Paul, who was jealous of Roberto.
I didn't hate Robert.
Okay. Did you not like him?
I didn't like the fact that he would cop an attitude with me. And just over something stupid, and little.
Detective Somm pressed Paul
What I'm trying to do is make
about his past.
You've got several incidents here where
I have a criminal record.
You've been involved in some bad stuff.
I agree.
Okay? You've cut phone wires.
I've tried to help you guys out through this whole thing. If you're going to start copping an attitude and
I'm
doing
not trying
this
to cop
me,
an attitude with you, but I'm having trouble with some of the stuff you're saying.
I know my word doesn't mean I'm a felon. I was a drug addict. Living inclusive sucks with this. Everybody knows about it. I have to put up with a lot of here.
So, this must have put a whole different complexion on Paul.
It did.
Having thought for some time that maybe Peter was your guy, what was that like?
It's possible we may have somebody else to look at.
And indeed they did. Attached GPS trackers to both Peter and Paul's vehicles, which produced precisely nothing. More weeks slipped by. Eduardo Ayala, aware he and his family could be the killer's next targets, lay awake at night, thinking.
I would imagine Peter trying to build this bomb. Had to do it on a workbench, obviously, but he's got the shakes. So I think about that. Did he or did he have somebody else do it for him? Boy, and then I think the same thing about Paul. By working side to side with a guy, I could see that he was smart, super smart guy.
By the time the rice crop came in, first couple of weeks of October, the whole case had gone into a kind of stall. ATF agent Brian Parker was particularly frustrated. Well, the door of the electrical panel had been recovered. The box itself, where the bomb had been placed, was still missing.
The most logical place where that remains of that panel was in the river that was directly behind where the explosion occurred.
So they called in an FBI dive team, which spent days mucking through the bottom of the canal next to where the bomb had gone off. And Agent Parker, who'd been monitoring the search, had a strange incident as he was leaving one day.
And all of a sudden the tire went flat.
This is what flattened the tire, a homemade spike.
The spike was constructed of a harvester sickle that was welded to a 2-inch washer. Further inspection of the area, we found another one of these spikes.
Almost like a challenge to us. Here I am, I'm doing this to you now. Come find me. Basically, they're coming after the cops.
Coming up, investigators may be able to fight back with new ammunition as they finally turn up scientific evidence on one of the letters the killer sent.
There was a DNA profile on the back of one of the stamps that was affixed to the envelope.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
John White! And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Three months after the bombing, the FBI dive team found the electrical box in which the bomb had been placed. But after months of sitting in water and mud, there was no trace of DNA or fingerprints. The The only story this peeled metal told was,
"This case is going nowhere."
Now, with little hope of finding that key piece of evidence that would put the case away, the detectives tried that good old-fashioned tool of policing, shoe leather and tire tread, round-the-clock surveillance of Peter and Paul Moore, aided by tracking devices with a particularly helpful app.
They're called geofences. I put a geofence, pretty big geofence around where I live. I put a geofence around the sheriff's department.
Protection he felt he needed after someone targeted law enforcement with those spikes on the road.
If the vehicle or the GPS monitor travels into those locations, you get an alert.
In addition, Detective Somm would routinely log in to check on the whereabouts of Peter and Paul's trucks. And on the morning of Thanksgiving Day, more than 4 months after the bombing, Somm turned on his computer to find the GPS tracker on Paul Moore's truck.
It had gone dead. We had no signal whatsoever, and this was also the type of GPS that you could call, just like calling on the cell phone, and wake it up because they go to sleep when they're not moving, and where are you? Well, we couldn't get a response from it.
The device may have just died or been found, so Somm got into his car with his partner, drove to Paul's house to see if the truck was there.
We got to his house, and I look at the kitchen window, and he's staring at me. Okay.
Hoping Paul hadn't recognized him, Detective Somm hit the road.
As we're leaving town, I look in the rearview mirror, and there he is following us in his truck. He pulls in behind us. I speed up, he speeds up. I'm up to about 85, and he's still gaining on me. He pulls in the opposing lane. I slam on the brakes, and he keeps going. We pace him. I lose pace of him at 95. I called him in, and CHP was actually able to get a stop on him.
What was that all about?
I have no idea who chases the police. That's the first time that's ever happened to me in my career.
So by now, your suspicions were ratcheted up quite a bit, I would think.
Yes, they were.
Were you worried about your own safety?
At parts during the investigation, there were concerns for our own safety. We're dealing with a person who is violent enough to plant a bomb.
But was that person Paul Moore? Paul had a criminal history, to be sure, but was he a killer? There were certain things about Paul's past Detective Somm was unable to share with us for reasons we'll explain later, but we discovered in old court records a saga of smart, expensive lawyering dealing with misdeeds that go way beyond tapping an ex-wife's telephone. In 1997, Paul was arrested after an incident in San Francisco one night. Ugly accusation. Rape, false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, trying to run his alleged victim over with his pickup truck. Charges that could put Paul in prison for a decade or more. Instead, Paul spent nearly 3 years driving back and forth between his place here in Colusa and San Francisco, engaged in a series of court maneuvers. The result? Paul simply got probation after pleading no contest to assault with intent to commit rape, but denying blame for the offense. The other charges were dropped. But the conviction put Paul on California's sex offenders list, searchable by county. And out of fear that someone in Colusa was bound to find out his secret, Paul went into exile near Santa Cruz. However, as part of the original plea deal, Paul's intent to commit rape conviction was dropped, vacated in 2007, 7 years later. In exchange, Paul pleaded no contest to the assault with a deadly weapon charge, which meant Paul was no longer a registered sex offender, and the prodigal son was welcomed home. That part of his past, a carefully guarded secret from most of the folks here in Colusa County. But Pete's past was not a secret. Everybody knew he didn't like Roberto Ayala, and everybody knew he was a suspect. But around town, could you hear what people were whispering?
Pete.
Pete, Pete, Pete.
Pete, Pete, Pete.
But not Paul.
Not Paul.
Then, 5 months into the investigation, there was news, of a sort, from one of the crime labs. A male leg hair was found under a label of one of the envelopes, and the DNA came back, matching nobody. No one in the Moore family or anyone in the CODIS database, anyway. Odd. Had it been planted there to throw off investigators? Then one of these envelopes finally gave up what appeared to be a real clue.
There was a DNA profile from fingerprint ridge detail on the back of one of the stamps that was affixed to the envelope that one of the letters was sent in.
So what came back from these DNA tests?
The contributor of the DNA from the fingerprint material was similar to Paul Moore.
Case closed, right? Not this time. This time, there was a but.
Similar to Paul Moore, but it wasn't a match.
The DNA sample was so minute that forensic scientists were unable to build a full genetic sequence, meaning the DNA may have come from Paul Moore, but the scientists couldn't say it was a 100% match. And while the DNA didn't match anyone else in the Moore family, including Peter, the fact that Paul couldn't be excluded was nothing that would hold up in court.
It was beyond frustrating to hear that we have an almost match, but we can't say for sure.
Still, it did give them an idea. They'd get one shot at it. Might work.
Coming up.
That got my attention right away.
Exciting doesn't begin to describe. Elated, maybe?
Most amazing thing in the world. This is the smoking gun.
A killer seemingly revealed by a blank sheet of paper.
Got chills going back of my neck. I'm like, this is not happening right now.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The DNA evidence that came back as a partial match to Paul Moore was not enough to get him charged with Roberto Ayala's murder. Far from it. but it was enough to get some people in town whispering.
Rumors run. Rumors are like bad smell. They move fast.
Eduardo heard those rumors, heard that maybe Paul had something to do with Roberta's murder, which placed Eduardo in the Hitchcockian situation of working side by side with the man who may have murdered his brother.
I look at him just like I'm looking at you. I talk to him just like I'm talking to you. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you're the one that did it.
And while that DNA result from the stamp wasn't strong enough to hold up in court, it was significant enough to get a warrant to search Paul's home. For whatever that was worth, 5 long months after the bombing.
He had done some kind of major cleaning of his house. So we'd actually had conversation about this. And
like a what's the point conversation?
That was one of the things that was talked about, and the decision was made, and I didn't want to leave it untouched.
Sure, but your expectations were not that high.
No, they weren't.
With just this one crack at Paul's house, Detective Somm wanted to make sure they did a thorough search. So he cobbled together a team of investigators from various law enforcement agencies.
Before we served the search warrant, we had a briefing.
One of the cops helping them was a detective from a neighboring town, Jose Chuy Ruiz.
They actually showed us a diagram of the bomb, and that's pretty much what we're instructed to look for.
Anything related to that?
Yes, exactly. Anything related to bomb making.
They arrived en masse right after daybreak. Unannounced, of course. Paul waited outside while each investigator took a piece of the house. And in they went.
I found some manila envelopes, a copier, and also a printer.
The problem, though, was that Paul's home, owned by the Moore family, doubled as the farm office. There were printers and copiers, envelopes, expected to be there, too.
As you're going around and you found those things, what were you thinking?
We really want that one really, really good piece of physical evidence.
And what you found so far wasn't it?
No.
Okay, so specifically, what did you find of probative value? Anything?
I didn't find anything. We took his cell phones. There were 2 cell phones in the car.
But basically nothing?
No.
Detective Ruiz was assigned to the dining room, which clearly doubled as an office.
What did you see?
I saw a lot of paperwork. There was lots of paper. Files everywhere on that table.
The room was full of paper?
Yes.
The sun was just breaking over the horizon. Long rays of morning light angled through the blinds. Detective Ruiz was poking through all those papers and office supplies when a curious thing caught his eye. It was the way that almost horizontal beam of light glanced off a blank sheet of paper.
I noticed that that white sheet of paper had several impressions on it.
Impressions?
Yes.
You mean some writing on it? No.
Yes, like when you draw something on the top sheet of paper and it goes through.
To the next sheet down?
Yes, and that got my attention right away. I picked it up, and it was one of those moments where I was like, I turned the different angles, the paper bowed in half, and it was one of those, I was like, got chills going back of my neck, and it just, the hairs are standing up. I'm like, no way, this is not happening right now. And one of the officers that was helping us looked at me and goes, what are you looking at? Because it was just a blank sheet of paper. And I was like, you're not going to believe this. And I said, you need to go get Detective Somm, like, now.
And he's holding this white piece of paper in his hands, and he's kind of got it bent a little bit, and he's like, look at this. And I immediately, I looked at this and I'm going, oh my God. What he's holding in his hand is an indented writing copy of the diagram that we received in the mail.
This is the sheet of paper Detective Ruiz found. You can see the indentations of the bolt threads in the middle of the page about a third of the way down. And here's that same sheet of paper enhanced by the ATF crime lab. And here is the original bomb diagram mailed to investigators back in August.
The most amazing thing in the world. This is the smoking gun.
Unbelievable. Couldn't believe it. Exciting doesn't begin to describe. Elated, maybe?
Then what happened?
I went out and arrested Paul Moore.
Coming up, Pete Moore seems to be in the clear, but he's got yet another shock in store.
There's no scale for this. This changes you forever.
When Dateline continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Little Colusa, California was dumbstruck. Paul Moore arrested for the killing of Roberto Ayala? Few even knew he was a suspect. Mary, Paul's cousin and Pete's sister, got a barrage of texts at work.
It was bittersweet. There was a part of me that was relieved that it was over for Pete, or that he wasn't, mixed in with it. And at the same time, I was sad because it was my cousin that we grew up with, and it was part of my family.
My youngest sister, Mary, called me on the phone and she said, they just arrested Paul for the murder of Robert Ayala. And I was in the middle of the parking lot and I fell to my knees and just started screaming.
But human nature is a funny thing. Suspicion, once embedded, is remarkably resistant to actual evidence that might disprove it. When Paul Moore was arrested and charged with the murder of Roberto Ayala, his cousin Peter began to experience that particular phenomenon quite personally. Around town, people still seemed to believe that Pete was the murderer. Ironic, perhaps, that for all his bluster, Pete has never been arrested, never been in trouble with the law, runs his own business, has been a good father, and over the years has taken in wayward teens to give them a better start. Kids like Nick Hecker,
know, other foster homes, they do it for the money. Pete, he didn't ask for any money in return. He fed me, clothed me, gave me a car to drive. And now I look at Pete like a dad. And anybody that has anything bad to say about Pete's never really took the time to get to know him, because he's a good, loving person with a huge heart, and you need more Pete's in this world.
So why were the cops so focused on Pete to begin with? Well, as Pete tells it, his cousin Paul planned the whole thing, set out to frame him, first by lying to him, telling him that Roberto, or Robert as Pete calls him, was out to steal his birthright.
Paul would come over and tell me horrible stuff about Ed and Robert. Like he said, Robert told Paul that he was going to get my share of what my dad was going to leave me of the ranch. So Paul would come over and say stuff to me, and he knew he was going to make me want to go say something or fight with somebody.
And Pete said he was simply blind to Paul's manipulation.
When you're going through your everyday life and someone's set you up for over a year and a half, you don't know who to believe, and so it kept everybody at odds. And my life was so spun out of control, and I couldn't figure out what was going on.
But Pete's wife, Mary Ellen, said she could clearly see Paul was baiting Pete.
He would talk to him all the time.
And when Pete got home, would he be upset about it?
Oh yeah, he'd be angry, upset, telling us things that we didn't even know if they were true.
Dave and Sue Moore told investigators they too thought Paul had been setting Pete up.
They talk a lot between themselves too. And I think Paul has been able to manipulate Peter.
But Pete just didn't see it, didn't realize he was being played. By his cousin? That just couldn't be.
We grew up together. We were together every day. Our parents bought us walkie-talkies when we were 7 and 8 years old. And I'd sit in my back bedroom where my bedroom was, and he lived right down on the block, the corner down there, and we talked to each other till we went to sleep.
But now Peter's cousin Paul, the princeling, the golden boy, was about to go on trial for the murder of Roberto Ayala. And as for Pete, the person who was treated in this town like he bore the mark of Cain.
I've had several low points in my life, and there's no scale for this. This changes you forever.
The next chapter wasn't a lift from the book of Genesis, more like the story of Job.
Well, one thing that's kind of unique maybe, or especially about Colusa County, is every time I've ever had a big case, I can go into almost any coffee shop or restaurant and they're solving it for me.
And those things get twisted pretty fast.
They get twisted really fast. In this case, it was constantly, well, you know Pete Moore did it, you know Pete Moore did it, and my response was, well, that's not the direction I'm going in.
Not the direction at all. In fact, D.A. Pointer was about to put Pete on the prosecution team as a key witness against Paul, making Pete work with the same people who at one point were hoping to put him in prison. And that uncomfortable fact was irresistible catnip for Paul's defense attorney. Pete's first day on the stand.
She said, "You're a murderer, aren't you, Mr. Moore?"
Coming up, the defense says it was Pete who had the motive to kill one man and implicate another. A master plan that would give him everything he wanted.
Peter is the one who has indicated, I've been in landscaping for 20 years. I'm broken down. I want to be in the farming operation. What better way to take out Roberto and to take out Paul?
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the months following Roberto Ayala's murder, investigators suspected Peter Moore was the bomber and built a case against him. So when Peter's cousin Paul was arrested, his defense asked an obvious question. What if the cops' first instinct was correct? What if Pete did it?
Peter has animosity towards Roberto. Peter has made threats to Roberto. Peter is the one that wants in to the farming operation.
Linda Parisi, Paul Moore's attorney, presented in court a mirror image of the state's case, acknowledging that one cousin was out to frame the other. Only in her version of the story, Paul was the stooge and Peter the mastermind.
Peter is the one who has indicated, I've been in landscaping for 20 years. I'm tired. I'm broken down. I want to be in the farming operation. What better way to take out Roberto and to take out Paul?
To counter that argument, the prosecution was forced to call Pete as a witness, knowing that would make him a punching bag for Parisi.
She told me, she said, "You're a murderer, aren't you, Mr. Moore?" I said, "Those are your words, not mine."
She thought that she could, by grilling Peter, uncover the evil, the monster.
Assistant Attorney General David Drewliner was Pete's wrangler during the trial.
I was completely satisfied that there was no monster to uncover. And so I, for the most part, let her go at him.
A courtroom tactic not appreciated by Pete.
After the first day, I said, "You guys need to get this lady off of me. She's on me like a dog on a piece of raw meat." And they looked me right in the eye and said, "There's nothing we can do for you. This is an open investigation and we have to let her ask anything or the jury will think we're hiding stuff." I go, "You got to be kidding me."
1 hour, his testimony felt like 8. I can tell you that. It was excruciating because I knew what he was going through, and I was waiting for him to explode at any minute.
Paul's attorney, Linda Parisi, claimed that Pete somehow planted the imprint of the bomb diagram in Paul's home.
Mr. Moore, who works at that desk daily, he never notices it. If he's your culprit, he never sees an indentation of a diagram he drew and thinks, "Oh my gosh, thank God I saw that. Let me get rid of it." It just raises so many questions.
It just beggars the imagination to think that Peter would know enough about when the police are going to arrive and know that some junior officer is going to happen to notice this very faint little image of a diagram on a white piece of paper which he never would have seen if the light hadn't been just right on that table that afternoon.
If I'm Peter Moore and I engage in this and they don't find it, all right, my plan didn't work. But if they do find it, it's a home run for me. And there's very little risk to me, Peter, to engage in it. It's not like I have to break into the police department and tamper with some evidence.
But Paul's fingerprints were all over that piece of paper, and Peter's were not.
I would agree that that shows that this had been in the house and that he may have touched it. And in fact, leaned on it the way the prints were situated, likely that one would have leaned on it to reach over to open up the window. So it was very consistent with that.
Peter, of course, denied he placed that blank sheet of paper in Paul's home, said he hadn't been in Paul's house in years. Then at the trial, defense attorney Parisi played a wild card. She confronted Pete with this, a video found on one of Pete's computers seized just days after the bombing. Slow-motion video of a rat trap snapping on carrots and the like, but ending on a burst of flame as the trap sets off a lighter, just like a bomb.
And I submit to you, this video more or less comports with the diagram.
Well, it shows a rat trap hitting a
What
lighter
it shows,
or something.
though, is a rat trap, which is an unusual kind of triggering device. It shows a screw activating the rat trap and then an incendiary component.
So was Pete investigating bomb-making ideas? Not a chance, countered the state.
There is nothing on this hard drive that indicates to me that anyone was using it to research how to build explosives.
Kevin Conde is the investigator who did the initial search of Peter Moore's computer.
Sometimes what's not there is more important than what is there, and what was not there was anything indicating someone was looking for directions on how to build a bomb. What I saw was somebody who's just surfing the internet aimlessly. There was nothing about that video that was tied into making a bomb.
And Pete told the court the laptop on which the video was found belonged to his son, who was then forced to testify, which did not sit well with Pete.
I tried to keep my kids away from this. And once again, they tied my hands behind my back and I had no choice. And so my son had to go on the stand.
A sense of betrayal deeply felt by the man who speaks his mind.
Everybody pretty much threw me to the wolves. And
For 3 days, you were essentially on trial. I mean, your cousin was on trial for murder, but it was like you were on trial for murder.
no, I was on trial. I was on trial basically for my life, and I had no protection.
With Pete now off the stand, the prosecution team still had a case to make, but with limited evidence. They couldn't mention the DNA found on the stand, not conclusive. Nor could they tell the jury about Paul's previous assault and intent to commit rape convictions in San Francisco, not relevant. In addition, Linda Parisi claimed there was no motive, no reason for Paul Moore to kill Roberto Ayala.
For all of law enforcement's investigation, they could not come up with anyone who said, I heard Paul Moore say he wanted to hurt Roberto.
No, but they did find this document on Paul's computer, titled My Life. A rambling, self-pitying screed. What did I do wrong to be treated this way? I think my dad really thinks I'm stupid. He's always saying how smart Robert is. But ultimately, the trial came down to a single sheet of blank paper, almost like a Rorschach test for the jury. What would they see? Paul Moore's guilt, or a plot to frame him?
Coming up, a verdict that will divide this tight-knit town and rip apart this family all over again.
We just started crying.
When Dateline continues.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here. Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For much of his life, Paul Moore had found ways to charm the folks around him and get away with bad behavior. At his trial here in Sacramento, Paul's defense attorney followed what was by now a familiar script. She accused Peter of murdering Roberto Ayala.
Peter Moore has a lifetime of making threats. Paul does not make threats to Roberto. Paul works with Roberto.
Which is how Parisi presented Paul to the jury. Of course, as you know, Paul had a deeply troubled history with the law, violent sexual offense in his background, but the jury didn't get to hear about that. Nor were they told about the DNA, quite possibly Paul's, that was found on the envelope containing the bomb diagram. Excluded. So, would the jury see the same Paul Moore that prosecutors saw?
He's almost like a Marvel comic book arch villain. He's bright, he's clever, he's evil as can be, and he's got a flaw to him. His flaw is his arrogance.
The jury retired to think about it, and they were not fooled. After just 5 hours of deliberation, they walked back into the courtroom and declared Paul Moore guilty of murder. The judge sentenced him to life in prison.
I remember driving away from the courtroom, and my wife and I were together. We just started crying. because we knew it was over. You know, I did a job. I went in there. I did my job. I told everything I knew, and it wasn't easy because I basically put away somebody who I loved.
But Pete is not so blind that he doesn't see how he was used by his boyhood playmate, the kid with whom he once spent those long, lazy days on the river, the man he treated and trusted like a brother. What do you think Paul's motive was? Why did he kill Robert?
He used to always talk about, oh, Robert thinks he's so smart, and so by killing him, he feels like in his own mind that he got one over on Robert. I believe Paul was trying to finger me for doing it, and him and his dad would have the whole place to themselves. That's what I believe today. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Pete wishes the Moores could all go back to the beginning, when the farm meant family.
If I had it my way right now, I'd be running the ranch. Grandkids would be over here and enjoy themselves. You know, it'd be like a family-run business.
But that's just a fantasy, really. The family's divided more now than ever.
It's almost like we're all our own worst enemies. And I've asked people in the family, where does all the anger come from? Because it's like the whole family's mad.
I wish that there weren't so much hate and anger in our family, and that everybody treated each other like a family's supposed to treat each other.
Throughout the trial, Paul's father, Roger, believed his son to be innocent, and after the verdict declined to talk to us. His own son, convicted of murdering the man he treated like a son. Other members of the Moore family declined our request for interviews after the verdict, too. Even most of those who support Pete. They said they didn't want to stir things up.
I know some of the people that you talked to, and I know they backed out, and they called and told me. I respect them for calling and telling me. But it's all about what possibly might come somebody's way, you know.
Would it be fair for us to say that some members of the family are afraid to talk to us because they're afraid they may be disinherited?
That's 100% true. And nobody wants to do what's right for fear of losing their chance at some money.
Would you want to have this farm?
No.
Why?
It's too much anger over here.
Rumors, whispers, and lies can come disguised as truth just about anywhere, including a small town in the California Valley. Whispers are still working their way around town. People still talk.
Mm-hmm.
What do you hear them say?
I guess the most recent one was, well, Pete must have at least been involved. So they've moved some.
One of the reasons D.A. Pointer agreed to talk to us was to make perfectly clear to his friends and neighbors that Peter Moore was in no way involved in Roberto Ayala's murder.
And I get the feeling that some people are mad it wasn't me. When you're looked at as a murderer, it's not like you can go out there and voice your opinion to somebody because you're a murderer, you know, and no one will take me serious anymore. And where I go from here, I don't know. I want peace in my life. I want to be left alone.
What's the moral behind all of this, if there is one?
Wow, it's a big question. It's just there's so much involved here. I'd say the moral of this story is be happy with what you have. Respect the family that you do have.
And the Ayalas?
I was relieved that I didn't have to look over my shoulder anymore. I knew at that point that everybody was safe.
After their father's murder, Jesus went off to college, as did Paula. And Fabian? The boy who ran for miles through those fields of sunflowers trying to save his dad's life has grown into a disciplined athlete, plays football, baseball, soccer, and wanted to talk to us about his dad. What did he want for you?
A good career.
Did you talk about that with him?
Yes, he told me to study hard.
What do you want the world to know about your father?
That he was a good person. Like, he would always want to do things. He would take me out when he had something to do.
You were the apple of his eye, I bet you.
Yes.
You love to be with him?
Yeah.
Two families in the great fertile valley of California. One of them worth millions, and the other far more.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Horrible. Knowing the person that you love is dead, and then you're being looked at for it.
Imagine you're shaken in the dead of night.
My ears were ringing. I thought I was dreaming.
In bed right next to you, your husband, murdered.
Hard to get that one out of your head, isn't it?
Yeah.
And here's the twist. You're the suspect.
It's the worst feeling thinking that you're gonna blame for your husband's death.
Could she have been the killer? Or was someone keeping a secret?
I said, "What did you do? What did you do?"
I don't know what to tell you.
Just the truth.
Here's Keith Morrison with While They Were Sleeping.
It was cold the night the full moon rose. February cold in the desert valley that spilled down from Reno, Nevada. And in that moonlight all silver pale, the wind in the dead of night worried at the gray ends of winter grass, whipped and cried up the driveway, round the corner of the house, whistled past the unlocked door. Something evil afoot, something here, inside, where the moon peered through the window and into the master bedroom, a little after 3 in the morning.
It was really, really bad.
What's really bad?
My husband.
Strange, the things that happen to people under a full moon. Good people, not so good people. Under that moon that night, it was hard to tell which was which, who was who.
This is a case built on lies and deception and a cat and mouse. Who knew what it was?
But the story, when it began back in 2005, was about love, or what certainly felt like it. In fact, fair to say it was two kinds of love. There was what happened to Ben when he met Melissa.
As soon as he met Melissa, he was something I'd never seen. Just, just for no reason, he'd call her and say, "I love you."
He was a changed man.
He was happy.
Absolutely, he was happy. Melissa really made the difference.
And if anybody would know, his best friends would, Cindy and Scott Graham.
Ben was family. I mean, he was family.
And then there was Ben's other love, brightest thing in his life, the one good thing that came from his first marriage, Alyssa.
Everybody said that he loved me more than anything, and I think it's true.
Quite true, of course. So there was a little jockeying at first, 2 women, 1 man, even if one of the women was just 3.
Our first date, Alyssa was there. We were eating, and I was just trying to talk to Ben and kind of get to know him, and Alyssa's like, "Don't talk to my dad."
I remember meeting her. I didn't really like her. She was talking to my dad.
More than talking to him, as it soon turned out, Ben and Melissa moved in together just a month later, sort of thing a 3-year-old finds hard to understand.
And she said, "I love you," and I said, "Don't talk to my dad that way."
But as we said, it was a love story. Ben for both of them. As Jamie Hodges, the friend and future bridesmaid, put it.
He was truly her best friend, and he was the best dad. That's all he cared about was Alyssa. That was his priority, was to take care of her.
So it was Melissa and Ben and Alyssa, the threesome.
He was so involved in every aspect of her life. They were really like 2 peas in a pod.
And one September day in 2006, as the sun was setting into the Sierra Nevada mountains, Ben and Melissa got married the ceremony at nearby Lake Tahoe. Melissa was a glowing bride. Alyssa, the little flower girl.
It wasn't just Melissa and Ben getting married, it was Melissa marrying Alyssa too.
Seriously? They made a particular ceremony of it.
Alyssa, will you promise to share in the love of this family? If so, will you please say, I will?
I got her a little bracelet and had it engraved, letting her know that I will always love her as my own, and gave it to her that day.
And from that moment on, Alyssa called Melissa Mom. How'd it make you feel?
Happy. Very happy.
Ah, what a happy couple they were. A happy family.
Just for her to be my wife, man, it's a blessing.
That's what you wait for all your life.
What were your plans?
To buy a house and to have babies and have a family.
They eventually moved here, a 3-bedroom ranch in the Carson Valley, looking up toward the Sierra Nevadas. Alyssa spent half her time with Ben and Melissa, the other time with her birth mom, Ben's ex-wife, Dawn. But above all, what Ben really wanted was to have his little girl permanently.
He never thought that he could have his daughter. And I was like, yeah, you can. You could.
And he did. He won custody.
It was him and his daughter, and that's what he had always wanted.
And then the little household grew. Melissa's teenage brother, Craig, moved in. And then winter came, and the wind. And on February 20th, 2008, the moon rose full over the Carson Valley. After dinner, Ben, Melissa, her teenage brother Craig, and little Alyssa settled in the den to watch a movie. Melissa remembers falling asleep on the couch, waking up with a start.
Thinking I was late for work. It was like 2:30 in the morning. And I was like, oh, I'm not late. So I went and got into bed.
Crawled in with Ben, she said. Moonlight on the covers, warmth inside.
About an hour later is when I was woke up by the smell and then a loud noise. And my ears were ringing. At first I thought I was dreaming.
A smell?
Yeah. It was the smell of the gunpowder.
Smell.
Mm-hmm.
As she told it, she looked over to Ben, saw by the light of the moon he appeared to have slept through whatever it was. She nudged him. He didn't stir.
So I was like, okay, I'll go check it out. So I walked around our bed and got about halfway down the hallway and realized that our front door was open.
But you didn't see anybody?
No.
Halfway down the hall, she said, cold air rushing in. She knew something was very wrong. So she ran back to the bedroom, turned on the light.
I went to go wake him up, and then I could see him.
Yeah. Hard to get that one out of your head, isn't it?
Yeah.
And thus her call to 911, and the detective who rushed over to find out what happened and discovered that he could not tell.
You've got the wife, you've got a small 6-year-old child, and you've got a 15-year-old boy in the house, and you've got everybody saying they don't know what happened.
When we come back, how did everyone else survive that night without a scratch? The investigation begins, and Melissa is at the very center.
I'm asking you to help me solve the problem. Questions I have. Okay?
A dramatic police interrogation when Dateline continues.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I was just confused and shocked because at this point I still feel like I was asleep.
On February 21st, 2008 at 3 o'clock in the morning, Melissa Oxley called 911.
Okay, so this gun noise is like a gunshot?
Yeah, I turned up the light to wake up my husband and it's really, really bad.
It certainly was. Ben Oxley had been shot point blank in the head. And yet Melissa, lying in bed right beside him, was unharmed. She ran then into Alyssa's room to check on her and call 911, and of course, Alyssa, then 6 years old and completely unaware of what had just happened, asked to see her father.
Boy, I want to go see my dad. And I just told her, you can't go see your dad.
Ron Elgis was the detective who got the call. Do you remember getting that call?
Yeah, because I was sleeping.
He woke up fast to a very big problem. The killing just didn't make sense.
Appearing like a ghost has done this. No evidence, no weapon. Everybody in the house says, I don't know.
A ghost?
Yeah, that's what it feels like because you have no idea.
How was it possible Melissa hadn't seen the person who'd shot Ben? She'd been lying right next to him. Why was she unharmed?
That's kind of a test. Your little red flags start popping up. You start thinking, okay, this doesn't seem right.
And had Craig, Melissa's teenage brother, truly slept through the whole thing, as he claimed?
I opened my eyes, and right in my face was a bunch of barrels from a machine gun.
It was police guns he was looking at, police who had already discovered shotgun shells on Craig's bedroom dresser.
Here comes another red flag. Is this a possibility? Is he faking?
Melissa, Craig, and little Alyssa were taken to the sheriff's department. At 4 a.m., an hour after the shooting, Melissa's best friend Jamie got a phone call.
It was Alyssa, and she was just hysterically crying. I'm at the police station, come down here, my daddy's been shot.
By the time Jamie arrived, Melissa was already being grilled by detectives.
Today's date is 2/21/08.
Detective Elgis had questions, lots of them. So many things about this murder didn't make sense.
Why don't they take you out? I mean, you're right there.
That's what I thought.
Another thing I don't understand is why somebody shoots him, why you not see anything.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Maybe it was the man Ben warned her about, she said. A rough customer who'd once dated Ben's ex-wife Dawn and apparently threatened to kill both Dawn and any man she'd been with. Was the story true? Just to be safe, Detective Elga sent officers to Dawn's house, where they woke her up, sleepy but unharmed, and discovered that the man in question was hundreds of miles away when the murder happened. So, again, the questions were for Melissa.
Sometimes people know more than they want to tell or share. And I really need it all.
Alyssa was 6 by this time, was the only person who remembered seeing anything unusual, and she told the detective right away.
Well, I slept off to sleep, but I woke up and heard this creak after I saw someone walking in. And then I just went back and...
Do you know who they were?
I don't know who it was.
She saw a shadow in her doorway looking at her, and then the shadow left. She went back to sleep, and then Melissa came in and grabbed her and was talking to 911.
The detective discovered the bullet that killed Ben was a number 8 birdshot, same ammunition they discovered in Craig's room. And so, the question to Craig.
And I apologize for doing it, but I have to. You know, did you kill Ben?
No, I did not.
Okay.
And sure enough, when they tested Craig for gunshot residue or blood cast off, he was clean. Could not have fired that gun. And so back to Melissa.
I know it doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't make sense to me.
It's certainly a huge bad thing, but it's stuff that I have.
It's the worst feeling thinking that you're going to blame for your husband.
So understand that I'm not blaming you. I'm asking you to help me solve the problems and the questions I have. Okay?
Because there was blood on Melissa and gunshot residue.
I don't know what to tell you.
Just the truth is all I'm hoping you're giving me.
Melissa's friend Jamie was there when she came out of the interrogation room.
I mean, Melissa just dropped to the floor when she saw me, and she had a little bit of blood on her. She just said, I didn't do this, and I know you didn't do it.
But Jamie knew there were others, and not just the police, who were very suspicious of Melissa.
She's the prime suspect. She's the wife. She was laying in bed with him. It doesn't make sense that she wasn't shot.
Did Melissa do it? Well, geez, I hope not, but I mean, she could have. Why wasn't she shot?
I thought, if she did commit the murder, she's going to make a mistake. You can only live that lie so long.
Coming up, a new clue. What police believe might be a reason for murder.
So a $400,000 life insurance policy. She had the motivation to want this to happen.
When Dateline continues. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Melissa Oxley was just 27 years old and already a widow. Her 36-year-old husband, Ben, shot dead while he slept in bed right next to her. As far as she could tell, said Melissa, the shooter managed to break into the house, walk right into the master bedroom, shoot Ben without harming her, and leave not a trace of evidence behind. The case boggled Detective Ron Elgis's mind.
Is there somebody who doesn't like him? Is this a murder for hire pay? Is this, what could this be?
Melissa's closest friends believed her when she insisted that she had nothing to do with it, that in fact she'd lost the love of her life, and that now she and those around her were probably in terrible danger.
Because you don't know who did it. You don't know if they're going to come back for Melissa, if Melissa was supposed to be in that.
Melissa, meanwhile, tried to be a source of comfort for her 6-year-old stepdaughter, Alyssa. The little girl's father had been her world, leaving her now in a world of chaos. And with her home and love nest now a crime scene, Melissa and Alyssa moved in with the woman who'd been bridesmaid at the wedding, Jamie Hargis, and it was at night when the curtains were drawn that Jamie watched Melissa reeling with pain.
Many nights of crying in the middle of the night, I would hear her. I just kind of went and laid in bed with her.
I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep.
Just getting into a bed after that happened.
I didn't want to.
So where would you sleep?
On the floor.
And if the pain and suffering of losing her husband wasn't hard enough, Melissa was a lead suspect, and not just in the eyes of the police.
Because nobody, including the public, including the families, had any idea why this would happen, so they're all grasping at straws to try to figure out this possibility, that possibility.
Ben's sister was certain that Melissa arranged Ben's murder and wasn't afraid to make it known around town.
She had quite a little following of all these people, because it's always the wife,
So did that mean little Alyssa, just 6 years old, so vulnerable, was living with a murderer? Alyssa began to spend more time at her mother Dawn's house, and one day, while she was there, Ben's sister warned her about the stepmom she'd come to love.
She told me that she thought my stepmom killed my dad that night.
It must have been pretty weird to hear that.
Yeah, I didn't believe it, but...
Didn't believe it at all? But if Alyssa didn't believe it, others did. And before long, they had more ammunition because of something else Detective Elgus discovered.
A $400,000 life insurance policy. It sounds a lot like she had the motivation to want this to happen.
And once again, Melissa found herself answering difficult questions.
I didn't even know it was an insurance policy. I guess I was sort of naive to it. We were looking at it for retirement.
But, while the investigation went on, the insurance company held back any payments. Well, the whispers went around. It was shocking, really. Ben had been dead just, a few months? And Melissa was dating already.
It was soon, sort of, but it was like if I didn't do it then, you almost would get stuck in this rut of never doing it. I would have just kind of hung up the towel and been done.
Put on a black dress and be a widow the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Detective Elgus, of course, was keeping track and trying not to be judgmental.
She has to do what she needs to do to heal. Doesn't mean I wasn't paying attention to what was going on.
But as months passed and Elgus scratched away at the few paltry leads that went anywhere at all, a certain clarity began to emerge. Despite his own early suspicions and those of others, hard evidence against Melissa just didn't materialize. In fact, said Elgus, he couldn't help thinking
she probably didn't do it. She was so startled she went into a fight or flight response and just jumped out of bed. And then went to a normal reaction, which is what's going on.
And that's when she discovers
And then she discovers he'd been shot.
But there was another reason Melissa dropped down the detective's list of suspects. And that reason was a certain someone else who, it became clear, did not like that love story we told you about. Not one bit.
I said, "What did you do? What did you do?" And she said, "What do you mean, what did I do? You've known me all these years and you would think that I would do something like that?" And I said, "Absolutely."
Coming up, a whole new theory of the crime with a whole new list of suspects eager to share secrets.
I said no. I said no. No, 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 no.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
If you knew Ben, there's no way that you'd want him dead. I couldn't think of anybody that would want him dead, besides Dawn.
Dawn Oxley, Ben Oxley's ex-wife, Alyssa's mother. Even as more than a few local gossipers pointed suspicious fingers at Melissa, Ben's best friends told each other.
Everything in me said that Dawn had something to do with that.
Of course, just a few years back, that sort of thinking would have been unimaginable to Dawn and Ben's best friends, Scott and Cindy Graham. Not Dawn. Dawn, the force of nature, the center of any room she was in.
I don't know if it's manipulating or what, but everybody agreed with Dawn. As long as Dawn was happy, then we're all happy.
But after 5 years of marriage, neither Ben nor Dawn was happy, and the marriage went up in flames.
Ben had cheated on Dawn. I could see that. This probably wasn't going to be something that she was ever going to get over.
Dawn changed after that, said Cindy. Didn't seem to want to act like a parent anymore.
She met a guy and she would stay the night at his house. I mean, when her kids are calling us up saying, we don't have any food in the house, can you come and bring us food? There's a problem.
And so when Dawn and Ben went to court to fight for custody of Alyssa, Cindy had to tell the truth.
I told the judge that Dawn wasn't taking care of her kids anymore. They weren't a priority. They weren't even number 5.
When Ben won custody of Alyssa and more than $200 a month in child support, Dawn was devastated. This is her mother, Sherry Roston, a retired deputy sheriff.
She would sit in the garage and just bawl about not getting her day in court.
This was eating her alive.
Yeah, it was really taking its toll on her.
Dawn started drinking heavily. Her teenage son, Devin, watched his mother fall apart.
She was starting to lose jobs. It's like all hell broke loose in her head.
But murder? Remember, the police went to see Dawn just a couple of hours after Ben was killed, found her fast asleep.
And what time did you think you went to sleep?
Oh, God. I watched the movie The Departed and Descent, and I don't know, about 4.
In fact, she happened to be sharing her bedroom with a 21-year-old family friend named James Matlian. We watched the movie, went to bed.
Yeah, that's our story. That's it.
Not exactly a convincing alibi, any more than the obvious fiction that James, the new man in her life, was just a friend. Even less convincing when Detective Ron Elgus learned about a trip to a 7-Eleven store, middle of the night, about an hour and a half before the murder.
Why are they hiding little pieces that seem insignificant to what is going on? And then we started to do surveillance on them. Now they're starting to get worried because they think we're watching them.
Surveillance photos show Dawn with James Matlian and her 2 daughters, Brandy, her 13-year-old daughter from a previous marriage, and Alyssa, 7 by this time. That's right. A year into the investigation, little Alyssa was back with her biological mom. With Ben dead, the courts had slowly weaned her back there permanently.
So there you are, still trying to grieve the loss of Ben, at the same time as Alyssa's being pulled back toward Dawn.
Yeah, the loss of both of them, truly.
And while the police were watching Dawn was telling her children, including Brandy, that the real suspect was Melissa.
She confidently told you that it was Melissa who committed this murder.
Yes.
Brandy was hearing that from a mother, Dawn, who she could see was drinking too much, getting DUIs, spending more than a few nights in jail.
They started getting arrested. Dawn and James both. We were finding reasons to take them to jail.
And while they had James, they asked him point blank about the murder of Ben Oxley.
Did I kill Ben? No. Do I know who killed Ben? No. Did Dawn kill Ben? No. Do I know anything about the murder? No.
Were you and Dawn in any way involved in the planning of the death of Ben?
No.
Okay.
I'm looking you into your eyes.
Doesn't mean
I did not kill him.
But that was it. Lots of denials. No real evidence. A year and a half had gone by since the murder. It was the summer of 2009.
On toward cold case territory.
Getting there.
And then one afternoon, as Detective Elgus was recovering from a night on the graveyard shift, his cell phone rang. It was Dawn Oxley.
She basically said she couldn't take it anymore, and she wanted to talk.
What were you thinking on the way to see her?
It's about time.
The detective drove over to Dawn's house. She was inebriated.
I'm done hurting.
But she had quite a story to tell about James, about how he offered to murder Ben.
The night Ben died, he said no or never. And I said no. I said not today. Don't do it. No.
I said no. I said no. No, 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 no.
Hours later, she said, James woke her up from a sound sleep and told her Ben was dead. But that, she said, is all he told her, all she knew.
But you're pretty confident that James had something to do with it.
I know he knows.
But was that really all she knew? Dawn, remember, had a 16-year-old son named Devin, who, detectives learned, was at home and listening in the hours before Ben Oxley was murdered. So, if anyone could confirm Dawn's version of events, surely it would be Devin. But he wasn't talking. Not yet, anyway.
Coming up, the question haunting this whole case.
What's our evidence?
Was there any proof against anyone? Prosecutors were about to make a deal to get the evidence they'd need.
Do you want to talk about this case?
You know I do.
When Dateline continues.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
know.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Finally, the story of Ben Oxley's murder, bit by bit, was leaking out. But could Dawn's version be believed, that she had nothing to do with it? Here's what Dawn's mother, Sherry, thought.
I can see her sitting there saying, God, I wish he was dead.
Yeah.
And I can see James going, you want me to go kill him for you? And her going, whatever. It was more of a disbelief than an affirmation.
That's the story Dawn told, too, that she did not want James Matlian to kill her ex-husband.
Do you want to talk about this case?
You know I do.
Okay.
It was now the fall of 2009. Dawn was in jail for a DUI and agreed to talk in more detail about the night of Ben Oxley's murder.
And he said, do you want me to go do that? I'm sitting there going, are you serious? Are you kidding me? All I know is he was on the phone. He was asking me if he wanted me to go, if I wanted him to go take care of Ben, and I was saying no.
And then she went to sleep, she said. And the next thing she knew, James was back.
He woke me up and he said, it's done. I was totally drunk and then turned around and now I'm waking up out of a dead sleep. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He said, the cops are going to be here. And seriously, right now, you're telling me the cops are going to show up at my house because my ex-husband's dead.
And she did not take part, she swore, not at all.
Based on what? I didn't drive. I did not go anywhere. I did not plan this. I did not want Ben dead.
So, truth or fiction? There was no solid evidence either way. Nor that James Matlian killed Ben Oxley, only Dawn's story. At which point Tom Gregory, who was the assistant district attorney, decided he needed her help.
You love to get everybody involved in the case, but there's a reality in many cases that sometimes you need the help of one of the people involved to get the main person.
And so Don Oxley was offered a limited immunity agreement. Cooperate with the prosecution, testify truthfully against James Matlian, and you won't be prosecuted. A sort of get-out-of-jail-free card. Why go ahead and make that deal with her so soon? You had her statement. Why not hold off for a while and be patient, and then you can get them both?
Let's say we don't do the deal with her and we go out and arrest him. What's our evidence?
Dawn signed the agreement, and James Matlian was charged with first-degree murder. But the end of the story? Oh no, not even close. The truth had been hiding, but it was itching to come out. Young Devon Remember him, Don's son? Devin finally decided it was time to reveal what he overheard the night of the murder.
My mom was like, I want Ben to die, I just want him dead, yada yada. And then James said, I'll go out and kill him right now, you know, you just say the word, I'll go out and kill him. And she was like a broken record. She was just like, I want him dead, I want him dead.
Sound like a woman who was shocked when the murder happened? But there was more. It was after that when James Matlian told his attorney, Ken Stover, it was time to tell the whole story.
I could tell he was telling the truth. And over the course of 15 months, he's always told the same story.
So now comes another story, James's story. Not a love story this time.
Nobody could believe that I did what I did. I've never been a violent person.
James Matlian did not have an easy start in life. By the time he was a teenager, he was drinking, doing drugs, stealing things.
I had pretty much given up any hope on continuing successfully in life.
Dawn, after her marriage to Ben, befriended James, made him feel rescued, gave him a place to live. He'd just been paroled from prison after doing time for stealing a truck.
Kind of gave me a sense of hope that there was somebody out there besides my mom who cared.
At Dawn's house, James discovered what others had. He said, as long as Dawn was happy, everybody was happy. And if she wasn't, well, then James could not be happy either.
She was very, very upset at the fact that she lost Alyssa.
And she went on rants, he said, about Ben Oxley, a man James didn't know, had never met. But he listened.
You kind of felt like you were in love with her? Yeah, for a little while. It gave me a sense of feeling wanted.
And then he realized, he said, she'd never be happy unless he fixed what was upsetting her.
I wanted to make Dawn happy.
So, what happened? Dawn and James' stories begin the same way. February 20th, 2008, night of heavy drinking at Dawn's house, a heated conversation about Ben Oxley, James asking Dawn if she wants to have him killed. But that's where the stories diverge. Dawn, remembers, says she told James, no, don't do it, and fell asleep on the couch. But that's not James Matlian's story.
She was ecstatic about what was happening. She was happy that I was going to kill somebody, you know?
It was after midnight. Dawn drew him a diagram of Ben Oxley's house, said James, so he could find his way to the bedroom. Then he went to the 7-Eleven, drew $40 out of the ATM with Dawn's bank card, and then together, he said, they went to the Walmart. Dawn waited in the car while James did the shopping. Shotgun shells, gloves, a flashlight.
She's just very happy about it. I mean, like you would imagine a kid going to Disneyland, you know?
But there was a problem. They'd forgotten to bring the diagram of Ben's house with them.
The plan wasn't for Dawn to go in the house. The plan was just for me to go in the house. And I didn't know
how to get in.
How to get in the house.
Or where the bedroom
was. Where the bedroom was. So Dawn had to go inside.
The front door was locked, so Dawn took him around back, he said, where a sliding glass door was unlocked, and they eased their way in and walked down the hall. Then, said James, Dawn pointed him toward the master bedroom.
And I turned around, and she was going into Alyssa's room.
Going into the room?
Yeah, she was about half her body was into the room. She said that she was going to take Alyssa with her. I said, you can't take Alyssa.
Was this true? Remember, Alyssa, just 6 years old at the time, told police she remembered seeing someone in her doorway.
I just looked out and I saw someone walking in.
And then, said James, he walked into the master bedroom, saw Ben and Melissa sleeping in the moonlight.
Then I raised the gun, and that's where everything in my mind that should have happened 3 or 4 hours ago happened. I started thinking, why am I here? Something I heard to my left.
A sudden noise.
Yeah. And as I turned and jerked to see what it was, I pulled the trigger.
He ran then, he said, left the front door wide open, caught up to Dawn at the truck.
Who drove?
She did. I started yelling at her when we got in the truck.
The truth, said James Matlian. All of it.
Dawn knows the truth, and I know the truth. and that's all that matters. I'm taking full responsibility for what I did. Dawn needs to take full responsibility for what she did.
Coming up, was Ben the only one who was in danger that night?
What was it like to hear that?
Unreal.
One more revelation still to come when Dateline continues. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's a rare thing to sit in a jailhouse room such as this, while a murderer confesses chapter and verse. Denial, the more common language here.
I pulled the trigger.
But James Matley did not shrink from it. He murdered Ben Oxley in his sleep and must live with what he did for the rest of his days.
I'm afraid to deal with what I actually did.
In December 2011, he told his story in court. It was after the DA took the death penalty off the table, and James decided to plead guilty. And that's when Melissa, sitting in the courtroom, heard for the first time about something else. James was supposed to kill her, too.
Dawn asked me if I would kill Melissa. I just automatically just said yeah.
There was a bullet there for you. What was it like to hear that?
Unreal.
Do you believe that she was in the house that night?
I do. Which makes me sick. I have a harder time with Dawn than I do James. because if it wasn't for her, none of it would happen.
And that's where Melissa Oxley and James Matlian's attorney Ken Stover firmly agree. Only half a measure of justice, since Dawn is protected by that immunity agreement she signed with the DA.
James is not the type of boy who's going to go out and commit a murder in the hopes that Dawn will find it acceptable. He didn't do this as a surprise gift.
Dawn herself declined our request for an interview, though her mom, the retired deputy sheriff, has remained in her corner.
I know that a lot of people believe that it was a blatant conspiracy on her part. But I don't think Dawn really wanted Ben dead. I don't think Dawn was there.
You're trying to hold it all together. All the way along and even now.
You gotta understand. Ben was a good guy. They had their problems. Everybody loved him. He didn't deserve to die.
So for the time being, it's a he said, she said story. And the DA's deal with Dawn, to the dismay of James Matlian's attorney, means she may never face a murder charge.
The prosecutor made a deal with the devil. Now we just need to show him how far in hell she is.
Deal with the devil? Well, the DA said without Dawn's testimony at the preliminary hearing, the murder charge against James would never have stuck. But Dawn wasn't totally off the hook, because there was one possibility still. If the DA could find hard evidence that Dawn lied when she was given that get-out-of-jail-free deal for implicating James.
It's still an open book on Dawn Oxley for murder. If somebody comes in today with credible evidence that shows she did in fact go, we could prosecute her.
In 2011, Dawn was sent to prison on another offense. She pleaded guilty to using her teenage daughter, Brandy, to sell prescription drugs.
Was she kind of employing you as her assistant in that business?
I was driving, yes.
Dawn was released from prison in March of 2014, but not to be the mother of Alyssa. The judge terminated her parental rights. Both Alyssa and Brandy went to live with Melissa, who offered them a kind of family life they didn't know with their biological mom.
It is a family, and that's what I need.
One more thing to do. In 2011, having pleaded guilty to murder, James Matlian prepared to be sentenced.
Is there redemption for a person like you?
I don't know. I don't expect anybody that I've harmed or hurt to forgive me for what I've done.
You looked in the lens of it as you said that. You're talking to them, right?
Basically talking to Melissa. I'm sorry.
In exchange for his guilty plea, the DA agreed to recommend that James could be eligible for parole after serving 24 years.
All rise.
Final decision up to the judge. Defense attorney Stover made the argument.
Life with hope, Judge.
And then Melissa took the stand.
Emotionally, the damage you have caused me is almost unbearable. For Alyssa, you crumbled her foundation and everything she knew to be right and true. And as hard as this is to do or believe, I also want you to know I have found it in my heart to forgive you.
And then James Matlian got his sentence.
The murder charge, you're sentenced to life in prison.
Life without parole, ever. Afterwards, the little girl in the middle of the family drama turned to Melissa with a remarkable request. Alyssa asked to meet with James and was ushered in to see him before he was whisked away.
I told him that I decided to forgive him and that I wanted him to have hope.
And she wept then, tears of forgiveness, of lingering grief for her father. And as for Melissa, after the trial, she told us she was ready to move on.
Where will you keep Ben?
It will always be in my heart. He'll never be forgotten, but we do have to go on. We still have to be here and
to live day-to-day life.
If he's looking down and watching you, what would he think about his daughter?
I think he still loves me and that I'm doing much better than I was at my other house.
You miss him?
Yeah, I miss him a lot.
You're a pretty strong kid, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Michaela Schifrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Michaela Schifrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 4 years ago, 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, it's okay. It's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that.
You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. There's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know. A lot more good days than bad now, but it's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is. What you just did last weekend, and what you're setting out to do. Thanks. It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are going to make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on multiple TV screens. So I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more rep.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah,
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady, and you know, that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, you know, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team, and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Shaun, you always make us smile.
Yeah.
I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Shaun, because you make it, and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Yeah, right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim! Back-to-back 1080s. Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea. She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, aka Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing, or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 Games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last Games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity, and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps?
What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? And I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen. It's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves, you know,
Wait,
like when I'm
really?
watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for
on
sure.
us watching you than for you guys?
I mean, of course we're stressed out, of course we're nervous, but at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like, my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm and pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind.
I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
Joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Aaron Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Aaron, and Aaron, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Aaron came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Aaron, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, you know, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Aaron and Brittany, both of you, this sport, it's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Aaron. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics?
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Aaron, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it's, you know, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but you know, when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And you know, I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Aaron being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looked pretty natural.
I'm not, it's not anything that really, you know, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they like go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, opened my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's gonna be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see. Nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not like super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. And where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You're quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, like she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a 3-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her 4th Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team, and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know.
Boy.
There's no competition.
Mommy's boy, for sure.
No competition, daddy's boy. Daddy's boy, for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh, no, he said that way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes, and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but you come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and be like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, you know, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont, and so my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best.
That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere, do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because that's what everyone does is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always opening up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around to try to stop me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of it's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks, but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of.
Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Michaela Schifrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Michaela Schifrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Michaela Schifrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Michaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, I got a full day's worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh,
Well, you were like a pro.
Great.
You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's
Michaela,
for sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man, you did it.
Yeah, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was not was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having, you know, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow, that was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, you know, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the kind of the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before. Yeah. It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or you want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars.
Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor.
I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things, and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is